Hello friends, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So in this particular video, we are going to talk about the complete API testing course with Postman. So this is going to be very exciting video guys, and let me talk about what are the topics to be covered as part of this video. I'll talk about in brief what are the topics to be covered in this particular video, and you can switch to any particular video as well. So let's have a look. So in this particular video, we are going to talk about all these topics. So start the beginning from introduction to API testing. What is an API? What actually we verify in API testing? Advantages of API testing, API versus web services testing, different API terminologies as well. What is HTTP, HTTPS, resource, URI, URL, URN, payload, and endpoints, right? So Postman tool installation also we'll talk about it, and setup, how to set up Postman, different Postman features, sample HTTP request collections. We'll talk about different HTTP methods, CRUD operations, import, export, run collections, HTTP status codes as well. We'll talk about JSON introduction, and create how you can create your own APIs as well, how to put assertions and validations in your API test, how to create test cases right in Postman using Postman. We'll talk about different variables in Postman as well, understanding Postman prerequisite script, and what is the order of execution. We will talk about how to create the variables, and using prerequisite script, right, and how to delete or remove the variables in Postman. We'll talk about authorization and authentication as well, and chaining request. We'll talk about chaining request, API chaining, and how to create automated test using a PostBot tool as well. How to do file handling in Postman, uploads and downloads. We'll also discuss about basic and digest authentication in Postman, and we'll see the difference between SOAP and REST as well, and how you can run the collection from command line as well. And at last, we'll talk about 8 essentials website where which is useful for the API testing. So these are the different topics guys which we are going to cover in this particular video. Please watch each and every section. If you want to see each particular section, then you can visit the comment section, description of this video, and you can switch to particular video as well, particular topic as well. So let's get started with this, and this is going to be very useful for every testers or every QA person. So let's get started. Thanks a lot. Bye bye. So this is the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about what is an API. We'll understand API better when we talk about different examples, when I give different examples of APIs, and what are the different types of APIs, what is API testing, and at last we'll talk about how to perform API testing. So these are the topics which are very important when we start learning API testing. Before start learning using any tool like Postman, Ready API, Rest Assured, or SOAP UI, it's better or it's important to understand all these concepts first. So these are the basics of API testing. You should know what is API and how it works. So let's get started with the first topic. What is an API? So what is an API? The full form of API is application programming interface. Application programming interface, and here the word interface is coming. So interface is nothing but I would say the medium or channel, correct, which we used for the communication, right? Interface is nothing but the medium or channel. So let me give you an example so that you can understand better. So let's say there are two people, one is A and another one is B. They are living in different places, okay. Now suppose they want to exchange their information, they want to communicate with each other, they want to share their ideas. So what are the different ways they can communicate with each other? So there are different ways. So either using the call, they can call using cell phone, their mobile phones, and video calls, or through landline they will call each other and they will share their information or their ideas, correct. That's how this is how they can communicate with each other. So this is one of the ways. Second way is using text messages, using normal text or WhatsApp chat, or through FB Messenger. They can uh, discuss their ideas, or they can communicate with each other. Another way could be uh, either A will go to B's house and discuss their ideas, or B will come to A's house and discuss the ideas. So these are the different ways A can communicate with B, or B can communicate with A, and they can share their ideas, correct? Similar way in uh, in software terms or software technology, we how software programs will communicate with each other. Let's say there are different software programs and how they are going to communicate. So there is a medium called API. API is nothing but the business logic or the program some functions written using which they two software programs or two or more of software programs are communicating with each other. So this is how they communicate with each other using API, application programming interface. If I give the proper definition of API, that would be like an API is a way for two or more computer programs communicate with each other, is known as API, application programming interface. Now let's understand with the help of some examples. Let's say I'm building, I'm creating, or I'm developing a banking application, correct? I'm developing a banking application, so I have written all the logic for banking application, what are the functions and what are the functionalities, UI and everything I've written. Now uh, there is a logic for simple interest calculation. Just take an example. This simple interest calculation is a complex scenario. In this case, simple like interest logic will be very complex. Just take an example. There could be like compound interest as well, correct? Now I don't want to write the code for simple interest. I don't want to put the effort to write the simple interest and compound interest. Why? Because this logic is already written by some other companies. So what I'll do, I just want to request them to provide the source code, correct? I don't want to logic, because logic will be the same for simple interest and compound interest, correct? So I have, apart from that, I have written everything, and everything is ready for my banking application. Now there is my friend who is also built a banking application, correct? And he already written the program for simple interest. He already written the logic for simple interest. Already it's been implemented in their banking application. Now, so what I can do is I can request to him, right, to provide the source code of the logic whatever he has written. Just provide the source code and the complete logic of that simple interest formula calculation. But there is a security concerns, and he may not provide the source code to you, correct, to me. So what is alternative, correct? So the alternative is, because of the data privacy and security reason, he will not provide the source code to you, correct? So what is the alternative? So alternative is he will build an API for simple interest calculation or any other complex logic he will write, correct? And what he will do, he asked me like I'll request the API from him, and he'll give me access of that API. Or let's say this is public API only, this become a public API, so anybody can access it. But while using this one, we cannot access their database, correct? That is, we cannot access their database, only we can use the API for simple interest, and this API I will use in my application. Now everything will work perfectly here. I have my own UI, my application and everything, and I'll just call these APIs in my application. So the calculation and everything will be calculated here based on the API call, correct? So this is an example of API. Another example could be, nowadays we are using Google Map a lot, right? Google Map to search any location or to share the location. So let's see, there is another application called WhatsApp. So using WhatsApp also we can share our location, right? Suppose any friend any friend of yours wants to come to your house, so you'll share the location if he or she doesn't know the location. So what we'll do is we'll just share the location, right? So what is that location? That is nothing but the Google location, right? And this is different application, WhatsApp application, and Google Map is developed by Google only. So we'll request the Google to provide the using that API, we'll request the data from Google, and based on the Google Map we'll get the location here. So this is another example of API. Another example could be, let's say nowadays whenever we use any third-party API application or any other application or website, let's say suppose we want to use FB or LinkedIn or any other application, right? So there are two ways we can or there are either we can register over here, or we can sign in using Google account, right? Sign in using Google account or Microsoft account. Here also the option will be like Google and Microsoft. Similarly for this application also Google or Microsoft. So there is no logic, they have no need to authenticate the user here, right? If you are already registered with Google, so if you have already created the Google account here, so simply we'll use that account to log into Facebook, or to create the account in Facebook or LinkedIn or any other application. So this is another example of API. Now let's talk about some more example of APIs. Weather data. To get the weather data from third-party apps, like from different APIs like Open Weather Map or Clima Sail, we can get the information about the weather. Login in application using Google, FB, Twitter. This is what we have seen in the last slide. This example. E-commerce store payment. So for the payment, when we use any e-commerce website, let's say Amazon, so on payment page, what we'll get is different payment gateways, correct? While making the payment, we'll get the different payment gateways, and the application is not developed here. These payment gateways, those are from their respective APIs. So we are just using the APIs, those APIs in this Amazon website or Amazon application app. So we just use those APIs in this Amazon platform. Another is travel booking. So this is another type of API, like example of APIs, very common. So let's say I want to book the flight ticket. So we have different websites, let's say goibibo, goibibo.com, or make my trip, or any other website, correct? So what we'll do, we'll put our information, first name, last name, and all the information, age and everything we'll put, and then we'll get the flight details on particular day. Similarly on make my trip, if you put all the information and click on search, we'll get the flight details on that particular day. Now how it will display the prices from different airlines, let's say Indigo. Let's say on particular day we have different flights like Indigo, Air India, or different flights are there on particular day. So how we are getting this information? So we are getting those information based on APIs from Indigo Airlines. Whatever airlines we have, we'll access those APIs and we'll use in this goibibo platform, so that will get all the information. However, we are not able to authorized, we are not authorized to access their database. No need to access their database. We just request them, and based on our request, they will give the information on particular day. These are the prices. So these are the different examples of APIs. So guys, if you don't understand the API, then please comment and I'll provide the answer. Now let's talk about what are the different types of APIs. So there are mainly two types of APIs: SOAP, Simple Object Access Protocol, and REST API, Representational State Transfer. So this is old API, like old technology, and it is now rarely used, and this REST API is mainly used in or commonly used currently for by most of the companies, right? So what is SOAP API? This is the kind of a protocol where protocol is nothing but the rules and regulation, right? It follows based on the some protocols, and here we can exchange the data using XML format. And here we have different formats like XML and JSON or plain text, HTML. So there are different data formats in REST API. This is very secure. This is a little bit less secure. We'll talk about them, the differences in detail in coming videos. Probably next video I'll talk about them. There are many differences between SOAP and REST API. And while using the Postman tool as well, going forward in coming session, we'll talk about SOAP and REST practically as well. We'll see the practical example of SOAP and REST API as well. So for now, you can understand like what is SOAP, REST in like whatever I have discussed so far. So what is the next? So what is API testing? Now this is important for which we are going to discuss, right? I mean API testing. So what is API testing? So here we have some examples. So this is the diagram. So there are three layers in this diagram. So we have first one is presentation layer, business layer, and database layer. So there are three layers. So if you remember, we have three kind of applications, like first tier application, or single tier application. Second one is two tier, and third one is three tier application, three tier architecture. So this is single architecture where we have client and database are stored, client and server are at same system, same location. Client and server are at the same location. Client is nothing but from where we are requesting the data, and server is nothing but from where the data is stored, and we are getting the data from here. So this is at same place. Two tier is nothing but client and server, they are on different machines or different location, correct? Three tier, nowadays we are using mostly all the applications are three tiers because of the APIs. And so three tier is nothing but this application is three tier application. This is the three tier application example. So here we have presentation layer. Presentation layer is nothing but the UI part, which we can see, and we can request the data from, let's say I'm a user and I can request the data from presentation layer, and this is developed using some front end language. Let's say we have JavaScript, or we have JavaScript, CSS, HTML. Using that, it will be developed, this front end or business layer, correct, from which we request the data to the server. So take an example, let's say this is google.com. So we'll request some data from Google search page. Let's say suppose I want the information about the API testing. So based on my request, I'll send the request to the server, and from the server I'll get the response, right? So how it works basically, let's understand that. So this is the first layer. Now next layer, what happens is business logic, business layer. This is nothing but the business layer. Whatever data we are requesting, that will be manipulated, or that will be like the logic business layer. Here the business logic will be written. The complete business logic is written in this business layer. Suppose let's say I want to request like 2 plus 2. What is the answer of 2 plus 2? So the logic will be written here like 2 plus 2 equal to 4, correct? And data will be stored. The third thing is data layer, database. So 4 will be stored here, and we'll get the response from data. And so when we write the function like 2 plus 2, it will be validated here, and we'll get the data from database, and the response is returned to the front end. So here we'll get the 4 like this. Similarly, when we research on, or when we search something on Google page, the request will be sent first to the business layer, and from business layer it will send to the database layer, like it will be stored there, and from data we'll get the data and it will be returned to the presentation layer. So this is how it works. And this business layer, here we write some complex business scenario or complex business logic. So that will be written using the API, application programming interface. That will be written using application programming interface. Now we have to perform the data, we have to perform testing over here, correct? Because we can see the presentation layer, we can perform our functional testing on UI, that is different thing, but this is not visible. So what we'll do, how we are going to perform, by sending the request to the server, and based on the request we'll get some response, and we'll validate those response whether we are requesting the correct data or not, like whatever we request, whether we are getting those response or not. That is nothing but the API testing, correct? There are different like what are the things which will validate as part of API testing, we'll discuss in coming videos. So basically you can understand like this. Now, so this is API testing, so we'll perform API testing here. Now question arises here is why we are performing the API testing, right? Because we can do the UI testing here. So to save our time, and most of the testing, whatever is like logic related or whatever request we are sending from front end, whether we are getting the correct data or not, that can be done once development is done. Then we can start the API testing once, and then we can validate those data. In this, whatever logic is written, we can test those using the API, using API testing, right? So mainly it will reduce like 60 to 70% of our functional testing effort, right? So that is the benefit of API testing. We'll talk about that, like what are the benefits of API testing and what are the different types of testing we perform. Going forward, we'll discuss about that using API testing. So this is all for today, guys. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is the second part of API testing series. So today we are going to talk about what exactly needs to be verified in API testing. Whenever we perform API testing, so what are the things which we verify? Also, like what are the different kind of testing which we can perform using API testing? So we'll talk about that. The second point is what are the advantages of API testing? So we have other kind of testing. So why we go for API testing? Why we performing API testing? So that we are going to discuss. And third point is very important one, difference between API and web services. So many people are getting confused, like they feel like both API and web services are same, but there are some differences. We will talk about them as well. So these are the different topics which we are going to discuss. So let's talk about the first one, what exactly needs to be verified as part of API testing. So we have seen this diagram in the last video. So these as part of architecture of 3-tier application, right? So here we have business layer or business logic is written over here by the development team. So we verify, we do the testing on this part on business layer. However, we cannot see the business logic, but we perform the testing over here by sending the request and getting the response from the server. So how we are going to do? Let me just recap what we have discussed in the last video. So let's talk an example of HTTP GET method. We'll talk about different HTTP methods as well in coming videos. So GET is something which we want some information from server. We have other type of HTTP methods like GET, POST, PUT, DELETE. We will talk about them in detail. So for now, just try to understand GET. Suppose we want some information from the server. So we'll send the GET request. We want some user information. Let's say for this particular application, we want some user information. If any signed user is there, or maybe for some user, we want some information. So we'll provide the user authentication, user ID and password, and we'll send the GET request. Now from the server from the database, we'll get the response. When we send the request, we'll get the response and get the results. So this is get HTTP method. So this is how we perform the API testing. So this part we cannot see, we are just sending the request and we are getting the response. Now the question arises here is, what are the things, or what exactly needs to be verified as part of API testing? But before that, let me talk about what are the different kind of testing we can perform using API testing. So the first thing we can perform is functional testing. Now you may ask question like, we have already functional testing we used to perform on UI. So why we go for functional testing? So whenever developer work on any application, so they first create the APIs. They build the logic for the APIs, and we need to verify those APIs are working fine or not. So as part of API testing, let me give you an example. Let's say we are building a calculator application, and for calculator we have different kind of functionalities, right? Addition, multiplication, subtraction, division, and all those things. Now we want to verify APIs are ready, the business logic is already written, already developed. Now we want to verify those APIs are working or not. We are getting this logic from different application or from different service, right? So we want to verify that one as part of API testing. So how we are going to verify? So that is nothing but the functionality. We want to check the functionality of calculator, whether it is working fine or not. However, the UI is not ready. UI is still not ready, but we want to verify whether 2 plus 2 is 4 or not. 10 divided by 5 is equal to 2 or not. So all these features, all this functionality we can do using functional testing as part of API testing. Another thing we can perform using API testing is validation testing. To validate our data, what we are sending to the server, and what the response we are getting, to validate those data, whether we are getting the correct data or not. So as part of API testing, we can perform the validation testing. Third testing, load testing we can perform. Some non-functional testing feature like load testing we can perform using API testing. How we are going to do? So you might have heard a tool named JMeter. Using that we can perform the API testing as well, and we can perform load testing as part of API testing. Another non-functional testing we can do security testing, and we can also perform error detection testing, like how we are getting, what are the different kind of errors, whether we are getting the application related error, API related error, or network error, or any error from the server. So all those things we can verify using API testing. So these are the different things which we can, or different testing we can perform using API testing. Now let me talk about what exactly the things which we verify. However, we have seen a different kind of testing we can perform using API testing. So what are the exact things we can perform using API testing? The first thing is we can perform the HTTP status codes. What are these status codes? So we have different kind of status codes using which we can verify whether our result is correct or not. So there are different kind of series of status codes, HTTP status codes. So let's say we have 100 series, we have 200 series, 300 series, 400 series, and 500 series. So I'll talk about them HTTP status codes in coming slide, like what are the different kind of status codes we have. But let me give an overview, like what are these status codes. So 100 is for information purpose. We are getting some information from server, that is for information. So take an example like 100. When we receive the 100 code, when we send the request and getting response like 100, we are getting the response from a server in the form of HTTP status codes as part of API testing. So when we get 100, that means 100 is for continue. We have 200 is for 200 series, or 200 is for okay. If everything is working fine, like there are no errors and the application is working fine, so we'll get the response like 200. Suppose we are going to send like 2 plus 2, so it should be like 4, right? And we are getting the result as 4. So we'll send the request and we are getting the response from server like okay, means 200. When we get 200 okay, that means that is working fine. Another example could be like, let's say suppose we want some information using get method, and we get the response, correct user response without any error, so we'll get 200. That means okay. Another thing is like 300 series. So 300 is for a redirection purpose. We'll discuss about that in coming videos, about the status codes and about this 300. 400, let's talk about this. 400 and 5 are very important. So 400 is nothing but the client side error. So while sending the request, if we make any mistake or if we have errors from our end at client end while sending the request, so we'll get the 400 series related errors, like 404, 403 or something like that, right? So these are the different errors which we used to get as part of 400 series. 500 series is nothing but the server side error. If server is down or server is not responding, some network issue is there. So not network issue, if you get some like logic is not correct, and if any problem is there in server side, so we are getting the 500 series error. So these are the different status codes, guys, different status code series. So this is what we verify as part of API testing. Second thing is we verify the data accuracy. Whatever we are sending the data to server and we are getting the response, whether those data are correct or not. So we do testing data accuracy as part of API testing. Another one is response time, which is very important. Like how quickly we are getting the response from the server. If it is delay, like too much delay, then we say like something wrong with the from response, something is wrong with the application or some performance issue is there, right? So we calculate the response time as well as part of API testing. Another thing, we perform error codes, which we have discussed, like 400 and 500 series. If we get some error codes, then we used to verify these error codes using API testing. And authorization check we do as part of API testing. Performance security, that we have discussed as part of the last slide. We used to do some non-functional testing as well as part of API testing. So these are the different things which we used to do daily basis when we start working on API testing. So this is about what exactly needs to be verified in API testing. Now let's move to the next one. What are the advantages of API testing? So as I have discussed earlier, so whenever we do API testing, so once developers are done with the APIs, we can start testing the APIs, right? Whether those are correct or not, whether we are getting the correct response or not, irrespective of whether the UI is ready or not. So what are the advantages? What are the main advantages of API testing? So the first one is time effective. So whatever time we take while doing the functional testing on UI, it is less than half time we take while doing the API testing. And also when we write the automation code for API testing, let's say for UI automation, if you write like 10 lines of code, here we'll like 4 or 5 lines of code. So automation code also we can write easily as part of API testing. So it saves a lot of our time. So that's why it is time effective. Another thing is reduce testing cost. Now how it reduces the testing cost, right? So let's say we get some defects, the UI some defects before once API is ready and we are testing it and we get some defects. Okay, we got some defects. So that will be kind of a bigger defects when it encountered in UI. So that's why we save our time and we can get the defect as early as possible when we do the API testing. once API is ready, and that defect might be big or big issue, that will become a bigger issue when it will be introduced in UI. So that's how it reduces the testing cost as well. We can do some complex testing. We can perform some complex testing using API testing. Okay, so how we are doing to do? So let's say there is a banking application where we perform some payment related activities. So those payment related activities we can actually do through API as well. Okay, so that kind of complex functionality we can perform using API testing as well. Another important is language independent. So API is we talked about API like it is the communication between two or more computer programs. So they are communicating using XML format or JSON format or plain text. So this is the communication, right? So this is not rely on any particular language. So we can write our automation test using any other language, Java, Python, Ruby, Perl, any automation code, language we can write our code. So it is language independent. Another advantage of API testing could be it reduces the risk. Like there are a lot of risk involves as part of like this payment related functionalities, right? So it reduces the risk. Like as early as possible, we can perform the testing on different risk related or business risk related items. So it reduces the risk as well. So these are the different advantages of doing API testing. So moving on to the next topic, that is difference between API and web services. So many people getting confused, as I have discussed earlier, between API and web services. So what exactly web services and API? Let's talk about that. So what do you mean by web services? So the APIs which are on web. So these are also APIs, okay? But this is on web, is called web services. So this is on web, or we can say internet. So what are APIs? So API is the communication method between two or more computer programs. That is API, right? And the similar thing like in web services, when two computer programs communicate with each other on web is called, two or more computer programs communicate with each other on web is called web services. And APIs are on web as well as without web. So it will work using internet or on web and without web as well. Those are APIs. Now let's move on to the next point. We can say all web services are APIs, because those are APIs only, right? But those are on web, so that is nothing but the web services. So we can say all web services are APIs. Here we can say all APIs are not on web, are not web services. Why? Because all the APIs are not on web. Some of them are without internet as well, without web as well. So that's why. So what do you mean by without web, right? So you might have question like why I have written like without web. So maybe we can we can do some implementation on some of the APIs without internet as well. So that is those are also APIs, right? So some of them on web, some of them without web. So that is the second point. So what exactly the web services? So basically it's all are APIs only. Web services are also APIs, but that is kind of like wrapped up into HTTP protocol on the web. It's called the web services. Okay. Now moving on to the next point. So it supports only XML format for messaging, and here it supports different like XML, JSON, plain text, etc. So it supports multiple formats. And the fourth one is if we talk about the protocol wise, so it supports HTTP, and here it support HTTP as well as HTTPS. So S is for security, HTTP, HTTPS. So these are the different points about API in web services. However, when I start providing the notes on my blog, so I'll provide the complete difference between API and web services as well. So I hope it is clear. Like this is on web. Whatever APIs we have on web is called web services, and whatever APIs, like it is the communication between two or more computer programs on web or maybe without web as well. So this is all for today, guys, and let me know still if you have some questions. Please write down your question in the comment box of this video. If you're new to this channel, then please like, share and subscribe to this channel and click the bell icon to get the notification for upcoming API related videos, API testing related videos. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is the third part of API testing series, and today we are going to talk about different API terminologies. So we are going to talk about what do you mean by HTTP, HTTPS, resource and payload. We'll discuss about what are the different HTTP methods we have, and at last we'll talk about what do you mean by URI, URL and URN and endpoint. So these are very important terms when we talk about API and when we learn API testing. So let's get it started. So what is HTTP, HTTPS and resource? So in the last couple of videos, we talked about what is an API, what is API testing, and we have seen client server architecture, application architecture, 3-tier client server application architecture, where we have seen how we are sending the request and how we are getting the response. So in the similar way, when we talk about HTTP and HTTPS, so these are the protocols, hypertext transfer protocol and hypertext transfer protocol secure. So these are used for the communication between client and server over the network. So let me give you an example. So this is an URL, and when we fire this URL on any browser, so it sends the request to the server and we'll get the response. When we fire this URL over the web, nothing but using HTTP, which is protocol on the web, that is nothing but www on internet using browser. So we are requesting the server to get the information about this website. So we'll land on this page, www.automationtestinginsider.com. so this is the use of HTTP. So we are sending the request using the protocol. Protocol is nothing but the set of rules. It's a protocol used for the communication between client and server over the network. So this is about HTTP and HTTPS. If you talk about the difference between them, so here we are using extra S. So what is the use of this HTTPS? So it is more secure than HTTP because of it uses another protocol is called or certificate SSL. You might have heard SSL, secure socket layer. So that is why it is more secure than HTTP, and it uses the messages in the form of like encrypted format. It is using because it is more secure, so that's why it is using the message format in encrypted format. And it is less faster because of it has more features than HTTP. It is faster than HTTP protocol. Now if you talk about resource, so what do you mean by resource? So in API terms, whatever is data available on the server, we used to call resource. How to get the resource from the server, how we are updating the resource. So we use this term frequently in API testing or when we work with APIs. Resource, so whatever data present on the server in the form of image, file or any data or JSON format or any other format, we call it as resource. Now if I talk about different HTTP methods, so here we have some HTTP methods. So these are very important HTTP methods. So we have get HTTP methods. So what do you mean by get HTTP method? So we are sending the request to the server some information from this server. For that purpose we use get method. How we are sending the request? So let's say we have an application and for the user registration, so user is already registered, let's say user A, B, C, Suppose we want the information for about user A. So how we are sending this get request? Using get HTTP method, using URL, the base URL, and we can call it as URL or URI. We'll discuss about them in the coming slides. So we'll put some information about the about this particular user A, like user ID and a password, and we'll get the response back from this server. So this is get HTTP method. If you talk about post one, so suppose we want to put the address, we want to update, we want to add the address into the server on server. So how we are going to use? We are going to use post method. When we first time add the record on this server, that is nothing but the post. So for this user, address will be added on the server when you use this post HTTP method. If you talk about put one, suppose we want to update the address from this on the server which is already present, existing record, we want to update it, so we use this put HTTP method. If you talk about delete, suppose we want to delete something from the server, so we can use this delete HTTP method. So these are the important HTTP methods which we used frequently when we work with APIs. If you talk about responses, so this we have seen in the last video as well. 200 series is nothing but for the OK, and 300 is for redirection, 400 for client side error, and this is for server side error. And I'll create a separate video to discuss about different status codes. So these are status codes which we get in the form of response, right? Like 200 whether it is okay or not, like 200 is for okay, and some error for not 4, client side error, and find out 3, server side error, like that. So I'll create, there are different status codes are available, so we'll talk about them in a separate video, each one of them. Moving on to the next one, what is URI, URL, URN, and endpoint? So these terms, especially URI and URL, are used interchangeably in API terms. URI is nothing but uniform resource identifier, and we can say it uses either location or address or name. So we can say URL, it uses URL or URI, URN, or we can say the combination of both is called URI, uniform resource identifier. What is URL? Uniform resource locator. Locator is nothing but the address. It locates the address and assist us how we are getting that particular resource from the server. URN is nothing but uniform resource name. So it directly identify what is the resource name. So these two terms, like especially URI and URL, used interchangeably in API terms. So here we have an example. So HTTPS is nothing but the scheme, or we can say protocol. This is host or domain, google.com, and this is the path where our resource is present, articles / article name. Now what is URI, URL, URN, and endpoint here? And if you talk about endpoint, so endpoint is nothing but the point from which API uses its resources from this server. That is nothing but the endpoint. So generally developer creates this API endpoints and give it to us, and we use post and scheme to fire that URL, to request that URL from this server, use that URL to request some data from the server, or when we use different HTTP methods, we use different HTTP methods to send those requests. Now in this example, if you talk about what is URI, so we can say from here, except protocol, this is nothing but the URI. If you talk about endpoint, so from here to here, this is endpoint. This path is endpoint. And this is nothing but URN. And this complete is URL. Okay, let me give another example so that you can understand better. So let's say there is a e-commerce website, and we have URL. Let's say we have base URL https api.example.com, and we have particular product inside this path v1/products, and let's say 1 2 3 4. So this is our complete URL. Here we have https:/. So this is the protocol, and this is the domain name or host, and v1/v1 products 1 2 3. So this is nothing but the endpoint, which is provided by the where it is where it is located exactly, from where we are using the resource or getting the information from the server. So this is nothing but the endpoint. And here we have path, right? So v1/product is the path, and this is the URN, uniform resource name. And if I talk about URI, so this is the URI, uniform resource identifier, and this is the complete URL when we send the request. So this is an example of URL or URI. So this is another example of URL and URI. So it has all the information, right? We have scheme, protocol, user information. Here we are providing the user information, and host www.example.com is the host, nothing but the host. Port, so on which port it is available, that resource. So using this port we are accessing that resource. This is nothing but the path /forum/questions is the path, and after that we are adding the query. Tag is equal to networking and order is equal to newest, right? So these are nothing but the queries which we are sending through URL to get the particular item from the server to access that particular resource. And /top is nothing but the fragment. Fragment is nothing but basically it is specify a specific condition or condition in the endpoint is called the fragment. So till here to here we can say this is the endpoint, and from here we have this as URI, uniform resource identifier, and this is the complete URL from beginning to end, and we have URN, what we are going to access, right? The top. So this is another example of URL and URI. So don't be confused. Generally in different terms we use different people uses different terms like URI and URL, but if you talk about the exact difference, so this is how it looks like. So here we have a simple sample HTTP post request, so how we are sending this request, let's have a look. So endpoint, this is our endpoint, or we can say the base URL we have, and here we have HTTP method, so we are sending the post HTTP method, and HTTP headers. So this is the header. So header is nothing but the extra information when we provide while accessing something from the server. When we send the HTTP method request, so we used to provide extra information that comes under HTTP headers, like what is the content type, like it should be in JSON format, what it should accept JSON format, right? And authorization, like some authentication. So these are the information we keep under HTTP headers. Now this is the body. What kind of details we want, we keep under body, and this is also called payload. So at the time of sending the request, so this is request payload, and when we get the response, this is time of sending the request payload, and when we get the response payload. So we'll get some response in the form of body, so that is nothing but the response payload. So this complete information whatever we put inside body is called the payload. So this is all about today, guys, and let me know if you have further questions about the different terminologies, so I'll clarify. Put your question in the comment section of this video so that I can answer you. So in the next video we'll talk about we are going to talk about how we are going to install Postman and how we do the settings and all, and we'll start using hello friends, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is the fourth part of API testing series, and today we are going to talk about Postman tool. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about Postman introduction, and we'll see some of the features about Postman tool, and I'll show you how we can download, install and set up Postman tool. Later on we'll talk about different sections inside Postman tool, so tool walkthrough. And at last I'll show you how we can send sample HTTP request and how we are getting the response. We have different HTTP methods using which we can send different requests, different HTTP requests, get, post, put and delete. So I'll show you a couple of them today to see how it works. So these are the things which we are going to discuss today. So let's get started. So what is Postman tool? So Postman is an API tool that allows us to test and manage APIs as a tester point of view. So we can use this tool to test and manage our APIs. So you might ask question like we are getting the APIs in the form of URL, URI or endpoint. So why can't we directly test on browser? But we cannot test all the APIs on browser because so many parameters we have to define for different APIs. So that's the reason we use this tool to manage our APIs and test those APIs using this particular tool, Postman tool, by sending the request and getting the response back. We have to validate so many things when we test the APIs. And as a developer point of view, we can create the APIs and we can create the documentation, API documentation as well. Another point is Postman provides an UI that allows us to send HTTP request. So this is the basic feature which we can do using Postman. We can send multiple different HTTP requests to APIs, view the response and test the APIs functionality. Use collections. So this is an important feature of Postman tool. So what is collection basically? So let's say this is collection A, and we can say collection is a combination of different HTTP requests. So inside this collection we can create multiple HTTP requests, like let's say get, post, put, delete. So these are the different requests we can create inside a collection, and also we can create the folders as well. So Postman allows user to build collections for their API calls. Every set can create multiple requests and subfolders. It will help to organize the test suites. So we can create the test suites as well using this collection. Later on we can run that collection as a whole for the multiple requests. So in simple terms, collection is the combination of different HTTP requests. A test development to test checkpoints, verification of successful HTTP response status shall be added to every API call. So whenever we send the request to the server, when we get the response, we'll get the response in the form of HTTP status codes. So we can verify, we can validate our response, what kind of response we are getting, and we can create different checkpoints as well. What are the checkpoints? Nothing but the validation. So we can perform different validations on our APIs using by creating different checkpoints. So we can create the checkpoints using JavaScript, like whether we are getting 200 message or not. 200 is nothing but the OK, whether we are getting 4 not 4, like that. So we can create our test cases using those checkpoints using JavaScript, which we are going to discuss in coming videos. So let's have a look at the next point, automation testing. So test can be performed in several repetitions or iterations by using the collection runner. So this is what I was talking about. So we can create multiple requests inside a collection, and we can run this collection as a whole. We have runner option here. So using that we can run the all the requests inside a collection at once, or Newman. So there is another option, Newman. So this is a separate tool which we have to install and configure inside a Postman. So using Newman, we can run our collection in command prompt, which saves time for repeated test for automation testing, right? That is nothing but the repetitive test. We can use this collection runner and we can do some sort of automation testing. Collaboration. You can import or export collections and environments to enhance the sharing of files. You may also use direct connection to share the collections. So we can do collaboration using this tool as well. We can share our APIs, our files and documentation to other team members as well. So these are the different features about Postman tool. Now we'll talk about what are the different apps are available. What are the different ways we can download and install Postman? How we get the Postman in different ways. So native app. So we have a native app for different platforms like Windows, Mac OS, Linux, different operating system. And another way is web version. So there are two ways. Basically, we can set up Postman. One is using exe file, or you can say native app for different platforms, different operating system. Another one is web version on any browser, on Chrome browser, right? And another one is it was available earlier as a Chrome extension that is already deprecated. So this option is not available. So there are two ways. One is through native app and second one is through web version. So we'll go through the tool once I install it. Once I download, install and set up, I'll show you workspace, how we can create the workspace, how we can create the collection, and how we can send the HTTP request. So these are the different features, different what you can say, things which we can perform on workspace, collection and HTTP request. And I'll show you sample request like get request and post request. So let's have a look. How to download Postman, you need to come to Google and simply type in here Postman download, press enter. So you'll get the first option here, www.postman.com. so this official website of Postman. So right click and open the link in new tab. So this option, download Postman, get started for free, download option is there. So when you open in new tab, so here you will get an option to download for Windows. Download the app to get started with Postman API platform. And we have a couple of other options as well. Download for Mac platform or Linux operating system. So we have options here for other platforms, and we have an option here, Postman on the web. So you can try the web version from here as well. So let me first click on this one, Windows 64-bit. So we'll start using this one. So initially we'll start using the Windows app, and later on we'll try the web version as well. But let me show you by clicking on this one, right click and open in new tab. So for the first time user, you need to create the account here, or you can simply sign up using Google account as well. So let's wait. Once it is downloaded, then we'll start. So it is downloaded. So this is an exe file. It is downloaded. Now it is 160 MB exe file. So double click on this one to install. Now installing Postman. Now this is how it looks, Postman tool. And if you come to desktop, you'll see shortcut has been created over here, Postman. Come back to the tool. Now here we have different options like home, workspace, explore, and a sign in option. From here we have to sign in, and these are the different options like collections, APIs, environment, mock servers, monitor, history. So all these options we are going to explore one by one later on in coming sessions as well. And we can create directory collection from here, but before that we have to start with workspace, so that we can save everything, like whatever request, whatever collections are there inside that workspace, the same way like we used to do for other editors as well. So what I'll do, I'll create the workspace first of all. First of all, we need to sign in, and then we'll create the workspace. So we can, when we click on sign in, it will take us to the web version. Okay, from website we have to sign in. So from here, I have already created the account, guys. So simply I'll put my user ID and password. Click on sign in, and again it will take us to, it will ask open Postman, that app. So we'll click on this open Postman. It will take us to this Windows app. Now this is how it looks, the Postman tool, and here we have the user from which we have logged in, hverma22, and here we have some different options like settings, sign out, and this is the upgraded version. We can get it from here, and left side we have to, when we click on this home, so this is the home page only, and from here workspaces are there. So first of all, we have to create the workspace. So click on this create workspace. So I'll give some meaningful name like Postman. Postman tutorial, and let me just select this visibility for personal for now, and click on create workspace. So workspace has been created, and we can rename the workspace as well by selecting like 1, press enter. So now you can see here Postman 1 is created. Inside this workspace we can create the collections from here. Create collection, there are different options. We have an option from here as well. From top 3 lines are there, so from there we can have this file option, and from when we click on this new, so we have different options from here as well. HTTP request, we can create HTTP request, collections, environment, API documentation, and all those things. So we'll explore everything going forward, but for now what I'm going to do is, and we can create the collection from here as well. There are 2-3 options from which you can create the collection. From here, file, and then new, and you can select the collection here, or we have plus option here, create new collection, or we can directly click on this button, create collection. So there are several options are there, or we can use a particular template as well. We'll talk about this template later on. What I'll do, simply I'll click on this one, and another thing is this is the workspace, and you can delete this workspace as well. You can rename, and you can delete from here, workspace settings, delete workspace, click on delete, and you have to put the name and click on this delete option. So this is how you can delete the workspace as well. So let me come back to this workspace, and what I'll do, I'll create new collection over here. So simply click on this plus icon. So new collection has been created. Similar way, like workspace, we can rename the collection as well. So I'll put like sample collection, press enter. So this is how you can rename the collection as well. Again, you can like rename, we already renamed it, so we can delete the collection as well from here, delete option. So this an option to delete this collection. Now what I'll do, I'll create some requests inside this sample collection. So collection is nothing but the collection of different combination of different requests, HTTP request, which we have discussed earlier. Now here we have an option called add a request, and add a request, HTTP request, and we can request from here as well. From new option we can create the HTTP request as well. But let me try with this one, add a request, click on add request. Now here you can see this is new request, and again we can rename the request as well. So I'll put like get request, and press enter. So here you'll see get request. You can delete the request as well, get request. Now here we have an option for enter URL or paste text over here. Now coming to this PPT, here we have couple of options here for get request and post request. I'll provide all these APIs as well, and going forward we'll explore more APIs as well. I'll provide all the links. So for now, let me just use this API, this GET request API. So come back to this one. When I put this URL here, okay, so what you will see here, these are the different requests or verbs we used to say, and here we have different HTTP methods like get, post, put, patch, delete. These are the common ones which we are using. Now I'm using right now get, so here I put the URL and you'll see automatically it takes the params. So query param. So in this URL you'll see this query parameter is there. So this is nothing but the protocol or scheme which we have already discussed in the last video, and this is the domain requires.in and domain or host, and from here we have path, right, API /API and users /API users, and then page is equal to 1. Here we have query parameter or params. That means we are searching on the server, like page is equal to 1. We are going to find out the particular resource, right, on page number 1. So this is our URL, and when we have this query parameter, so here you can see query params. So or what are the things are there for query parameters, it will all be displayed over here, like page is equal to 1 and the description is nothing, so value is 1 and key is, this is in key value pair, right, page is equal to 1. So you can see here authorization, right now we are not providing any authorization, so it is blank. Headers, there are some default headers are there, like hidden headers are there. Header is nothing but whatever metadata is there, like additional information when we provide with any request, so that is nothing but the headers. Body is something where we provide in case of post, put or delete, or post or put, when we send some information to the server. In some cases for get request also we provide the body as well, but mostly for put or post, when we create the new record or when we update the new record, when we update the existing record, we'll provide the put in the body. We have pre-request script and we have test option. So from here we can code snippet is already there, so from here we can select and we can create our test that we are going to discuss in coming videos, and settings is also there. So now what I'll do, I'll simply click on send. This is the get request. Click on send. So it will send the request to the server and we'll get the response. So we are getting the response like this. So this is the body. So this is nothing but the response body. Here we are getting all the results on page number 1 on the server, right? And here you can see 200 okay. So this is the message HTTP status code which we are getting, right? 200 okay. 200 is for okay. And these are the validations which we used to do as part of API testing. So we used to verify what is the status code, and then this is the how much time it takes, like response time, and here we have the response size, and we can save this example as well, this response as well. And you can see in this response we have this body, this is the response payload, and here we have cookies. If it returns any cookies when we browse anything on the internet, so it creates the simple what you can say temporary internet files when we browse something on google.com or any other website. So whenever it creates the cookies, so it will be coming over here, but in this case there are no cookies. Headers, these are the headers for this request, and test result, when we create the test, when we create some test, then it will come over here like fail, pass and everything, which we are going to discuss like when we create some test cases. For now we are simply just sending a request which is get request, and we can save this get request as well from this option, save request. So let me just click on this save. So now it is saved over here in this, inside this sample collection. Now there is another request, another get request, so let me use this one as well. So I'll create another request, another get request. So what I'll do, we have an option from here, add request, click on add request. Another request you can see or coming over here. So I'll give get name like get request 1. So the first one is get request, second one is get request one. Now I'll put the URL over here. So it will take all the employees from the server for if you talk about this particular API. Now here you can see there is no query parameter over here, so that's why this key value and everything is blank. Authorization is not there, headers are there, some default headers, hidden headers, and body is nothing. So let me just simply click on this send. Now you can see all the employees data over here, like strategy, success, data. This is the in JSON format we are getting. ID, employee name, employee salary, and all these things are displayed over here. So this is the second request. Now let me try the post request. So what do you mean by post request, which we have discussed in the last video? When we create the records on the server, when we create some resources on the server, when we create the new request, when we create the new record on the server, that is nothing but the post request. So to create the new record, we have to send the data as well, like payload request, right? So let me show you. So simply I'll create a new request here, add request. I'll put the URL here, and I have to select the method as post. Right now it is not coming here because we have not saved it yet, right? So that's why it is coming like get only, but here we have selected post. Later on we'll save it. And params we don't need, body we want, right? So what is the body? So this is the name and job for corresponding user we are going to create. So what option we have to select here? So raw option, and put it over here. This is not coming in correct format, so it's because of when we do copy paste. And we have to select the JSON format here. Now it is coming key value pair perfectly. Now what I'll do, simply I'll click on send. So when we select this raw option, so here we can select whatever format we want to send as per the API documentation, as defined in the API documentation. So in this case it is JSON format, so I'll select JSON and simply click on send. Now you can see the body response. In the response body, this user has been created. Test postman leader, job title is leader, ID is 176 and created at this time. And here you can see 200 created, and then we have response time, response size, and we can save this response as well. Now what I'll do, I'll save this request as well, this post request. So simply click on save. Now here you can see post is coming, right? Post new request. So let me just give meaningful name, post request, enter. Now here you can see get request one, and post request. So these are the three requests we have seen today. So this is all for today, guys. So this is how we used to use Postman tool. Let me know if you have any other questions in the comment box of this video. Please like, share, and subscribe this channel if you are new, and also press the bell icon to get the notification for upcoming interesting. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider, and today we are going to talk about different HTTP methods and how we can perform different operations using these HTTP methods using Postman tool. So I have written all these HTTP methods in the form of test cases over here, and we'll execute one by one using Postman tool. You can see I have written the test cases, all the columns, and a few test cases I have written over here. So friends, if you want this Excel sheet, then let me know if you want this in the comment box of this video, and put your email ID as well so that I can share this template with you guys. So before I start executing all these test cases, let me take you to my PPT where we'll discuss what is the agenda for today. So this is the fifth part of API testing series, and today we are going to talk about different HTTP methods. And in the last video we have spoken about how we can install Postman, how to set up the Postman, how to create the workspace, how to create the collection, and we have seen a couple of requests as well. Now today we'll focus more on how we can send different HTTP methods, how to create the different HTTP requests and how to send them, and basically we'll discuss about get, post, update, delete, and patch as well, put and patch as well. So these four are also called CRUD operations. So what do you mean by CRUD operations? So CRUD here, C stands for create. So create is nothing but post operation. What it does, it creates the resource in the server, on the server, right? So and R stands for read the data. So read is nothing but get the information from the server. So that is read operation. Another one is U is nothing but the update the resources, and D is nothing but the delete the record from the server. So these are also called CRUD operation. So in computer language we have CRUD operation: create, read, update, and delete. And we'll talk about how to import and export collection as well, and later on I'll show you how we can run the collection as a whole, like all the collection we have seen in the last video. What do you mean by collection? So collection is nothing but the combination of different HTTP requests or collection of different HTTP requests. So we'll see how we can run our collection as well. Now let me take you back to the test cases. So here I have written the test cases like test case ID here and request type. So for GET we have multiple. I have given the example of different other GET request as well. So there are 4 types of request I have given GET request. So what it does, the GET method is used to retrieve resources from a server. Is the description I have given. Here I have given the URI or URL, uniform resource identifier, or you can say URL, uniform resource locator, which we have already spoken about what do you mean by URI, URL in the previous videos. And a request payload, the body of the request body. So in the case of GET request, we don't need any body. And response payload, whatever response will get, we'll put it over here. And status code, we'll put it over here. What is the status code? Actual status code, and this is the expected. What should be the expected? 200, right? So in that way we'll pass the test cases, pass our test case, right? So let me just start executing one by one using Postman tool. Let me take you to my Postman tool. Now here you can see the Postman in dark theme. So from where you can change the themes, right? So here we have an option, the settings option. Click on that one, and inside that again settings, and here we have themes tab. From here you can change the themes like light or dark, and the system default, which is light version only. So let me keep it as dark only for now. Now we have to create the collection. First of all, we have to create the collection. So here we have an option called create collection. Click on that one. So here we have collection has been created. So I'll rename this sample collection. Press enter. Now this collection has been created, sample collection. Now you have to create the request inside this collection. So there are different ways you can create the collection request. So here we have an option, add a request. From here you can create, or from this plus button as well you can create the request. Let me click, and you can see this is get request. The default one is get request. So this has been created. Let me delete for now this one. And another way is from the top, file and new. When you click on new, you will see different options over here. So from here also you can create the HTTP request. By selecting the particular collection, you can come to this option as well, and you can select this HTTP request. So for now, let me create from here, add a request. So the first method is get. So by default it will be selected. So even in our test case also, get method is the first method. So come back to the test case. I'll copy this URL. So this is the dummy API which I have picked up, and I'll show you a couple of websites from where you can practice. So let me put it over here, enter URL, and this doesn't need any request payload, request body, and we'll get the response once we send it, right? So let me send it simply. So we don't need params. It doesn't have any params. Authorization also it doesn't need. Headers, the default headers are there. Body, it won't need any body. So simply I'll click on send. Now you can see the response body, right? So let me copy this, and from this URL is requesting the server. This particular get method is requesting the server to get the information. So these are the information present in the database, which we can see using this get method. You can see user ID 1, title, and completed is false. User ID 1, ID 2. So ID is unique here, ID is unique, and user ID is there could be multiple IDs inside a user ID. So for this user ID, we have, like, you can see ID1, ID2, ID3, like that. So there are multiple records are there. We got the information. So let me copy this and put it in our test cases. Response payload status code, we got it 200. You can see 200, and this is the time taken, response time taken, and this is the size of the data which we received. So the test case is passed. We are getting 200. This is the actual, and this is the expected. Expected should be 200. So we got the 200. Yeah. We'll do one thing. We'll cut this one and we'll put it over here like this. This is the actual result, and this is the expected status code should be 200. So we got 200, and this result is pass. So this is the first case, and second one is inside the GET request only we have single resource. How to get the single request? Currently we got multiple requests, so how we get the single resource? Now what I will do, we got this, we have created one request, and I'll save this. So simply click on this edit option here, and we'll save this with meaningful, like get meaningful name, get request all records. I'll give like all records, and here we have an option called save request. Now you can see left side, get request all records. So this has been created and it is saved as well. Now we'll create another request to come to this collection level and create another request, add request, and this is the next request. I'll put the URL over here, and from that database we want the fifth number, fifth record. So here this is the URL will be the same from the previous one, but only thing is we want the ID, particular ID, we want the fifth one. So how we'll get? We need to just provide the ID over here. So this is the URL we got it for this API, right? And we'll send the get request again. So we'll get the particular record like user ID 5. Again, it doesn't need anything, so we'll simply click on save. So we got the only one record, particular record, right? Fifth record. Here you can see the ID as 5. Inside the user ID 1, we got the ID 5. So this is how we can get the particular record. We'll put the result over here, and request payload is we don't need anything, and this is the expected 200, and here also like 200 we got, so 200, and this is also passed. Now coming to the next one, get with query parameters. So this we have seen in the last video as well. So this URL has some params, right? Let me save this request. How to save? Come back to here and get request one record, and click on save. So this get request is for all the records, and this get request is for only particular record. So 2 requests we have created. Come back to this collection level again and create another add request. What is the next one? Get with query parameters. So here we have query parameters. So you can see in this URL we have query parameters. Users page equal to 2, right? This is the path API under API/users, and then this is the query parameter. Page is equal to 2, so it should display all the records from page number 2 for this particular API. So here we have headers and body. Header here will come all the parameters will be there, right? So it comes, the records will be displayed automatically, like key is equal to page. This is my key, and value is equal to 2. Here you can see key is equal to page and value is equal to 2 inside this parameter tab. Authorization, we don't need any authorization. Headers are there like default. Body also we don't need. Simply click on send. Now you can see we got some records, 200. Okay, right? You simply copy this and we'll put it over here as well. response payload. We got some records here. What should be the status? 200, 200, 200 we got, and we'll pass this case. So this is another type of get request. Another one is single resource not found. So this should not give any like error. So we should get expected, we should get like 404. So I'll put 404 here, and we'll see what is the actual result we are getting. So expected is 404. For this one, get single resource not found for this particular URL. Let me copy this, and I need to save this one as well. Get request params with params, and save it. So we have created 3 requests. Now we'll create the another request. Add request, put it here, and let's see, by sending this, click on send button. Now here you'll see 404 you found, right? You found 404, and this is our body. So this is the 4th request we got, 404. This is the body we got, and here also 404, and this case is passed. So these are the different GET requests which we have created. Now let's talk about the post one. So let me save this one. GET request. What is this one? 404 error. Click on save. So these are the 4 different requests we have created. GET request. Now let's talk about the post request. So what it does, the post method sends the data to the server and creates a new resource. So it creates the new resource on the server. So this is the sample URL I have taken. So let's copy it and create another request by coming to the collection level and add request. I'll put it over here, and I'll give the name. Now this is post, and create data. Post request, create data, and we have to select the method as post, correct? This is our URL, and this is the HTTP method. So we have to select from this list post. And another thing is, this it requires the body, right? What kind of request and what are the requests we are creating. So come to the body. It doesn't need any parameters, authorization as well. Headers are their default, and come to body and select the raw from here, raw, and then JSON format. So it depends on what kind of what is written inside your API documentation, like what kind of data we are sending for particular API, right? So for in this case, we are going to send the JSON format. We are going to discuss about JSON as well, what is JSON, XML, and everything in coming videos. For now, just you understand, like it sends the data in the form of key value pair. So this is my data which we are sending to the server to create the data. Now we should get like this, the response, correct? The data should be created on the server. So everything is done. Post, here is the URL, and this is the request body. Click on, let me just click on send. So now here you can see 201 created. So this is my expected result, 201, and here we got the 201. So this case is passed. And what is the response we got? This is the response we got. And do not think, guys, like this is actually created the record in the server. However, when we work with the real APIs, then it will be created the record. So this is just simulator kind of thing, like this particular API. So this way you may not get this 201 ID on the server. So this is just a simulator, right? We just want to create the simulate. We want to simulate it. That's the reason. Here we got the response 201 created, but you may not find this 201 ID for this particular API. Because this is dummy API, right? Don't get confused with that. So this is the post request which we got, and let's talk about the next one, put. What put does is, the put method is used to update an existing record, existing resource, correct? So let me first save this one, click on save. Now you can see here post request, we have saved it, right? Now let me create another request, add request, and this time put request. So I'll change it to put request, and I'll update the record, update record, and URL we have to give, we have to select the put method and URL. What is the URL we have here? We have the URL. So fifth number ID we want to update. So here we have given the particular ID which we want to update, and body we have to give. Again, we have to select raw and JSON. What is the body we are going to send? This one. Copy it and put it over here. Now let me just simply click on send. So it updates the record. You can see here we want to update title and completed as false. So you'll get the response like this: title as hello task and completed as false, 200. So we got the 200 response as well. So this is also pass. Another one, we have patch records. Before that, let me just save it. Click on save. Now here you can see put record. Put request is also created. Now let me create another request, add request, and we'll talk about the patch. We have to select the patch from here. Patch is nothing but it will update, like partial update the records, partial update on the server resource. So this method is used to update the existing data. The request body only needs to contain the specific changes to the resource. So in this case, we want for the ID 1, we want to just update the completed status as true, right? So this is how we have to select, and simply click on send. So we'll get the response like this: completed is updated here as true. Here you can see the records got updated, and 200 we are getting. 200 is the expected and actual result. The status is pass. Now the last one is delete. Suppose we want to delete something from the server, some resource from the server. So what we can do, we can use this http delete method. The delete method is used to delete a resource specified by its URI. Please save this one. So this one is patch request, and update field. Click on save. So patch is done. Now let me create another by come to this collection level and add request. Delete, will select the delete from here, delete option, delete http request, and this is delete URI for the delete update, and body. So don't need body as well here for delete method as well, and simply we have to provide the ID in the URL, right? So here we have provided the URL like 1, and simply it will delete the record from the server. So simply click on send. You'll get this curly braces. We got it, and record. We got a response as 200, and this is pass. 200 is nothing but the OK, right? 201 is created. Here we got the 201 while requesting the post HTTP method. Let me save this one as well, and this is delete request, delete the record, click on save. So these are the different HTTP requests we have created as part of this collection, sample collection. 4 type of get request and post request, put request, patch and delete. Now what I'll do, I've already created it and we have passed all our test cases, correct? Now what I'll do, I'll save this collection. How we can export this collection? Suppose we want to share this with some of our team members, or we want to send this file to our client or someone. So how we are going to share this collection, right? So how we can save it? So come to this 3 dots, and here we have an option called export. So click on export, and we can export using this option. We got collection v 2.1, that is the version, recommended version. So let it be like that, and click on export. It will ask us to save. So let me save on the desktop. Now you can see this collection has been saved over here. This is JSON file, right? So in the form of JSON file it is created, it is exported there. Now I can delete this collection. So let me delete it, and I'll show you how we can import that one. Let me delete this. Now that collection has been deleted, now I want to import that one. So come to we have option over here, import option, correct? Inside this our workspace. So here we have import option. Click on that one. We can simply drag over here, or we can select the files, particular files from here as well. So click on these files, desktop, we have this sample collection like that, and now that collection has been imported to our Postman, right? You can see the right side as well. So far we have covered everything, I guess, how to import, export collection also, and run a collection. So how we can run the collection as a whole? So simply come here, and here we have run option, run collection. On collection, when you select the collection, 3 dots, and here we have an option called run collection. Simply run that collection. It will ask like run manually, schedule runs, or automate runs via CLI. Okay, so simply I'll select this run manually, and iteration only one, run sample collection. Click on this one. You can see all the collections will be, all the requests inside this collection will be executed. You can see this get request all records 200 you are getting, get request 1 record 200 we are getting. So all the records we are all the results we are getting over here. So this is how you can run your collection as well. And these are the couple of sites from which I have created these test cases, all these requests. So one is this one, requestresponse.in, RQRES.in, request response, which is the short form of request response. So here you'll get different API, different HTTP methods. You can just play around it, like get, you can see here, post, put, patch, delete. Different HTTP methods are here, so you can play around it by using all these APIs. And another one is from here, from this medium.com, which I have taken some examples. Here also we have CRUD operation, create, update, put and delete. So this is all for today. So let me know if you have any other questions in the comment section of this video. Thank you so much for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is the 6th part of API testing series, and today we are going to talk about different types of HTTP status codes. And this is an important interview question as well. So interviewer might ask you at the time of interview that what is a particular status code and what does it means. They might also ask you what are the different categorization of different HTTP status codes. So we are going to talk about them in detail. So let's talk about first what is the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about what is the status code, what are the different categorization or different series of status codes, and at last I'll show you demo through Postman tool some important status codes, how we are getting those status codes, and I'll show you a couple of websites as well, which is very important to understand different status codes. And I have prepared an Excel sheet as well where I mentioned all kind of different status codes and what is the description and what is the meaning of those status codes. So let's get started with the first topic. What is status code? So we have seen in the previous videos how we are sending the request from client. So whenever we send the request from client, we are getting some response. So the first and important thing which we verify is response code. So whenever we send the request from client using different HTTP methods like GET, POST, PUT, DELETE, we are getting some response code. So those response code is nothing but the status codes, or you can say the HTTP status code. So we are getting different, whether it's success or failure, we are getting some response codes. So we are getting in different series, like we are getting 100, 200 series, 300 series, 400 series, and 500 series. So irrespective of whether we are getting the success message or failure message, we are receiving those response codes. So those are nothing but the status codes. And we have different meanings of those response codes, like 100 is for continue, and we have 200 is for success message, 300 is for redirectional, 400, and these two are related to the error. So 400 is for the client side error and 500 is for the server side error. If you talk about the definition, so status and error codes refer to code number in the response header that indicates the general classification of the response. And these are the important like response code which we verify when we do API testing, which is the first thing, like how we categorize, right, whether it is success or failure. So based on the response codes only, we verify whether we are getting the correct response or not. And HTTP response status codes indicate whether a specific HTTP request has been successfully completed or not. What are the different categorization or different series of status codes? So there are, as we discussed, we have different series like 100 series, which is nothing but the informational series. Request received, continuing the process. So process is still continuing, and this talks about the some informational responses, right? So that is nothing but the 100 series. If you talk about the 200 series, that is nothing but the success message. So the action was successfully received, understood, and accepted. If you talk about the 300 series, so that is nothing but the redirection. It is redirected to some other URL or some other actions. Further action must be taken in order to complete the request. So that is redirection. It is not a success message or failure. Irrespective of that, it redirected to some other actions. Client error. 400 series is nothing but the client error. The request contains bad syntax or cannot be fulfilled. That is client side error or client response codes which we are receiving, right? 400 series. And 500 series talks about the server side error. If we have server is down or any problem is there at the server end, whether, I mean, we are sending the correct request from our end, from the client end, but we are not receiving the correct response from the server because of some problems at the server end. Those are nothing but the server errors. So these are the different types of status codes we have. So guys, this is an Excel sheet which I have created mentioning all the different kind of status codes, different HTTP status codes with respect to what are the different series we have, like 100 series, 200 series, 300 series, 400 series, and 500 series. And here I have mentioned all the status codes belongs to particular series and what is the meaning of it and what is the description. And I have given some examples as well. Like if we talk about 200 series, here I have given the couple of examples. So all these status codes are not important. Only some of the status codes are important. Only thing is you need to remember what are the, like what is the different categorization of different status codes. Like 100 is for information, 200 is for success, 300 is for the redirection purpose, 400 is for the client errors, and 500 is for the server side error. And some of the status codes which are important I have highlighted in orange color. So let's talk about like one by one all of them. So if you talk about 100 series, so what does it means? So it means continue, and initial request has been received by the server and it's in continuing, it's continuing it's in progress. So that is nothing but the continue whenever we receive the 100 status codes. If we talk about 200 series, so these are the couple of response codes which are important, like HTTP status codes which are important, like 200 series, 200, which the meaning of 200 is okay. The 200 okay status code means that the request was successful. So we have seen in the last video as well. Let me take you to Postman. So these are the different requests which we have created as part of this collection, and let me just request let me just send the request for one of the status codes, and using different HTTP methods which we have created all these status codes like get, post, put, patch, delete. So let me send one of the request. So here we are getting the response like 200. So that means it's successful. We are getting the success response, right? So this is nothing but the 200. If we talk about 201, so new resource has been, whenever the new resource has been created, so we are getting the response as 201. So if we talk about this post method, post HTTP method, so we are sending some new information to the server, and when we click on send, so there is response. The response which we are getting is 201. So the new resource has been created on the server is nothing but 201 response status code. Similarly, we have different other status codes we have as part of 200, which is nothing but the success response. So these are all success related messages like 202, 203, 204, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 26. So these are the different status codes we have as part of 200 series. If we talk about 300 series, so redirection messages we have as part of 300 series, which are not very much important, but what happens here is it is redirected to some other resource, or you can say different URLs. So we have different status codes as well as part of redirection message like 300, 301, 302, 303. So you can just go through what are the different status codes we have, but as part of API testing, these are not very much important, like redirection messages. If you talk about 400 series, which are very important whenever we get some errors, so what kind of response we are getting, so that is important, right? So if you talk about 400, so that is nothing but the bad request. The 400 bad request status code means that the server could not understand the request because of invalid syntax. So here I have given the example. So whenever we send the request and there is some invalid syntax in the request, so we are getting 400 status code. So let me explain this with the help of an example. So what I'll do, I'll create a new request over here, add request, and simply I'll rename this status code HTTP code. So the status code demo. I'll put the URL over here and let me just click on send. So we'll be getting 400, right? Bad request. That means bad request. So what it says, some problem with the request, right? So what we do, let's read the response. So here we have it is mentioned clearly like query is a required parameter. So we have to provide the query parameter with this request. So what I'll do, I'll simply write query parameter. So here you can see, as soon as I have written like query parameter, so using this question mark, we can write this query parameter, and here you can see it is coming inside these params, right? Parameters. So query has been added. If you give some value, so we can give value like is equal to 2. So here you can see the value is coming. Now let me just request it. So this time we should not get phone 400 error. So still sending the request. What is taking time? Let me just cancel it. Yeah, now you can see we are getting 200 messages. So that means it is success message. So this is about 400 bad request, unauthorized access. So 401 unauthorized status code means that the request has not been applied because the server requires user authentication. So we have to provide user authentication, username, user ID and password for this request. This kind of, whenever we server requires user authentication, so if we don't provide that, then we are getting 401. If we talk about 402, that is related to payment required related message. And if we talk about 403, so forbidden. So 403 forbidden status code means that the client request has been rejected because the client does not have the rights to access the content. So whether we provide the user ID and password, but if it does not have access, then we cannot access the resources, right? So in that case, we are getting 403. So that is the difference between 401 and 403. So 401, if you are if it requires user authentication, so that if you don't provide that, then we are getting 401. And if it is not given the access, then we are getting 403. So here I have given the examples as well. So you copy this. I'll put it over here and simply I'll send request. So here we are getting 403 forbidden message, right? So this is for 403. 404. So this is an important one which usually we get when we try to access any resource which is not available on the server. So let me put here. If you send it, so we are getting 404 not found. So this resource is not found on the server. To-dos, this one is not found. So if you remove one, maybe it will give me the success message. So here you can see success message. So if you type like something 1 2 3, so this resource is not available on the server, so it will give us 404 not found. So because it is not available on the server, so it gives 404 not found. If you talk about and there are some other status codes as well as part of 400 series. And if you talk about 500 series, so we have different status codes as well which are important, like 500, which is internal server error. Here I have given an example as well. So let me just request this. So here we are getting 500 internal server error. Similarly, we have bad gateway. Bad gateway response codes mean that the server received an invalid response while working as a gateway to handle the response. So whenever we have some bad gateways, in that case, we are getting this 502 response codes. Service unavailable. So if server is down or it's like it's under maintenance, so we are getting service unavailable message. That is nothing but 503 response code. So these are the different other codes which we have as part of 500 series. And guys, these are the couple of websites which are very important. I'll provide the link in the description box of this video. And here they have given all kind of different response codes which we are receiving. So if you put those response code here, let me just copy this one. And if you put here, suppose you want to know the information about let's say 203. So just after slash https://http.cat/203 and send it. So we are getting this message, non-authoritative information, right? And if you give another, like let's say 301, we will be getting image like this, 301 moved permanently. Correct. So these are the to remember, just play around it. What are the different status codes we have? However, we are getting the response like 200 only, but this is just like image file which we are receiving from the server, just to remember or play around with different status codes. Similarly, we have this mock.codes website as well, which is beautifully given all the status codes here. Let me just talk about any of them. Let me just open this one. So if I request using this one, let's see what happens. So here you can see no content, right? 204. If you request like this, 203, we are getting non-authoritative information 500. We should get internal server error. So here we are getting the message as well. So these are the couple of websites which are which you can play around and understand different status codes. So this is all for today. I'll provide the links in the description box of this video about these two websites, and let me know if you have any questions in the comment section of this video. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is the 7th part of API testing series, and today we are going to talk about JSON. And it's very important to understand the file format, JSON file format, while working with API testing. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about what is JSON. I'll show you different examples of JSON file format, and we'll discuss why we use JSON file format or why it is required. And at last, we'll discuss about the differences between JSON and XML file format. So let's get started. What is JSON? It's a file format which is used for the communication purpose between client and server. So whenever we work with client and server based application, we need to exchange the data, right? We need to there is a communication between client and server, and how they are exchanging the data. So using JSON file format, they are exchanging the data. Now the question arises here is why we cannot use other file format like Excel, Doc or PDF, correct? So we need to send the data in encrypted format from client, and it should be decrypted at server end, and also it should be lightweight and easy readable format, right? So JSON is having all those characteristics. That's why we're using JSON file format. Now there are some other file formats as well, like XML. Sometimes we use XML and sometimes we use HTML file format, but this is most popular JSON file format, correct? So now let's talk about different other features of JSON. So what is JSON basically? So JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. JavaScript Object Notation. This is the full form of JSON. It is derived from JavaScript, so that's why the name says itself, right? JSON. So JavaScript Object Notation. JSON originated from JavaScript language. Standard file format used to interchange data. So it is used to interchange the data between client and server. JSON is lightweight, text-based, language-independent data interchange format. Language-independent means we can use JSON file format with any other programming languages like Java, C#, Ruby, Perl, or any other programming languages we can use. However, it is derived from JavaScript, but we can use this JSON file format with any other programming languages. So, and another thing is the extension of this file format is .json. It is language independent data format as we have discussed. It supports almost every kind of language, framework and library. Data is in key value pairs, which I'll show you while talking about different examples. JSON is easy to read and write, and data types string, number, boolean, null, object and arrays. So these are the different data types. So values, these are the data types of values. We use string, number, boolean, null as value, and object. So these are the different examples of how we keep the data inside JSON file or how we write the data inside JSON file. So if we talk about the first example, so whatever we write inside curly braces, those are all objects in JSON. Those are all objects. So if we talk about the first example here, and what we can say, JSON objects holds key value pair. So what is key over here? Name is a key. This is a key and mark is a value. So name is a key which is of string type, right? So just remember always the key should be of string type always. this is an object, so that should be always a string type, and that should be written within the double quotation, and it should be separated with colon. And then what is the data we have? Value we have mark, that is nothing but the value which is of string type. So value could be anything of any type. In this case we have name, because name should be always a string, so here we have written in double quotation like mark. So value could be of any type, like string, number, boolean, it could be null as well, or objects or arrays as well, as we have discussed earlier, different data types, right? So data type is for values only. If we talk about the second example, here we have age as a key. This is a key and it holds 23. So this is a data type of number, right? A number data type. So 23 is nothing but a number data type. If we talk about the third example here, so days is a key here. This is a key and it holds an array. So array should always be written within the square bracket. Just remember that. And it holds a string of arrays, right? So we have days, 7 days of week, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Those are all written within the square bracket. So this is any start. This is the start of the array, and this is the end of array. That is written within the square bracket, right? So this particular JSON holds the value of an array, a string of arrays, right? Array of string type. Now if we talk about the third example or fourth example, so here employee is a key and it holds an object because it is written within the curly braces. So this is an object. This is an object, and inside that we have different keys, like name is Jackson and salary 56,000 and married is of boolean type, right? This value is boolean type, true or false. So here you can see this particular JSON file holds an object and value is also object, data of object type, right? So these are the different examples of how we write the data inside JSON file. Let me show you another example. So this is another example. So here we have employees as key and you can see we have an array over here. So what type of array we have? So here you can see different employees are there. There are 3 employees. Those are objects, right? So this is an object, object 1, this is object 2, and this is object 3. So this is an array of objects. What is this? This is an array of objects. So this employee holds an array of objects. So this is object 1, Peter, ID is 23 and status is true. Here we have David, 24 and false. And just remember, there should be a whatever when we write the object, so it should be separated with a comma. Here you can see we have separated with comma. Here we have separated with comma, and at last it should not be required for the last object. So these are the different examples of how we write the data inside JSON file. Now let me talk about different. I'll show you different. Like how we find particular data inside JSON file. So I'll give you different websites. So let me show you. So this is JSON path finder. So how we are finding the path of particular data, right? So how we get the data inside JSON file. So this is very good website, jsonpathfinder.com. So if you just expand this, so here you can see array starts with 0, right? So that's why here we have written it is written like 0, 1 and 2. This is first position, 0th position, this is the first position, and this is the second position. So suppose we want this what is data of array with the 0 position, right? So we have name as Peter. So this is the path of my this particular data. So this X is the root node, dot employees is the key, and this is an array, so of 0th position, dot name. So we want name, right? So we'll write dot name. Suppose we want ID, so what we can write? Employees with 0th position dot ID. Similarly for the third data like true status. Similarly here you can see employees and within the square bracket 1 dot name. So this is how we get the data from JSON file. This is how we write the path of JSON. Now I'll give you some other websites as well. So this is how we can exchange we can format the data from JSON to XML format. So this is XML format. This is how it looks like. So this is again useful website. There is another website here. We have jsonpath.com. So what I'll do, I'll keep my JSON over here, the example which I have shown you just now, the employees one. And what I'll do here, we have to write the path. Suppose we want we'll write the path over here and we want to get the particular data. So how we write? Employees, right? Employees. And which position you want? The first position dot name. So it gives me David. Here you can see the first position what we have, David. This is 0th position, this is the first position, and this is the second position. So if you write like second, so it gives me the second data. The on second position we have name as John. Suppose I want ID of the second data, so here we have 25. So this is the ID which we are getting. So these are the useful websites. So I'll provide the link in the description box of this video. You can find out the links in the description box. Now let me talk about why JSON is required, right? So let me start so why JSON is required? JSON needed. It's readable and understandable, and performance wise JSON is quite fast as it consumes very less memory space. Structured data. So in JSON a map data structure is used, map data structure, whereas in XML follows a tree structure. Free tool. So JSON library is open source and free to use. So that's the reason we use JSON file, because it's very easy to understand, and whatever data we write inside JSON file, we can easily write our data and we can understand as well. Now this is the differences between JSON and XML. So JSON is easy to learn and XML is quite more complex to learn than JSON. It is simple to read and write. It is more complex to read and write than JSON. It is data oriented and this is document oriented. It supports the array. As we have seen, it doesn't support the array. JSON types string, number, array, boolean, string, number, array, and boolean, and all XML data should be string. So this is all for today. So let me know if you have any other questions. So if you are new to my channel, then please subscribe it. Thank you so much for watching. Have a nice day. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is the 8th part of API testing series, and today I'll show you how we can create our own APIs for testing purpose. So we'll create our own dummy APIs and we can send different HTTP requests using different HTTP methods like get, post, put, delete, patch, etc. So today we are going to talk about how we can create our own APIs. I'll show you different like step-by-step procedure how we can create the APIs, and I'll show you how we can execute the test cases or how we can send different HTTP requests using Postman tool. So to create our own APIs, we have to follow certain steps. So step number 1 is we need to install Node.js software to create the APIs, and we need to get npm Node Package Manager. So don't worry about Node Package Manager, that comes along with Node.js software. Third step is install JSON server. So to run the JSON file, we need a JSON server. So we need to install JSON server. Fourth step is we need to create JSON file. So I have already created JSON file, and we have already spoken about how to create what are the different formats of JSON file in the previous video. So I'll show you, like I have already created JSON file. So we'll use that JSON file to create the APIs. And fifth step is run JSON server with your own JSON file. So using that JSON file, we'll run JSON server, and I'll show you how to get the endpoint and how we can uh, send different HTTP requests using Postman tool. And at last, execute your own APIs from Postman. I'll show you. I have written certain test cases using different HTTP methods like get, post, put, delete, patch. So I'll show you how we can execute our test cases. So these are the certain steps we have to follow to create our own APIs. So let's get started. So I have already created certain test cases as well, like get, post, put, patch, delete. So we'll perform all these actions, all these requests using our own APIs. So regarding the installation of Node.js software, I have already created a Word document where I have listed down all these steps, like all the procedure step by step. So first of all, you need to go to Google and you need to just simply type Node.js download. So you'll get this result, nodejs.org download. So right click, open in new tab. So this is the page you'll get, and from here you'll download your as per your system, right? Windows or Mac, correct? So we have different versions over here, different based on different like 32-bit or 64-bit. Directly you can, if you have 64-bit Windows system, you can download from here, or Mac you can download from here. So I have already created this document step by step. So first thing is you need to install from here, and you will get this exe file, dot msi file. Simply you need to just double click on that one, that is a setup file. So and then you need to just click on next. On this screen you need to just click on next. You'll get this screen. It will ask to where to install your Node.js software. So simply you give the path over here and click on next. Now get npm step 2. So as I have said earlier, we'll get the npm node package manager along with Node.js software. So you'll see here on this screen Node.js setup, you'll see here npm package manager, third option, third one, npm package manager. So this is default coming while downloading or while installing Node.js software. This on this screen, no need to check this checkbox. Automatically install the necessary tools. Note that this will also install Chocolate. The script will pop up. So there are some other tools will be downloaded when you check this checkbox. So for now, it is not required. You can simply click on next. So ready to install Node.js. So simply click on install, and it will install. It will take some time, and then it will install the Node.js software. So I have already installed, so that's why I have created this document. You need to just follow these steps. And next one is you need to set the path environment variable, right? So when you see the first time this environment variable, so you'll see this path is already set here. See program files Node.js, and we need to set one more path that I'll show you. Go to this PC and properties, advanced system settings, environment variables, and here we have path. Click edit here. Now here you will see C program files Node.js. So that is what it is showing here, C program files slash Node.js, the below one. You have to set one more path is there, like C program files Node.js node modules. If it is not there by default, if it is not coming, then you have to add it manually by clicking on new and then add it over here. This is what I have added manually later on. So simply go to your C program files. C program files. node.js inside this node underscore module. So you need to just copy this one and set this environment variable as well. One more environment variable for node underscore module. So this is how you need to set the path, and the next step is this is what I have set, the next node underscore modules. And later on, once it is done, then you can check your npm version, sorry, node.js version. So simply you can go to command prompt, and simply you have to type this command node space hyphen hyphen version. So it will give you the node.js version. Here you can see. Next thing you have to, if you want to check this one, npm version. So simply write npm space hyphen hyphen version. So you'll get npm version as well, like 9.5.1. So after checking the version, just to cross check like which version is installed. And later on, step 3 is to install JSON server. What you need to do, you have to just run this command npm install space -g -g JSON -server. You need to just run this command. So it will take some time, and then it will install JSON server like this. You'll get a screen like this. So that means it will be installed. Now fourth step is, as per our document PPT and here as well, create JSON file. So what I have done is I have already created JSON file. So if you see here, JSON file employee.json. Let me open with Notepad. So this is the JSON file which I have created already. So employees, this is an array. So here we have array of objects, different objects we have like employees. Inside that we have this one object, ID1, name is Peter, status is true. This is the second record we have, ID2, name David, status false. ID3 John, true, like that. So I have 4 records here. So this is my JSON file which is already ready, and I put in a specific path like this path. You can put in any whatever you want, where you want. So I put it here, JSON files in D drive. What is the next step? After creating the JSON file, run JSON server from your own JSON file, right? For your own JSON file. So how you can how you're going to run? So just go to the path where you have your JSON file, select this path, write cmd and press enter. We'll see this command prompt, and simply you have to write JSON hyphen server, give the space and type employee. What is the name of your JSON file, right? So just tab it. So you'll see employees.json. So we have already one file over here. You can keep a number of files, and to create any API or using particular JSON file, so you can create number of JSON files over here, and you can run particular file and just press enter. So you can see the API has been created, loading employees.json, done. You can see the message done, and resources. So this is my endpoint, like this is my URL. Here we got the URL, and this is the home path. Okay, so this is the URL which we have, http:// localhost. Why localhost? Because it is on my local system, right? This JSON server, and 300 is the port, and employees is the JSON file. So simply copy this. Now what is the next step? Run your test cases from Postman. So I have already created certain test cases here. You can see. Now what I'll do, I'll take you to Postman tool. Let me just increase the font a little bit. So to increase the font on Postman, we have control ++. You can increase the font, and suppose you want to decrease, you can use control minus. I think this should this much. Let me just, yeah. Now what I'll do, I'll create a new collection, and I'll give name like phone API, phone APIs. Press enter. and here collection has been created. Now I'll create different request over here. So the first get request, I'll give like get request and enter URL here. So what is the URL we have? And you need to, let me close this screen. You need to run this JSON server always. When you close this, then it will automatically your API will be closed, right? Your server will be closed. So let me just show you. This is running still. So what I'll do, I'll copy simply this one and I'll put it in the browser. So you can see the results over here, right? This is what we have resources on the server, the JSON file which we have created. Now what I'll do, I come back to Postman, I'll put the URL over here. This is the URL and simply I'll use get method for now to get all the employee results, correct? To get all the employee results, we have this method and simply click on send. So here you can see we got all the results. We have 4 results over here. So we got 4 results in the response body. So request payload is NA and response payload I'll simply copy and I'll put it my test cases under response payload. Expected status is 200. So here we got 200 and status code is 200. Actual is 200. So this case is passed. Now let's move to the next one. Post one, how to create the post request. So I'll create another request over here. Come to this own API collection and add request. So this time I'll give like post request, press enter, and I'll show you one more thing. Like suppose you want to get a particular employee. So what you can do, you can put like slash and 1. It will give you only one record, particular ID, right? So this is the URL to get the particular employee record. That is I have not written over here. This is for all employees, and you can write one more test case to get the particular employee, right? Now coming to the post request, the post method sends data to server and creates a new resource. So suppose we want to create new resource on the server. So how to create? Come to post request and I'll select post method from here and I'll put the URL. I'll put the URL over here and I'll select the body, because post method is to create the resource on the server. So I'll select this body and from here raw and JSON format we are going to create, correct? And this is the sample request body we have. I'll put it over here. You can see here ID 5, 4 records already we have. So I'm sending one more record like 5th ID, and my name is I have written over here my name and request as true, and request method is post, right? So yeah, let me send it. So new request will be created here. Now you can see the response which we got is 201, and this is the response payload we got. This is the request payload and response payload we got. So I'll put it over here. I think this is already there. Response payload, I'll put it over here. And what is the expected and actual result? 201 ID, right? Response code which we received. Now put. What is the use of put method? The put method is used to update an existing resource, correct? So suppose if we want to update the employee ID 5th. So for that we need to create another request, http, and I'll put request, press enter, and I'll select put method from here. I'll put the URL from here and we have to give what we want to update, right? So suppose I want to update name and status, so I'll put the entire request here. JSON I'll select. So here we have written we have given the ID. Name earlier we have Hitendra only, right? So now this time around I'll give Hitendra Verma, and status earlier it was true, so let me send like false this time. So everything is ready, so simply I'll click on send. So here we got 200 OK, correct? We got the OK message, so simply I'll copy this response payload and I'll put it over here. Now suppose you want to check whether the name has been updated by getting all the records, right? Whether it has been updated or not. Anyway, we got 200 OK here, but let me check using get request for all the employees. And so here you will see fifth record Hitendra Verma. It got updated over here. And we have seen guys earlier whenever we used some dummy API, so we were unable to create the request, create the resource on the server. Though we are getting like 201, it is requested, but actually it is not creating the record on the server, right? But using these APIs, these dummy APIs which we have created, using that we can play around it, right? By creating a new resource on the server, and we can update, delete, post, put all the requests we can execute. So put is done. We got 200, and the test case is passed. Next one is patch. So patch is to update particular record, right? So what I'll do, I'll create another request over here, add request, and simply I'll select patch from here. I'll select the URL. Suppose I want to update, let's say, let me update this time some different record. Let me update the first one. And what I want to update, patch means some part of some part of the records which we want to update, some of the fields. So let's say 1 second, get request. We have for employee ID 1 we have Peter, name is Peter, and status is true. So let's say I want to update the status true to false, and simply I'll change the request to put request, press enter. Sorry, this is patch, right? Patch, and here we go, patch. I think we did not save any of them, so that's the reason it is not updated over here. Let me save one by one, and this one also I'll save it. So JSON file I'll delete all the records because we want to update only one record, right? One column, one field, only status to false. You see, it was true earlier. Now I want to update it to false. So this is the URL which we are going to send, and simply click on send. So here you'll see one Peter false. Now if you come back to get request and run it again, you will see false. It has been updated to false. So this is how you can work around a patch request. And suppose I want to delete any record. Let me just delete the fifth record which we have added. So simply what you need to do, you need to just create a new request over here. Give name like delete request, press enter, and I'll put the URL over here. Fifth record I want to delete, save it. To select the method delete and save here. Now no need to give any body because we want to just delete the fifth record. So simply click on send. It will delete the record. So simply give curly braces here, and you'll see 200 response code. Just come back to get request to confirm whether that has been deleted or not. So here you will see only 4 records. So that record has been deleted. So this is how you can play around by creating your own APIs and by sending different HTTP requests. And one of the important thing is whatever whenever your JSON server is running in the background, right? It has to run, and you'll see all the requests which we have sent, right? You can see over here as well in command prompt. And just remember, you need to run keep running this JSON server. Otherwise, if you close it, then it will not work. So let me show you. I have closed that one, and if I send it, then you will see could not send request. So this is how you can create your own APIs, and you can play around using different HTTP requests. So this is good for practicing purpose, and I think you cannot do much things, but this is good for practice. This is all for today. So from next video onwards, we'll start creating more test cases using Postman tool. So thank you guys for watching. If you're new to this channel, then please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is the 9th part of API testing series, and today we are going to talk about how we are writing the test cases and how to put assertions, or we can say validations or checkpoints in API test cases. So mainly we are going to talk about what are the things which we verify as part of API testing, and we'll write Postman test by putting assertions and validations. So these are the important things which we are going to discuss today. So let's get started. Before we start, we need to understand like what to verify in API. While performing API testing, what are the things which we verify as part of API testing? So the first and important thing is status code. So whenever we send the request from client to server, we'll get some response in the form of like response body, and first of all we need to verify the response code. What kind of response code we are getting, like what is the response code. So if we are getting like 200, that means okay. So we have already spoken about different status codes, like 100 series, 200 series, 300 series, 400 and 500 series, right? So if you haven't watched those videos, then please watch the previous videos where we have spoken about different status codes. So the first and important thing is we verify status code. So whenever we write the API test cases, so it's very important to validate the test cases. Even when we write the manual test cases, when we perform functional testing, so we used to write some checkpoints, or we can say assertions or validation points, right? What we need to verify, what is the expected outcome, expected result, and what we are getting while testing the application. So in the similar way, while doing the API testing also, we have to write some assertions or checkpoints, or you can say validations as well. So first thing, we verify status code. Second is response time, like how much time, whenever we send the request, how much time it takes to get the response from server. How much time we are getting the response from the server whenever we send any HTTP request. Response body. So whenever we send the request, we get some response messages, right? So we need to verify the response body as well. And fourth one is response headers. So there are some headers we used to get as part of our response, as part of our HTTP response. So we have to verify some headers as well. And cookies. So cookies are temporary files. When we browse website or anything, it generates some files, right? So temporary files. So while sending the request over HTTP, we used to get some cookies as well. So we have to verify those cookies as well. So these are the important things which we verify as part of API testing, like status code. What is the status code we are getting? How much time it takes, like response time, response body, what kind of response we are getting, what are the headers, and cookies. So these are 5 important things which we verify as part of API testing. And while performing API testing, we should know what is the expected outcome, right? When we perform any like functional testing, we as a tester, we know, right, what is the expected result for this one, for any particular test case. In the similar way, while performing API testing also, we should know what is the what we are expecting from the server, what kind of response we are expecting from the server. So how we are putting the assertion in API test cases, right? So we have a library in JavaScript. So we put assertions using JavaScript, and in JavaScript we have an assertion called chai assertion library. So this is I would say a framework which provides a library using which we can put different kind of assertions or validations. So chai assertion library is an external JavaScript library used to write assertions, correct? And chai assertion library is available by default in the Postman. So in Postman we have already by default this option. So no need to download or install anything, any library or anything. We have this option available there. And even if you don't know JavaScript, also there are code snippets already given when we open the Postman tool. So already codes are there. JavaScript, some assertions are already, they have written some functions. You need to just use those and you have to just customize in a proper way and put in your test cases. The main feature of Postman assertions is that they write the test with English sentences, which is humor readable. So it is very easy to read and user friendly. So I'll show you. I have written some like different examples how we put the assertions and how to put validations in our test cases and how to run our test, right? So there are two ways we can write assertion in the form of functions in our script in JavaScript. So there are so here we have pm.test. So what is pm? So pm is an object dot test. Test is a function. So this is called normal function, where we have, it's very simple syntax like pm.test, and this is the summary of test in double quotation mark, which is a string test summary, and this is a function, comma function, and you have to put the assertion over here. You have to put assertion within the curly braces, and generally we are using these arrow functions as well, arrow function. So syntax is similar, pm.test, test summary, and instead of function we are writing over here this like a bracket and then equal to and greater than symbol. So this is the way to write arrow functions. So these are the two ways we can write the functions in as part of while putting the assertion in using JavaScript in Postman. So I'll give you different examples as well. So let me take you to directly Postman. And if you remember, we have already created different requests as part of last video where we have created our own APIs. So we have created different requests like get request, post, put, patch, delete. So I'll give all the examples using this get request, and we'll put different validations on this get request. So I have already written different requests over here. So what I'll do, I'll start writing the different different validations for this particular get request. So what I'll do, if you haven't watched this video, like the one which we have created in the last video, like these are the APIs which we have created. So for that we have to run our JSON file, right? We have to run JSON server. So this is the path where I put my JSON file employees.json. So what I'll do, simply I'll go to command prompt, and here what I'll do, we have to write the JSON server. We have to write some command to run the JSON server, JSON-server, and employees.json, the name of the file, the JSON file which we are running, correct? So my JSON server is up and running now. So what I'll do, come back to Postman, and I'll see whether it is working or not. So this is the request, get request. So let me send it. There are no tests for this record. Why it is not working? Oh, sorry, tests are not there. So if you select body, so we'll get the body over here. Let me send it again. So you'll see when we send this request, we are getting different response, like different employees we are getting in the form of response, right? Response body. So now what we'll do, we have different options over here: params, auth headers, body, prerequisite, test, settings. So here we have the option test. Okay, so here we have to write the test cases, our validations or assertions. And if you see the right side, test scripts are written in JavaScript and are run for after the response is received. Okay, so learn more about test script. You can click on this and you can learn more about these scripts. So some code snippets are already given here, so which you can use and write validations in your test, like get an environment variable, get a global variable, get a variable. So regarding the variables, probably I'll discuss in coming videos. And so these are the other different like how to get the status code is 200. Different code snippet are given over here. Now what I'll do, I'll write simple whatever I have shown you earlier, like syntax. So let me just write a simple test over here. Now let's write some validations or assertions. So PM is the object, pm.test is the method, and here I'll write verify the status code is 200 for this response, for this HTTP request, right? And I'll give here, I'll write assertion 1, verify the status code is 200. pm.test, verify the status code is 200. This is my test, comma, function, close the function, and after that we'll write the validation within the curly braces over here. This is what we have seen in the syntax. I'm writing the normal function only, and here how we are writing the assertion. So we have simple English, like pm dot, first of all, pm is an object, and we have different functions over here. Response dot to have dot status, and here I'll put 200, status code 200. This is an optional semicolon you can put at the end, and here as well. So let me just run this and we'll see. So here we have inside test, we have test tab, we have this validation. Now simply I'll click on send. You have to select the test results from here. So since I have increased the font, so here I could not see different tabs. So from here you can see the different options over here, like test results. You can see the result is passed, right? So verify the status code is 200. This is what we have written, verify the status code is 200, correct? So this is how you can put the assertion. And let's say I'll put like 201. So it will fail, right? Because our expectation is like 200. We used to get like 200 when we send this request. So this time it will fail. Here it is failed. Verify the status code is 200, but this is the name of the string of our, what is the name of our test, like verify that status code is 200. And here the result, the actual result, assertion error, expected response to have status code 201 but got 200. So this is our expectation, like what is our expected result. So here we are expecting 200. So we'll get the result is verify the status code is 200, which is passed, right? Similar way we'll write different test cases, different validation. So let me show you. I have written already here. So verify the status code, expected status code, but before that let me show you another one. Let's say assertion 2, verify the status response is okay. Verify the response is status response is okay. So simply we'll use this statement only, and here I'll put okay. Now let me just run it. We have to give in double quotation over here, and let me run it. Now here you can see verify the status response is okay, which we got here, correct? Okay, so this is how you can put the validations. Now let me put another assertion from our test case. So I'll copy this assertion 3. What is assertion 3? Let me simply copy this one. So this is the similar way. I'll show you what is the difference. Assertion 3, verify the status code is 200 only. Verify the expected status code is 200. And here we have given one constant variable, right? Constant expected status code. So this is the another way you can write, like instead of directly putting the status code over here, you can create a variable over here, constant expected status is equal to 200, and put the value over here, like this variable over here, expected status code. So it will pick this one only, correct? It will pass this 200 value only. So let me send it. We'll get verify the expected status code is 200. So this is another way you can write the same test case which we have written, like validation for the first assertion. Now let's talk about another one, Postman test to check whether status is 200 or 201. If you have, suppose we want to validate different like multiple status code, right? So how we are going to do that? So let me copy this one and I'll explain you. This is another assertion 4, and the endpoint returns the expected status code. So okay, so now here I'm using the second method which I have explained you, arrow function. So here you can see pm.test, this is the name of the test, and here you can see instead of function I'm just using this bracket and equal to and greater than symbol, and inside curly braces you can see here we have written pm.expect pm.response code to be one of inside this array 200 or 201. So it should be one of them, like 200 or 201. So if you put like it could be like 200 or 201, right? So either of them. So let me send it. So we'll get fourth one, the endpoint returns the expected status code. Let me just put 203 over here, so this will fail. Here you can see the endpoint returns the expected status code, assertion error, expected 200 to be one of 203 or 201. So let me just put like 200 only. So this is how you can write another validation among different status codes, one of different status codes. So you need to just write a statement like this, pm.expect pm.response.code to be one of 200 or 201. Let me talk about another one, third one here. Postman test to check status code is not 404. So here we are writing like it should not be 404. So let me just copy this and then I'll explain you. So assertion 4, this is fifth one, and here I'll put the assertion pm.test, the endpoint does not return unexpected status code, correct? So it should not return 404. So I have used the arrow function over here, you can see here. So here you can see we have again taken one variable, constant variable, expected status code 404, and what is the statement we have written? pm.response to not have the earlier to have and here to not have status. What is the expected status code? For not for. So it should not expect for not for. So this is kind of negative scenario. So let me send it. Now here you can see the endpoint does not return unexpected status code. Unexpected status code. So we are not expecting this for not for, right? So if let me just put, if you are not expecting 200, so it will fail. Assertion error. Expected response not to have a status code 200. So this is how you can write different assertions. Let me try another example. Verify the response body. Now we are verifying the response body. So this is assertion 6. Verify the response body. Simply put the assertion over here. pm.test body matches string. Simply I have given my test name as body matches string function. pm.expect pm.response.text inside the response body, right, to include Peter. So here you can see, I'll show you in the body, we have different employees, right, in the response body. So the first one is Peter, the second one is David, third one is John, fourth one is Jacob. Similar way, right, different employees we have. So let me put David instead of Peter. We can put any name like David. Now simply run it. So we are verifying this time the body, the response payload. We are verifying the string which matches our test case or validation, right? So let me simply run it. So here we are getting let me see test results, and body matches string, which is matching our string David. So let me give like David 1 over here. So it will fail the validation. Here you can see body matches string, assertion error. It is failing that, right? So instead of David, I'll put David 1. Instead of David 1, I'll put David only. So it will pass the test case. Now another one is response header. How we are verifying the response header? So we have different response headers over here. You can see like cache control, postman token, host, user agent, accept encoding. So these are the different headers we have. We have different headers as well, apart from these as well, when we send some different other request. So what I'll do, let's write assertion 7. Verify headers. Let me copy this assertion. pm.test API response contains the expected header, and pm.response to have header. Cache control we have, right, which is one of the headers we have, cache control. And what is the value? And you can give, this is an option, like not optional, this is another parenthesis over here, like inside this header method. So you can give any name over here, like test I have given, and this is the value. Here you can see cache control, no cache. So here I have given the value. Let me just run it. API response contains the expected header. Let me try to change this, the last parenthesis, to any other name, 1 2 3. Still it will pass the test case, like this one. Let me change the value, so it may fail this. Now here you can see, because we are changing the value, we are changing the value of the header cache control, right, which has the value no cache, and we are changing it to no cache 1. So that's why it is failing. Now what is the next one? Verify cookie is present or not. So how to verify the cookies? So we have seen in the presentation, we used to verify the cookies as well. So as part of this one, there are no cookies. You can see from results cookies. So there are no cookies as part of this request. So what I'll do, I'll create another request from here, add request. And here I have this endpoint over here. I'll put it over here and then simply send it. So we'll get some cookies over here as part of this request. So let me save this. I'll give cookies testing. Now, so as part of cookies, we are getting some cookies over here. So for that, I have written one validation. Copy this. Test. I'll put the validation over here. pm.test cookies is present. pm.expect pm.cookies has this sales.sid to be true, which is present, right? So which is present over here, name of the cookies. So this is the statement for this cookies to be present or not. If I run this, so simply it will, if you go to test results, you can see this validation is passed, cookie is present. So this is how you can perform different validations as part of API testing. So I have written over here what are the different validations and different assertions we can put. There are some complex assertions as well, probably we'll discuss going forward. So let me know if you want this Excel sheet. I'll please let me know your email ID, so I'll email this Excel sheet. So I'll give all the validations as well. So this is all for today. So let me know if you still have any doubts regarding this session. So thank you for watching. If you are new to this channel, then please subscribe it. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Test Insider. So today we are going to talk about variables in Postman. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about what is a variable or what is variable in Postman. We'll discuss about different types of variables present in Postman. We'll also talk about variable scope. And at last, I'll show you demo how we can create those variables in Postman as part of this video. So let's get started with the first topic. What is a variable in Postman? So what is a variable in general, right? So variable is something which holds a value or which stores some value, correct? So in any other programming languages, we have variable, correct? So in the same way, we have variable in Postman as well. So variables enable you to store and reuse values in Postman, which enable you to store and reuse values in Postman. By storing a value as a variable, you can reference it throughout your collections, correct? So in previous videos, we have seen how we can create different collections. As part of those collections, how we can create different requests, correct? So when we create any value as a variable, so we can use throughout collections, environments. We can create different environments as well. Today I'll show you how we can create different environments as well, and we can use throughout a different request and test scripts. Variables help you to work efficiently, collaborate with your teammates, and set up dynamic workflows. So this is the definition of variable in Postman. Now let me talk about what is the benefit of creating variable in Postman. Any example, right? So let's talk about some examples. So let's say we have a URL http://test.com. We have this domain test.com and /abcxyz and bcd. So this is the complete URL we have. Now let's say we are sending different HTTP requests, request 1, request 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these are the different requests which we are going to send. Now as part of all these requests, we have this URL. There will be change in the URL based on different HTTP requests like post or getting particular record or some other HTTP request, correct? So we are sending different HTTP requests, but one thing will be common over here, like http:/test.com /test.com. So this domain part will be common in all the requests. So what we can do, we can create this part as a variable in Postman, and we can use this throughout all other requests, right? We can create this as a variable, correct? So what is the benefit if we create this part as variable? Let's say tomorrow we are going to change the domain. Let's say from test it will be like test1.com. So instead of changing without using variable, we have created different requests, right? So what is the benefit? What is the drawback if you don't create the variable over here? We have to go to each and every request and we have to change the URL. But when we create this as a variable, so we need to change it only one place. We have to go to variable and change this URL to test1 domain to test1.com only. Then it will be reflected. It will be reflected or it will be used on different HTTP requests. No need to go particular request and change the variable or change the URL, right? So this is the biggest advantage of creating variable in Postman. So you can create any part as a variable, like any part, any value or response request as a variable. So this is just an example. Let's talk about what are the variables we have in Postman. So types of variables in Postman, and these are the different scopes as well. So we have global variable, collection variable, environment variable, data variable, and local variable. We'll discuss about them in detail in coming slides, and also I'll show you demo as well. So as part of this video, I'm going to talk about global variable, collection variable, environment variable, and local variable. This is external variable, like this will be used using different like external file using CSV or JSON. So we'll talk about data variable later on, but today we'll focus on global, collection, environment, and local variable. So this is the variable scope. So if you talk about a global variable, so as the name says, global, right? So this will be accessed by any workspace, throughout the workspace. So under a workspace, there are different collections, right? And under different collection, we have different requests, correct? So this will be used, this global variable will be used throughout the workspace under throughout the workspace on different collections and different requests. If you talk about collection variable, so it will be used on particular collection. So let's say we have 3-4 collections over here, collection 1, collection 2, collection 3, like that. If you create the collection variable over here, so it will be accessed, that collection variable will be accessed only on this particular collection and inside whatever request we have. If you talk about environment, so we can create different environments like QA, dev, production. So if you create like QA, some variable under QA environment, so it will be accessed using this environment only. Data variable, as we have discussed, like this will be using external file like JSON or CSV. So we'll talk about this one later on. If you talk about local variables, so this will be at request level, HTTP request level. So I'll show you how we can create a local variable using pre-request script. So these are the different scopes of different variables present in Postman, and these are some definition of different variables we have. So you can just go through it. So let me just go through it quickly. Global variables enable you to access data between collections, requests, and test a script and environments. Global variables are available throughout a workspace. This is what we have spoken about. Users are not required to create an environment for global variables. Through global variables, you can access data between collections, test a script, request, and environments. If you talk about collection variables, so collection variable are available throughout the request in collection and are independent of environments. So when we create a collection variable, so it is independent of environment. So we can change the environment, but it does not affect, like it will work for all other environments as well. So collection variable don't change based on the selected environment. And collection variables are suitable if you are using a single environment, right? If you talk about environment variables, so environment variables enable you to scope your work to different environments. For example, local environment versus testing or production. One environment can be active at a time. That is environment variable. Data variable, as we have discussed earlier, like data variables come from external CSV or JSON file. So we'll discuss about this data variable in coming videos. And local variables are temporary variables that are accessed in your request script, correct? So local variables are scoped to a single request or collection run and are no longer available when the run is complete. Local variables are suitable if you need a value to override all other variable scope. So I'll show you what do you mean by this. Local variables are suitable if you need a value to override all other variable scope. Now let's explore different variables in Postman tool. So friends, let's have a look how we can create different variables in Postman tool. So what I'll do, we have already created some collections over here. So simply I'll go one of the request and I'll copy this URL. And I'll create separate collection over here. So using this plus button, we can create collection. I'll give name like variable demo. Variable demo. So we got the collection got created, right? Variable demo, and inside that I'll create a request, add a request. So simply I'll create a get request over here. Request 1. I have given name this sample get request as request 1, and I'll put the URL over here and save this request, right? And let me see whether it is working or not. So click on send. So we got the response body over here, right? So this request is working fine. We have given some URL and we are sending this get request. Now let's have a look the first variable, global variable, how we can create global variable over here. So there are two ways we can create global variable, and that will be accessed throughout a workspace. So we'll see how it works, right? So what I'll do, there are two ways. So first way is after this close button, we have this option, right? Environment quick look. So just click on that one. So you can see there are two sections over here, environment and globals. So inside these globals, we can create global variable over here. So no global variables as of now. So this is the first option. So simply click on add. And here we have to give, if you want to create global variable, so you have to give the name over here, variable, and what is the type, initial value and current value. So let me just create variable over here, var underscore global, and I'll give some value over here, initial current value, right? So what I'll do, let's say suppose we want this part as variable, https:// JSON placeholder dot some URL is there. So this part, this domain part, I'll copy and we'll set this as a variable. Okay, so go to again this, that is gone, we did not save it. So simply again click on this one. Now it is, yeah, it is there, variable global. We have to put this current value, this section current value, we have to give the value as part of this current value. Now we simply click on save. Now how to use this variable? So we have created var underscore global. So if you come back here, request, and if you click here again, environment quick look, so you can see one variable is listed over here, which we have just now created. Now we want to use this variable as part of our HTTP request, right? So how to use that? So what we'll do, simply you remove this part this part as part of this HTTP request we are creating, right? We want to use the variable, so simply delete this and use curly braces. Now you can see here it is listed down. Let me increase the font. You can see where underscore global is listed over here, correct? So simply select that one. So, or you can manually create this as well using double curly braces. So let me show you in Notepad how we have created. You can see here. So this is our variable, and how we are going to create using double curly braces, and this is the starting curly braces and these are the ending curly braces, and between that we have to put our variable name where underscore global. So this is how you need to create the variable. You need to put the variable. Now simply click on save and click on send. Let's see whether it is working or not. So now you can see we got the response. So this global variable is working fine. Now we want to verify the scope of this variable. So we used inside a collection and there is a request, right? So it is working fine. Now let's see whether it is working as part of any other collection or not. So we have this collection over here, sample collection. We have the same request over here. So we can remove this value and we can try it whether it is working or not. Now you can see it is listed over here, variable underscore global. So simply you can select this, save this and send it. So this is working fine over here as well. So we can create global variable and we can the scope of global variable throughout the workspace, particular workspace. So we have workspace Postman tutorial 1. This is the workspace which we have created, under which we have different collections like own API, sample collection and variable demo. And we are using that. We have created global variable as part of the request which we have created. Anyway, that will be created globally, right? So we can use throughout any other collections as well. We can create throughout different collections. So we have seen we have created, we have used this as part of sample collection as well. So this is working fine. Now coming back to this particular request where we have created request 1. Now what is the another way to create the variable? So there is another way. Let me delete that and then I'll show you how we can create again. Okay, so simply how to delete this, click on edit and here we have delete option. If you want to delete those variables, global variables, so here we have delete option. So simply delete this, save it. Now that variable has been deleted. Now if you suppose we want to send it, it will give some error, could not send request. I am showing you the another way to create the variable, right? One second. Yeah, so yeah, this is the URL. This is the URL earlier we have seen. Let me just put it over here. Now we don't have any variable, global variable over here. The second way, so simply select the part which you want to set as a variable, some part of your as part of URL or as part of your response body, right? So in this case I am creating the variable as part of the URL. So simply select that part and set as a variable. So simply click on that one, set as new variable. So click on that and you have to give the name over here, variable where underscore global, and what is the scope of that variable. So select simply global from here and set variable. Now you can see the variable has been created. How to verify that? Let me save this and again go to here, this environment quick loop, click over here. Now you can see variable global has been created over here. The initial value and current value is showing over here. So these are the two ways you can create global variable or any other variables. Now another thing is we have seen the scope as part of this global variable across different collections, right? Now we'll see the scope about different environments as well as how we can use this global variable across different environments. So how to create environments in Postman. So simply click on this environment quick look. So here you can see environment, no active environments present over here. So you can add the environment from here, and there is another option, environments, over here left side, collection. Under collection we have environment, so click on that, create environment. So simply click on that, and I'll give the name like Dave and enter. So we have one environment over here. Simply click on this plus to create another environment. Select the environment and change the name over here, QA. Press enter. Again click on that one, and this time I'll give name like production environment. So these are the three environments we have as part of this project, as part of our project. Okay, so dev, production and QA environment. Now let's see the scope of variables, global variables as part of different environments. So here we have this particular request. Now we can set the environment from here. So let's say dev environment, send the request, so it will work. It won't depends on any particular environments. So this request will work throughout different environments. So if you select production, so it will work like this. So this is about the global variable. Now let's talk about collection variable, how to create the collection variable. So simply select this variable, collection variable demo, and here you can see we have different options over here. Overview, authorization, prerequisite script, test, variables. So we have option over here, variables. Now here we'll create collection variable, var underscore collection, and I'll give the value. So let me first save it, and we'll, yeah, this is the complete URL. So simply I delete this part. We want to set this part as variable, right? So simply I'll put it over here, and from these three dots you can save this variable. Now we have this variable collection is ready, correct? Go back to your request. Now in this request, how to use your collection variable, right? So simply delete this part and put one curly braces. Why it is not coming? Dot one second, curly braces, we have variable collection. Come to this, we have global variable as well. Let me put the complete URL first, and then I'll delete this URL, use curly braces. Now you can see we have two variables, variable global and variable collection. So what we are going to use here is variable collection, correct? Collection variable. So select this and save this. So this will be used for this collection only. So we have created this variable collection for this collection variable demo. Now let me see whether it is working or not. Send it. You can see we got the response. So this is working fine, right? Now let's say we want to use this as part of any other collection. Sample collection. If you go to sample collection, and instead of this, what I'll do, I'll use, we'll see whether it is working or not. So you can see here in the different collection, other collection, sample collection, we are not able to see collection variable. We can see simply global variable only, correct? So this is the difference between collection and global variable. So the scope of collection variable up to particular collection only. We cannot use that as part of any other collection. So yeah, if you go back here, request, so this is about the collection variable. So we have now we use we have created a collection variable as well. Now let's talk about environment variable. Environment variable, how we can create environment variable. So we have different environments over here. If you go to this environment quick look, and you can see it is set to production environment, right? So let me change the environment to QA. And again, if you go to environment quick look, you can see QA environment is set over here. Now we don't have any variables over here, right? So we can click on edit, and we can create the environment variable on particular environment selected, whatever environment is selected over here. So we have selected the QA environment, so we'll create the variable over here, var underscore QA. What is the value? We'll put that domain, correct? So, and simply click on save. Now you can see this environment variable is saved over here, right? Now how to use this? Come back to this request, and we want to use this, so simply delete the collection variable. Now you use single curly braces. Now you can see here where QA is displayed over here. Now you can select this variable, right, where underscore QA, and click on save. Let's see whether it is working or not. Click on send. Now you can see it is working fine. So this is environment variable. Why it is working? Because we have selected we have created that environment variable as part of QA environment, right? Now if you select any other environment from here, then it will not work, dev environment. Now let me try to send it. So click on send. Now you can see we got some error, could not send the request, correct? So why? Because this variable which we have created environment variable as part of any other environment which is QA environment, right? So it will work for that particular environment only. Like here you can see we got the request. Now let's talk about the last variable, local variable. How we can create the local variable? So local variable we have to create as part of request script only. So how to create? We have to write some command, JavaScript. So pm from pm library environments, pm dot variables dot set, and inside the bracket we have to give, inside this set method we have to give the variable name var underscore local, and we have to give the second parenthesis as value. So what is the value we are going to give? This domain name, right? So this is the value which we need to give. So this is how you need to set the local variable as part of particular HTTP request. Let me save it. Now suppose we want to use this, right? So how to use that? So this will not be displayed over here. If you use this single curly braces over here, it will not be listed down here because that is a local variable. The scope of this variable up to this particular request only. Okay, so simply you have to use double curly braces, and you have to use this var underscore local inside those double curly braces. Now save it, and let's see whether it is working or not. Send request. Now you can see it is working fine, correct? Now let's talk about the last point which we have discussed when we have spoken about different variables. So local variable, right? So local variables are suitable if you need a value to override all other variables scope. So suppose we want to use this, what is the use of this local variable, right? So suppose we want to override the global variable. So how we can override? Let me go to the variables which we have created. If we give the same name over here, click on edit, and what I'll do, I'll give var underscore local here and save it. Correct. So we have same variable name for global and for local variable. Correct. So you can see here we have this local variable, global variable, right? And I'll change the value over here, like I'll give JSON placeholder 1. So this domain is wrong, right? So this should not, the request should not be picked by this global variable. So let me click on save and come back to the request. Now we have given the same name for local variable as well as global variable. So it will be use this local variable only. So it will be overridden by local variable. So let's see whether it is working or not. So it should work in this case. So let me click on send. Now you can see it is working fine. So the idea is like it will override the global variable value, because since we are using the same value here, variable local, variable underscore local, and here also variable underscore local, but it is not picking this value. It is picking the value which we have given over here for the local variable. So this is about the different variables we have in Postman, and in the next session we'll talk about data variables in separate video. Okay, so let me know if you have any doubts related to different variables we have in Postman. So please like, share this video, and if you are new to this channel, then subscribe to this channel as well. So hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider, and today we are going to talk about what is pre-request script in Postman. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about what do you mean by pre-request script, and I'll show you a demo with the help of an example what is pre-request script, and later on we'll talk about what is the order of execution of pre-request script and test script. So if you talk about test script, I have already created a video in part 9 where we have spoken about how we put the different validations, checkpoints or assertions as part of test script. So if you haven't watched that video, then I would recommend first go and watch that part 9 and then come back to this video. So today we'll focus on what is pre-request script, and later on we'll discuss about what is the order of execution. I'll show you a demo with the help of Postman tool. So let's get it started. So what is pre-request script? So the name says itself, pre-request script. So the script runs before the request starts, before we proceed with the actual HTTP request. So you can use pre-request scripts in Postman to execute JavaScript before a request runs. Correct. So there is a request. When we put the request, we'll get some response. So when we put the pre-request script, so here we put the pre-request script before the actual request starts. We put the pre-request JavaScript before the request starts, and once we get the response, here we put the test script. So this is the difference between how we put the pre-request script and test script. Pre-request script and test script. So to validate the like whether we are getting the correct code or not, correct HTTP code, whether we are getting the correct response or not, whether we are getting the correct headers or not, all these validations we put after the once we receive the response. So this will be executed after the once we receive the response, this test script will be executed, and pre-request will be executed before the request starts. So you can add pre-request script at request level, collection level or folder level. So there are different levels where we can put the pre-request script, similar to test script as well. So test scripts also we can add at request level, collection level or folder level. I'll show you with the help of demo as well. You can use pre-request script for setting variable values. So question arises here is like why we use pre-request script. So if you have seen in manual testing also, before we start the actual testing, before we execute our test cases, we used to have some kind of preconditions, whether environment is ready or not, whether site is up and running or not, some kind of checkpoints, right? Some kind of precondition before we start our actual testing. Here also in API testing, we have pre-requested script where we set variable values, parameters, headers, and body data. So we'll see some examples as well, like how we are set pre-request script. Now let's talk about the order of execution, how it will be executed. So as I have discussed earlier, there are three levels where we can put our pre-request script. So this left side is nothing but the pre-request script, and this is the test script. Once we receive the response, we get the we used to write the test script. Correct. Now what is the order of execution? Suppose we put pre-requested script or test script at different levels, at collection level, folder level, and request level. So how it will be executed? So when we put the pre-request script, the collection level will be executed first, and later on folder level will be executed. Thirdly, request level will be executed. Similarly for test script, first collection level will be executed, second folder level, and third request level. So this is how the order of execution between test pre-request script and test script. Now let me show you demo with the help of Postman tool. So this is what we have spoken about earlier about the test script. So here we have tab called test where we put all our assertions. Now we have another tab over here, pre-request script tab, right? Pre-request tab. You can see different tabs over here: params, authorization, headers, body, pre-request, test, settings. So here we have test and here pre-request script. So we used to write pre-request script over here. Now let me create a sample collection so that you can understand better. I will not use the previous collections. So let me give name like pre-request demo. I have created a collection called pre-request demo, and inside that what I'll do, I'll create a folder. I will not create any request directly. I'll create a folder first. So here if you select this collection, and here we have three dots, from here we can add a folder. So I'll give like sample folder. So here we have created sample folder. Now I'll create a request over here inside this folder. I have created a get request, right? Now what I'll do, we give simple name like request on one only. Okay. Now I'll copy simple URL from previous collection. Simply I'll copy this one and I'll put this, enter this URL on this particular section. Let me click on save. So our request is saved. Let me try whether it is working or not. Click on send. Now we are getting different response over here. We can see like ID 1, 2. You can see different IDs. We got the response, right? Let me try if we can get particular ID or not. So 1. So let me click on send. So here we are getting only one response. So this URL is perfectly working fine. Now let's see how we can put the pre-request script. If we talk about how we can set the variables, we have already seen, right? We can use pre-request script for setting variable values, parameters, headers, and body data. So let me just give an example how we can set the variable values as part of pre-request script. So I have already created a statement how to get the random number from 1 to 10 using this statement, using this JavaScript. So let me simply copy this and I'll put it over here. We are using simply a math.floor function. Okay, so you can just write down the function like this, and then what I'll do, I'll create a variable over here. I'll create a what you can say, I'll create a local variable. Okay, so how to set local variable, which we have already seen in the last video. So from PM object, we have variables dot set. Now we are going to create the local variable. So I'll put double curly braces over here, and I'll put one second, I think one curly braces extra. So this is how we used to write the variable, right? How we are passing the value to a variable. So let me create a variable over here, variable name. So I'll give like random variable, correct? So how to pass the value from here? Random variable, and then how to pass the value like this, and this should be in double quotation. Second, like this. 1 second, copy this and I'll put it over here. Okay, so what we have done, we have created a function and we are set. We use this function math.random to create to generate the random number and store in a variable like random number, and then we are setting variable value, right? So pm.variables.set random variable, which we have created a variable over here, and we are passing this random number. Now let me see whether it is working or not, whether it is generating the random number or not, whether it is passing the random ID over here or not. Okay, so let me just click on send. Why it is not working? Random variable. I think there is a space. Why it is not working? Yeah, now it is working. So you can see here we are getting the ID 10, correct? Let me try again. So this will generate random number. So again we are getting 1. Let me try again. So we are getting this time ID 5. So this is how it is generating the random ID. So what happens here is this is our request, right? So before we send the actual request, we are setting some values over here, some IDs. So this is one of the usage of pre-request script. Here we are putting the pre-request script, correct? So this is one of the usage of pre-request script. Send it again, we'll get some random number over here, random ID. You can see ID 6. Now let's talk about the order of execution at different levels. So we have created a collection and then folder and then request. So how it will be executed? So what I'll do, I'll put some like console output. Okay, so console messages, console.log. So this is the statement where we can generate some logs in JavaScript. So simply I'll write over here. So this is at request level. So simply I'll write you can say log, or you can say pre-request script, and this is at request level, and this will be third. The execution order of execution will be third, right? Which we have seen earlier in PPT. At request level, the order of execution will be third. So simply I'll copy this statement, console.log. So once it will be executed, we'll see the messages in console. Let me show you. Click on send, and here we have console. From this side, we can see how the order of execution will be. Let me just clear it and let me send it again. You'll see here pre-request script, request level 3. So right now we have only one statement over here, this one, console.log. Now let me just copy and paste at some other levels as well. So folder level. So if you go to folder levels, also we have three tabs over here: authorization, pre-request script, and test script. So right now let me just put at pre-request script, request level. So this will be folder level. So this will be the second level, right? Simply copy this one and come to this collection level. Here we have different tabs, right? Similar to the other levels like folder levels. So here we have some more tabs of overview, authorization, pre-request script, test script, variables, and runs. So I'll select pre-request script and I'll put it over here, and I'll select this. And what is this? Collection level. And the order of execution will be first. Now let me just run it, right? Whether it is working or not. So come back to request level, and it is console is already clear. So let me click on send or the order of execution. One second, it is not saved, I guess. So let me save it, and prerequisite script also. Let me click on save. Now it is saved. Clear this. Let me send it again. So you can see now prerequisite script. You can see here prerequisite script collection level 1, prerequisite script folder level 2, prerequisite script request level 3. So this is the order of execution. So the collection level will be executed first, and then folder level, and then request level. Now let me show you like how it will be executed at for the test script, right? So simply I'll copy here, copy this, and I'll put inside this test level. So this is request level, so this will be the third, and here I'll put test script, right? So this will be test folder level. We'll see this is the folder level under prerequisite script. So I'll copy this and I'll put it inside test script, replace with test script, and this level 2. Click on save, and then come to this collection level. Copy this and put inside this test script. Simply I'll change it to test script, and this is level 1 collection level, right? So simply click 3 dots and click on save. Everything is saved. Let me clear the console and try again whether it is working or not. The execution. Click on send. Now you can see here. Let me increase the font by pressing Ctrl plus. You can see prerequest script collection level 1, prerequest script collect folder level 2, prerequest script level 3, and then the test script will be executed, right? By after sending this request, after sending the request, and once we get the response, the logs will be executed at script level, test script level, test script collection level 1, test script folder level 2, and test script request level 3. So this is how it will be executed. So this is all for today, guys. We have spoken about what is prerequisite script and what is the order of execution between prerequisite script and test scripts. So let me know if you have any doubts, and yeah, you can write your doubts in the comment section of this video. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So today I'm going to show you how we can create different variables using pre-request script. So this is part 12 of API testing series, and earlier in part 10 we have already spoken about different variables in Postman and how we can create those variables, how we have created those variables using separate section in Postman, like global variable, collection variable, and environment variable. And we have created local variable inside pre-request script, and data variable is a separate topic which we are going to discuss in coming videos. Now today what we are going to do is how we can create global variable, collection variable, and environment variable inside pre-request script. This is what we are going to discuss today. So there are different ways, correct? So there are two ways, like we have separate section using which we can create global, collection, and environment variable, and there is another way we can create those variables using pre-request script section as well. So how we are going to do that? Let's have a look. So this is the part 10 video which I have created variables in Postman. So if you haven't watched this, then I would recommend first go through this and watch this video and then come back to this video. So I'll provide the link in the description box of this video. So let's get started. So this is my Postman where we have created variable demo earlier in that class, part 10, and we have created a request. So you can see this is the URL we have, and here we have created a local variable var underscore local, and we are passing this variable value over here, correct? So, and how we have created different variables. So if you talk about a global variable, so if you click on this icon at right side below this close button, we have this environment quick look button, and when you click on this, so here we have global variable. So here we have created var underscore global, one variable we have already created. And environment also, so right now we have selected QA environment, and here also we have a variable in the same section. If you go here environment quick loop, you can see we have one variable var underscore QA, and this is the value. If you talk about collection level, so here we have variables section separately. Inside that we have created a variable. Now today we are going to see how we can create different variables using pre-request script. So this is the pre-request script section, how we are going to do that. Okay, let's have a look. Global variable. So inside PM object we have globals, pm.globals dot, we have set method, right? Inside that, so this is the simple statement pm.globals dot set for global variable. So let me give here create global variable, and here we have to give the variable name. So let me give like var underscore global 1, because we have already created a variable here. Inside globals we have var underscore global, so here I have given var underscore global 1, and in the second parenthesis, second place, we have to give two parameters are there inside this set method. So one is what is the name of the variable, and second parameter would be your value, like what is the value. So what I'll do, I'll make changes to this URL. I'll put like slash, let me do one thing, let me just cut this first, save it, and /1. So this part is already we are using like local variable, right? And let me see whether this URL is working or not. So if we send this request, so we are getting the ID 1. Here you can see ID 1, we are getting the response. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to make this part as variable. We are going to pass this value using variable. Okay, so let me just paste it over here, create global variable. So this is what we have created, global variable, comma, we are passing value like 2. Let's say we are passing the value to 2 here, and now we are going to use this, right? We are going to use this variable here. So how we are going to use? Using double curly braces, and inside that we have to provide the value var underscore global 1. Click on save. Now what we are going to do, if you see here inside this environment quick loop, we have only one variable, right? Now let's see whether it will create a new variable or not, new global variable or not. Okay, so let me just click on send. Now you can see we got the response, ID is 2. So dynamically it is, before sending the request, since it is present inside a pre-request script, this will be executed and global variable will be created, and it is passing the request like to this URL, right? And we are getting the response. Now we'll see in this environment quick look whether the variable has been created or not. If you click on that, we can see here the global variable has been created, var underscore global 1, and the value is 2. So this is how you can create a global variable. Now if you talk about how we can create environment variable, so let's see if you can create environment variable. So pm dot environment dot set. This is a simple statement we have to JavaScript we have to write, pm dot environment dot set, and inside that same thing like what we have given for global. So here we'll give environment env1, and here I'll pass the value, let's say 3, id 3 we are passing. So we have to change the variable name over here, right? So this time I'll pass environment variable here. Hope it is clear. So here we are passing environment variable var underscore env1. Now let's see whether we have what is the environment variable we have. So environment quick look, we have var underscore qa, right? So this time we are going to create var underscore env1. So let's see whether it is working or not. So simply click on send. You can see we are getting the ID 3. We got the response and ID as 3. Now let's have a look whether environment variable has been created or not. So you can see it has been created over here, var underscore env1, and the value is 3. So this is how you can create the environment variable. And if you talk about collection variable, so how we can create collection variable. So simple statement for collection variable as well. Collection variables, pm.collection variables dot set. Now let's have a look what is the collection variable we have. So just select the collection and variables section. We have var underscore collection. This is the variable we have. Now what I'll do, I'll create one more variable, right? So I'll give this name. This time name is var underscore collection 1, and I'm going to use inside this URL as well, comma, let's say this time ID 4. We are passing ID 4. Now let's see whether it is working or not. So simply click on send. You can see we got the ID 4 and we got the response ID as 4, right? Now we'll see at collection level. So you can see here var underscore collection 1 has been created and value is 4. So this is how you can create different variables using pre-request script as well, using pre-request script. So I'll put this code in the comment in the description box of this video as well. So this is all for today, guys. Let me know if you have any doubts. Please write your question in the comment box of this video. Please like and share this video, and if you are new to this channel, then subscribe this channel. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 13 of API testing series, and today we are going to talk about how we can delete or how we can remove variables in Postman, especially global variable, collection variable, and environment variable. So let's get started. So guys, if you remember, we have already created different variables like global variable, environment variable, collection variable using pre-request script as well as particular section. Like if you go to here, environment quick look, from here we can create global variable or environment variable, or by going to this collection we can create under these variables, we can create a separate variable over here. Now today we are going to focus on how we can delete. Suppose if you don't want them, like suppose we don't want this global variable, then how we are going to delete them, right? So how we can do that? So if you see here, like environment quick look, here we have couple of variables, global variables, var underscore global and var underscore global 1. So how to delete this var underscore global 1? Let's say suppose we want to delete this, right? So how we can do that? So here we have like a statement how we can create the global variable, pm.globals.set. So simply what we need to do here is pm.globals.unset. We have a method called unset, and inside inside the bracket, what we need to pass, what is the variable name, we have to just pass that inside double quotation, var underscore global 1. And let me just comment the previous statement, this one, and then we are just passing this one. We have a method called unset, so it will remove the global variable. So let's see this global var underscore global 1. So let me just send this. So since we are using different variable over here in the request, so that's why we got some response, and the response code is 200. That is fine, but let's see whether it has been like removed or not, this global variable. Okay, so if you go to this environment quick look, here you can see the variable which was earlier we have seen here, var underscore global 1 has been deleted from here. So this is how you can delete the, or you can remove the global variable pm.globals.unset. Similarly, for environment variable, what we are going to do, just copy paste this one and I'll comment the above line. Instead of set, I'll use unset and let it be id like that only, and pm.environment.unset using the same method unset. Let's see what is the variable we have. So here again we have var underscore qa and var underscore environment env1. Let's say suppose we want to delete this one. So how we are going to do that? So var underscore qa, this is the variable we have, right? Var underscore qa. So let's see whether it will delete that or not. So let me simply send it. Now let's go back there. Now here you can see we have only one variable, var underscore env1 under this qa environment, right? And here also qa environment is selected. So this is how you can delete the variable. Now let's talk about a collection variable, how we can delete the collection variable. Simply copy this statement, put it over here, and let's comment the above line. And instead of set, I'll use unset method. And here you can see, guys, earlier we have a couple of parameters, so it doesn't matter whether you keep only what is the variable name, or even if you pass the value, it doesn't matter, right? So let me just keep only one parameter inside this method. Suppose we want to delete this var underscore collection 1. So let's see whether what is the variable we have inside collection variables. So here we have var underscore collection 1. So let's say suppose we want to delete that. So pm.collection variables dot unset. Click on send. Now you can see, since we are using this collection variable, so it is no more present, right? So that's the reason we just getting the 404 error here, correct? Because this variable has been deleted before sending the request, like var collection 1 we are passing here, which has been already deleted, because that this is part of pre-request script only, and we are executing this unset method. So variable has been already deleted, so that's why it is showing 404 not found error. So if you go to this collection, and here you can see var underscore collection, the other variable has been deleted. So this is how you can do, you can remove or delete variables from like whatever variables we have already created, if you feel that you are not going to use them in future. So this is how you can do that. So this is very important. So I'll copy and put this JavaScript in the description box of this video. So let me know if you have any other questions regarding this, like how we can delete or remove variables in Postman. So thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 14 of API testing series, and today we are going to talk about what is authentication and authorization in APIs or in Postman tool. So let's get started. So let's first focus on what you mean by authorization. Later on we'll talk about what is authentication. So authorization is very important because we use authorization in our Postman tool. There are different ways to authorize to access different APIs. So let's understand first authorization. What do you mean by authorization? So this is simple definition of authorization. Let me just read it out and then I'll explain with the help of different examples. So the meaning of authorization can be seen as a question, which is, are we eligible to access a secured resource on the server? If the answer is yes, if we are able to access that, then in technical terms we can say that we are authorized to access the resource. If the answer is no, then we can say that we are not authorized to access the resource. This is simple definition of authorization. Let me explain better. So let's say you're working for any company and there are different APIs the company is using. Nowadays most companies are using different APIs. So let's say these are the different APIs your company are using. These APIs are like A, B, C, D, E. And we as a team or as an individual, we are able to access different APIs. Let's say we are able to access A API, B and C, but we are not able to access D and E. So we have not given the authority to access D and E. Correct? So we are not able to access D and E because these APIs require some kind of authentication. Authentication anyway we'll discuss later. So we have not given the authority. We have not given the authority to access these APIs. So we need a certain we can say different authorization methods to access these APIs, and we have not given those authority, but we are able to access these APIs like A, B and C, so that we can directly use those APIs. So there are basically two types of APIs. So we have local APIs, and we have remote APIs. So generally local APIs are without any authorization. We can access those, and these are authorized APIs. Remote APIs are mostly authorized. So we have to access using different authorization mechanism, which we are going to discuss today using those remote APIs. Let me give some other examples. So nowadays like everyone using a smartphone, correct? So we have different mechanism to secure our phone, right? So either we use using pattern lock, or using fingerprint, correct? So until unless if we don't provide these credentials or fingerprint to someone else, they are not able to access our phone. So this is kind of authorization. We have not given any authorization to any person, right? We have not given any kind of authorization to different person. So this is authorization. Another example could be, let's say this is an IT firm, and this is the main gate of this complete IT firm, and here we have different companies. Let's say company A, company B, C, X, Y, Z. Now here just consider more friends, because I'm going to explain authentication as well. So let's say we are working for this, I'm working for this company X. So we have ID card of this company, right? We have ID card. Whenever we join the company, they provide the ID card. So before entering this premise, this IT firm, they will see my ID card. So this guy belongs to this particular company, so they will give me the access. So they have given the authorization. They have just authenticate me, like I'm working for this particular company, so they authenticate my ID, but I'm not authorized to access other companies. Until unless they are if I have any kind of invitation from them, right? So I'm not able to access A, B, C, Y and Z. I'm able to access, or I'm able to go to this company only. So this is an example of authorization or authentication. Authentication I'll explain in coming slides. So what is authentication? So authentication is a process of presenting your credentials to the system and the system validating your credentials. Now I'm talking about the authentication. So basically authentication, what is authentication? It is a process of presenting your credentials. You're presenting your credentials to the system, and the system validating your credentials, whether it is correct or incorrect. So these credentials tell the system about who you are. So basically authentication talks about who you are. This enables the system to ensure and confirm users identity. Here system can be anything. It can be computer, phone, bank, or any physical office premises. As we have spoken about the IT firm, where in the main gate they are looking our ID, right? So that is nothing but they are providing the authentication. they are authenticating me, right? So who you are, basically they are asking the question who you are. So when we present our ID, they will confirm that this guy belongs to this particular company. So authentication basically talks about who you are. Now let's talk again about authorization and understand difference between authorization and authentication, correct? So authorization is the process of allowing or denying someone from accessing something. Once authentication is done, so in layman terms, authentication tells you who you are, while authorization tells what you can do, correct? So after going to this office premises, IT firm, IT park, so we are authenticating, they have provided the authentication, like we they are identified us and we are able to access this IT premises, but we are not able to authorize to access each and every companies. We are able to access only, we can go to our company only, the company which where I am working, but I am not able to access other company premises, or other we cannot access their like different companies. So this is the difference between authentication and authorization. Now let's talk about a different authorization mechanism in Postman tool. So this Postman which I have already opened, let me create a collection and then I'll explain you with the help of different examples. I'll create new collection, authorization and authentication. So I have created a collection called authorization and authentication, and here I'll create a new request. Let's say sample request. I have just created a sample request. Now let me show you a website, gorest.co.in. This is where we can get different APIs using this website, gorest.co.in. Here we have different resources over here, and these are the different endpoints we have, and let's try to access different like resources using this API. So these are the different endpoints, guys. We have post, we can access this using post method. Get method, we can access this particular user, get user details. Here the definition like create a new user. So we have to use the basic URL and this endpoint, and so that we can create a new user, get user details. The next one is for the get user details, the another one is for update user details using put method, and the last one is we can delete the user as well. So to access these APIs here, here we have they have explained everything, like request method, put, post, patch, delete needs access token. So they have secured using access token, correct, which needs to be passed with authorization header as bearer token. So this is what they have given, some kind of like authorization mechanism over here to access these resources. So what we'll do, let's try out this first with using get method, whether we use whether we need authorization in get method or not, right? Because here they have not mentioned get method, only we need whenever we update anything or delete anything on the server. So let's try to access an API here. So simply I'll copy this, I'll put it over here, and then I'll try to access this particular resource. I try to access users. So using get method, let me save this and let's click on send. So here you can see we got the 200 OK message, correct? So we are able to access using get method. So simply we are retrieving the data from the server. So there is no authorization needed over here, correct? And what I'll do, I'll simply copy one of the resource, one of the ID here, and we'll try to use post method. So simply what I'll do, I'll create duplicate this one, and post method body raw, and I'll select JSON format. Now I'm going to post something on the server, correct, using post method, and this is the URL. And let's remove ID. It does not require ID. We need only these things. Let me change the first name as well, test name, and example also, sorry, email also I change to update to something else, test123, gender male, and active. Now let's try to put some record on the server. We try to post some record on the server. So let's say whether we are able to do it or not. So click on send. So here we are getting 401 unauthorized, correct. So we are authentication failed. So we have not provided any kind of authentication to access these resources, to update into database, to update into their server, right. We want to add a new record, but we are not able to do so because we have not authorized to access this resource or this API using this post method, right. So what we are going to do, so request methods put post patch delete needs access token, which needs to be passed with authorization header as bearer token. So now I'll explain what are the different authorization we have in Postman. So here you can see a tab called auth, correct, and these are the different types of authorization we have. So we have no auth. So no auth means no, this request does not use any authorization. So when we click on send, it will show us authentication failed. So sometimes we can select this one, if you don't use any authorization. This is no auth is there, and API key is there. So some part of like some, when we use some like key and value like access token, API key token, then we'll use this API key. Similarly, we have bearer token as well. So let me delete this. I think I have used earlier, so that's why it is showing some token here. Let me save it. So bearer token we are going to use. And if you talk about basic auth, so we have here username and password. So some of the APIs we use using basic authorization using username and password. So simply you have to provide username and password over here. So let me just provide some user, just dummy user test and password. Now you can see one header will be created, correct. So click on send. If you go to header, so this is the example of basic authorization. So here you can see it will be created like authorization key and what is the value. So this is the syntax of the basic authorization. So this is the value and what is the key. Yeah, like this authorization and then basic. This is the authorization is the key, and what is the value? Basic space, this is the value which is encoded, right, using base 64. Now what we are going to do in this particular API example, we have to use using bearer token. So how to get that bearer token, right? So let me try this. I'll use this basic. I cannot use basic authorization. We have to use this bearer token. So here we have to provide the token. So how to do that? So from here, in the last we have this get your access token. So if you click on this, here we get the access token. So what you guys can do, already I have created user on this one. So simply I have logged in using Gmail account. So you can do in the same way using this website gorest.co.in, or when you click on this get your access token, it will ask you to access using GitHub or your Gmail ID. So you can access that. So it gives a token over here. This is the token. I'll copy it, and expires, it never expires, and we have some limit remaining, some limit. I think this is a character, number of characters we have, and we can delete this token and we can create new access token as well. So what I'll do, simply I'll provide this access token over here, token here, and save this. Now I'll try to send it again, this request, post request. So let me send it. Now here you can see we got 201 created. So this record has been created on the server. So this is how you can do using different authorization. So I don't have any example of this basic authorization, so that's why I have not given. And there are a couple of other authorization mechanism like OAuth. OAuth is nothing but open authorization, and we have another OAuth 1.0 and 2.0. So we have more secured mechanism in this OAuth 2.0. So what is the difference between basic authorization and OAuth? So the basic difference is using basic auth, what happens is we directly provide the username and password to the server. However, using OAuth, what happens is there is a third party application using which we give our access token to that application, and from there it goes to the server. So that's how it happens. So there is one more layer between client and server. So that is nothing but the OAuth mechanism of authorization. So these are the different ways we can authorize an API if you want to access some APIs on the remote server. So this is all for today, guys. Let me know if you have any doubts or if you want more information about this authorization and authentication. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 15 of API testing series, and today we are going to talk about API chaining. So what do you mean by API chaining, correct? So first we'll understand the concept of API chaining, and later on I'll show you some examples using Postman tool so that you can understand better. So let's get started. So whenever you work on any project, API projects, so we used to send different HTTP requests, correct? So let me give an example. So let's say this is request 1. We are sending through an API and we are getting some response 1. Similarly, we have request 2. We are sending, getting some response. Request 3. We are getting some response. Similarly, a number of requests we have. So this is what we are sending the request. This is the simple concept of an API. So when we send the request, we are getting some response, correct? And we have different HTTP requests and using different HTTP methods like get, post, put, delete, right? So these are the different HTTP methods which we used to send the request. Now what happens, what do you mean by API chaining? Here is the concept of API chaining. So when we send the request, we are getting some response, and in that response we are getting some data, correct, in the response body of this particular request. So what we are going to do in the second request 2, we are using some part of data from response 1. So we are using some part of data from response 1 to the request second, to the second request, correct? Similarly, some part of response from request 2 we are going to use for the request 3. Similarly for other request as well. So there is a dependency between the different HTTP requests, or we can say dependency among a number of HTTP requests. So why we are doing this? So to create or to increase the reusability, correct? So let's say we are getting here, let's say this particular request is post request which creates record in the database for students. So for student, like we have student ID, name, and some other subjects and all. These are the different fields we have for a particular student record. So we are sending the request, post request, and it creates it creates a record in the database, correct? So we'll get the same response over here, like student ID, name, and if you have roll number or subject, etc. So what we are going to do, let's say in the request 2 we are going to use student ID. So what we are going to do, student ID will store in a variable from this response and use that in second request. We'll pass that ID to second request, so that no need to rewrite that ID in this particular request in the second request. Let's say this is get request, or let's say put request. So we need to write some body, right, to update the record. So we'll keep that ID from response 1. Similarly, we'll do some dependency, we'll create some dependency among different HTTP requests. So this is just an example how we create the dependency. So this is nothing but the chaining of different HTTP requests. So it's like a chain, like all API requests are interconnected with each other. So that is nothing but the API chaining. And we'll understand this concept using two ways. I'll show you two APIs. One is local API, which we have already created, like our own API, which we are going to discuss today. And the second one through a remote API. Remote API or some real APIs are there for testing purpose. Remote APIs, using that we'll understand the concept of API chaining. So let's understand this. So here my Postman is already open here. So if you remember, guys, own API, I have already created some request. If you remember, let me show you. I think part 8 I have created a video, create your own APIs for testing. So you can refer this video so you can understand this concept of how to create our own APIs. So simply what I'll do, I'll just copy, I'll create the same collection again, and then we'll reuse, we'll update those requests and use for this API chaining example. Okay. So how to copy this, right? So at collection level, so we have 3 dots here, and we have an option over here, duplicate. So click on this duplicate. So here you can see this duplicate got created. We have another copy. I think this is the old one. We have not this one. Yeah, this is the latest one. So let me just rename it, otherwise we'll get confused. I'll give the name API chaining. So it comes on top. So these are the different requests which we have created. This is our local API address, correct? So using that, we'll create the different requests, right? So this get request, post, patch, delete, and get. Get is another there. I can delete this. So we'll use 4. Now, how to run this local API, correct? So because server is on my system only, so what we'll do, we have to you should have a JSON file which we have created in part 8. If you can see, create your own API. I have explained how to create your JSON file and how to run the JSON server, right? So cmd and JSON -server, and what is the name of your JSON file. This is how you can run, and press enter. So now this is running. Now our API will work. If you send the request, get request, let me send it, you will get the response. Now you can see we got the response 200. Okay. So these are the different requests we have for different employees, correct? Now what we are going to do, we'll use get request, post request. So for post request we use body, right? So I'll put it on top. Post request, first we'll create the record, First we'll create the record, and later on we'll use the ID from that post request to the get request, and then we'll update the request, and lastly we'll delete that record. So how to do that? So for post request, let's say let me show you how many records we have currently. 30 records are there. Now let's see whether it is working or not. So ID 14, I'll create some record like John and status true. These are the different fields guys for this particular employees table, employees data, ID, name and status. So let me send this is simple post request, so I'm sending it. So it will create a record in the database 201 created, correct? Now if I go to get request and using this URL, if I send it, we'll get the record. Let me show you. Like this we get the record like 14, ID 14 John, this one. If you want particular record, so /14, send it, we'll get the record, this the one which we have created, correct? So this is how it is working. Now what we are going to do for post request, so let me send this 15 and John 1, let's make it false. So this is new record which I'm going to create. Now what we are going to do, we'll create the post request, so the record will be added in the database in the employees table, correct? Now using test, after once our request gets executed, we'll store the response, correct? We'll store the ID and we'll use that ID in the next request, which is get request. Similarly, we'll use the ID in the next request, next to next, like patch request, and later on delete, correct? This is how we are going to do. Yeah, let's use put instead of patch. Save it. Yeah, post, get, put and delete. Hope you understand the concept. So first we'll send the request, post request, it will create the record in the database, and then from that ID we'll capture in test. So test will be executed after the request gets completed, correct? Whereas pre-request will be executed before sending the request. So we have to write some JavaScript in this test tab, correct? So what JavaScript we are going to write, what we are going to do? So basically the response which we are going to get, we need to store that response, and a particular let's say suppose we are going to use reuse ID, so we'll store that in a variable. If you want to get from that response data name, then we can retrieve the name or status as well. So we are going to use ID. So how we are going to do that? So JSON.parse, and we are going to use the response body. This is the keyword response body. So using this we'll get the response bodies. We need to store in a variable, correct? So this is JavaScript, simple JavaScript, and we'll store in a variable, let's say JSON data. I'll store in a variable called JSON data. Now what we are going to do, using JSON data, we have all the records, right? So what we are going to use here in the JSON data, ID, we are going to use ID. We are going to retrieve the ID from student, correct? Now what we'll do, we need to create the variable, correct? So pm.environment variable, we'll create the variable pm.environment. I'll show you why I'm going to create this set, and it takes two parameters, the variable name and the value. So variable name I'm going to use like ID and comma this JSON.id which I want, correct? So I'll put it over here like this. So this particular line will create the record in the environment variable, which is nothing but the ID. So this will create the environment variable. Anything missing over here? Like so first line will create the variable of JSON data from the response body. It will create the JSON data, and from that JSON data, the JSON data, we need only ID. So JSON.id. So this is the key and this is the value. So it will create an environment variable, right? So let me just save it. So this part is done. Now next part, what we are going to do, when this will execute this post request, after once request has been executed, after that test will run and this will execute, right? So this will create the environment variable. So ID will be created here in this environment variable. So here we have global variable and here environment variable will be created. I'll show you how it works, and later on get request, right? So let me just write some test as well inside this test tab to assert something. We can write like assertion 1, and we have some library pm dot test, correct? And inside that, what we are going to verify, test the status code is 201, correct? And we'll use function. We can use either function or we have arrow function, right? So here I am using simply function, and here I'll write pm.response dot to have status, right? So here the expected value we write what we are expecting, 201. So let me just save it. So I have written just one assertion over here. This is, we have already spoken about how we put the assertion in our test. So this is the assertion, and now coming to the get request, what we are going to do, we are going to use the ID. So suppose we want that particular ID, the ID which we are getting from here in the environment variable, we are going to use in the here, right, in the URL. So how to use that? Slash double curly braces and use the ID over here. Now it will give an error currently like unresolved variable, because this variable has not been created yet, because we have not executed this post request. So this will give the particular, like this will give the particular ID here, and it will execute this request. Now here also let's write some test. So I'll just simply copy this assertion and put it over here. Here we'll get 200 record, right? 200 okay. 200 message will get, okay message will get when we execute this particular test, like get request. So this is done. Similarly for patch request, I'll put the same thing here, ID, and we'll use some body from here. I'll copy this. Let's say in this put request, I'll just rename put request. Let's say the particular ID, let's say we are going to update the name and this status. So let's say true. I'm going to update true. So just save it. So here also we'll pass the ID and delete requests. There will not be any body. So here simply we'll use the ID. Now let's see if anything is there in the response. So let me clear it before executing it. So everything is done, guys. We have created everything like post request, post, get, put and delete. Now let me simply run this collection. So when you come to at collection level, and here we have 3 dots, and you'll get run collection. So this is the order is important. So first post will create the record and then get, put, and then delete. So let me run this, run API chaining collection. Now here you can see everything is executed successfully. Get request, why the test has not been executed. I think we did not save this, that's the reason. But anyway, let me run it again. I'll clear the console again. I'll run it again. Now here you can see, so two tests are there. One is inside a post request, another one inside a get request. So you can see here post request successfully got executed, and the test result, the code is okay. Second one is the test status code is 200 for get request. Code is no test found. There is no test inside this, but we got the record. We got the response as 200, and the last delete one is 200. Now let's have a look through console. So post request we have sent, and let's see we have request body over here. So this is the requested body, like ID 15 John 1 false, correct. And what is the response we got? Same response we should get, right? So 15 John 1 false. Now if you see the gate, how it is picking up in the response body of gate, we got 15 John 1 and false. Now coming to put, to update the record, here we have response body John 2 true and ID is 15. This is the response body of, we have updated already name and status, right, in the put request. And lastly delete, we don't get any response body in the delete, correct. So this is how it is executed. And so hope it is clear for you guys how we are going to do that. So in the test we have stored the variable, correct. We have stored in the JSON data in the form of variable, and then we have created an environment variable. So if you see this icon here, environment variable, so here ID has been created 15, current value is 15. Now let's do one more thing in the delete request, how to delete that ID. So here you can see we have created the ID, this environment variable, right? So how to delete this? So that also we have seen in earlier classes, earlier videos which we have created. So in the how to delete that, so just come to this test tab in the delete request and simply write pm dot environment dot unset. How to unset that, right? And similarly, simply you need to put here what is the ID, what is the environment variable. So this is the environment variable ID. So save it and simply run it again. So let me send it again. Sorry, let me clear all the console, and from I'll run the API collection. So run collection, API chaining. Something went wrong while running your script. Check Postman console for more information. What happened? Duplicate ID. I think it is duplicate ID. So this time I think we need to keep 16 because 15 is already created. So let's keep it like 16. So this will work. We'll give some other name like Alvin. Save it. Get is fine. ID. Put delete and pm dot environment dot unset will unset the ID. Hope everything is fine now. Run collection. Now here you can see everything is executed successfully, correct. This is the previous one. After that you can see 201, 200, 200, 200. So everything got executed successfully. Let me run it again. This time I think it should work because 15 is already been created. So now you can see after executing this test, right, after executing this request, delete request, and this test tab will be executed. So it will it will unset the ID environment variable. So here you can see the ID has been deleted from here. Now if you can try to run it again, you can run it multiple times. Now you can see here 201, 200, 200, 200. So all got successfully executed. Here you can see 200. And we have two tests, one from post request, another one is from get request. So this is all about today, guys, and in the next video using Go REST API, like I'll show you some remote APIs as well, how we can achieve this API chaining. So we'll understand in the next video. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 16 of API testing series, and today we are going to talk about API chaining. So this is part B of API chaining concept, and in the last video we have spoken about some basics of API chaining concept, where we have seen to create some dependency using local API, correct? And today we'll focus on to talk about API chaining concepts using remote API, or we can say some real APIs. We'll use some real APIs and we'll see how we can achieve the concept of API chaining. So what we can do today, we'll create more dependency among different HTTP requests and we'll understand the concept of API chaining better. Correct. So let's get started. So this is the website, guys, which I'm going to take the help from this website, gores.co.in, which we have already used in our previous video when we have spoken about authorization and authentication in APIs. We have used this website, gores.co.in. So this is very good website for REST APIs for testing and prototyping. So here you can see fake data. You can generate lots of data, fake data, and will get real responses, and it is online 24/7. So these are the different endpoints we have: public /v2 under /users for post request, similarly for get, put, patch, and delete. So these are the different endpoints, and we have to use these endpoints using the base URL which we have, like gores.co.in. And here we have the documentation as well, like some steps as well, how we are going to use this website, some features, and for some of the requests, like request methods, put, post, patch, delete, needs access token, which needs to be passed with authorization header as bearer token, which we have already seen as part of our authorization video, right? So anyway, I'll explain this again as well. So how to access your token? So first of all, you need to access this website using your GitHub account, or you can use your Google account as well. So already I have logged in with my Gmail account. So here you can see my access token. So from here I have accessed this access token. So this is access token we have. So I'll use this, and there are some other features. You can just go around it. You can just look into it about this website. Correct. And this is the data, like how we are going to send in this through this API. So we have name and gender, email, and status. Correct. So what we are going to do is how to achieve this API chaining concept using this Go REST API. So we'll create different requests like get, post, put, patch, delete, and then we'll create different dependencies and different tests. Okay, so that you can understand better. So I have opened my Postman over here, and this is what we have seen in the last video, API chaining. And I'll create a new collection, and simply I'll give the name API chaining, and let's give part 2. This is part 2 of here I have created the collection of API chaining part 2, and inside that we'll create some request. So let's create get request. What is the URL we have? This is the base URL, or you can directly copy from here as well. Copy it. For get request, we have, suppose we want to access particular resource, right, 2742, so we can give /2742, or if you want simply all the records, then till users you have to put the URL. So simply I'll put this URL, and what I'll do, this is the URL, right? So I'll give the name of this request as get request and simply click on save. Now let's see whether it is working or not. And for this particular thing, we don't need any authorization, right? So for get request, here it is clearly mentioned. For post, for put, post, patch and delete, we need access token. Otherwise we it not required, right? So simply what we are going to do, we'll send it, we'll see all the records over here. So you can see all the records are displayed over here: name, email, gender, status. These are the different IDs. Now let's do one thing. Let's create all the other requests as well. So simply I'll click these three dots and add request. So let's rename this one, the second one. First one is get request, second one I'll rename it to post. This is the URL. Simply I'll put this URL over here, post. And in the post, what we are going to do, let me just give the let me give just save it, all the request first by putting the URL. This should be put, and we'll update particular record, so we'll put ID over here, so slash. Similarly for patch as well, I'll put the URL slash particular ID, which we'll give later on, and we'll add one more for delete. I'll select delete HTTP method here and put the URL and particular ID which we are going to delete. And I'll put post on top, because first we'll create the request. First we'll add the record. Sorry, what happened? Be on top. Yeah, post request is on top, and later on get will get the record for that particular ID. And similarly we'll execute other methods like put, patch and delete. So here what we'll do, post will create some records, right? So what I'll do, I'll copy this from here and put it in the body of this post request. So select raw and JSON data, JSON type of data, and put it over here. And we don't need ID. ID automatically it will be created, unique ID it will create, correct? So beautify, and name, email, gender and status. So these are the 4 fields we need to give for post request to create the record in the database. And similarly we have to give the unique email ID, otherwise it will give the error. First of all, let's see whether it will work or not, because we need access token for this one. So let's see. Let me just save it. Let's give a name as well, meaningful name, like post request, and put request, patch request, QUST, patch request and delete request. Delete request, right? So these are the different requests which we have created, and post request we have given some data over here, right? Now let's see whether it will work or not. So simply click on send. You can see authentication failed because this require access token. So there are two options. We can give the access token. So from authorization we have to select the bearer token from here, and You have to provide the bearer token over here. The second is from at collection level we can give. So simply select this collection and here we have authorization tab. So from here we'll give the bearer token and put the bearer token over here. So what is the bearer token we have? Copy this is the token which we have, and copy and put it over here. So this will be applicable for all the requests inside this collection. So that is the difference. So simply save it. Now if you go to this post request, you can see inherit auth from parent. You can see for this one as well. Go to authorization for another request like this. Correct. So now let me try this. You'll get another error as well. Let's see what error you'll get. So simply click on send. Here it is failed, unprocessable entity, because we have got the same email ID, right? So has already been taken. So simply we have to change the email ID to some other email ID, save it and send it. Now this time we got the correct response. Now what we are going to do, now all the requests we have created here, we'll do what we are going to do now to achieve the API chaining concept. Last time we have done that, so in the same way we'll do in the similar way as well. So it creates an ID, right? So which we are going to use in further request like get, put, patch, delete. So let's do this one first. Like let's save this response in this JSON response, and then from there retrieve the ID and create the environment variable of that ID. So how to do that? We have to go to this test tab, which will be executed once request has been completed. After that test will be executed, right? The validation will happen after once the test got executed. After that we'll execute this part, test tab. So how to save that, right? So we have JSON, we need to write some JavaScript. So we have to parse the JSON data, right? So how to do that? Response body, we have to save that response body to a variable. So this is how you need to write, and inside a variable we have to save it. I'll give some name like JSON data, and this will save the data, right? The JSON data, the complete response data. Now what we'll do, from that JSON data we'll extract the ID, correct? So and then we need to save this data, we need to save this particular ID. So how to save this? We'll save in environment variable. So you can see environment variable over here, there are no environment variable. So what we'll do, we'll save this environment, we'll create this environment variable of ID. So how to do that? pm dot environment dot set, and it takes two parameters, set method. So here we'll give env underscore id and comma, this is what we wanted to retrieve, and simply delete this, correct? So this piece of line, this line will give you this will create the environment variable, correct? So simply save this. Now let me execute it, whether it will work or not we'll see. And first of all we need to change the ID again. So I'll put to save it and click on send. Now we got the response, and if you see the environment variable, the ID has been created, environment ID, which we are going to use in our further request. So what we'll do, simply I'll copy this environment variable and I'll put in the get request. How to put? Using double curly braces. Put it over here, save it. Similarly, I'll copy this complete URL, because URL will be the same for all other requests as well, correct? Only method will be different. So I'll copy this URL and I'll put it for patch request, save it. Sorry, for put request, for patch request as well, save it, and delete request as well, and save it. So the first part is done. We have created environment variable and save it. Now the second challenge using this request is we have name, we have email ID, we have to change email ID every time, right? So how to make this email ID dynamically, how to change this dynamically, and we'll update the name as well. Gender and static, it could be like duplicate, right? So we can keep gender and status same, and what we'll do, we'll update name and email. So how we are going to do that? Before sending the request, we have to update it, right? So how to do that? So there is a tab called pre-request tab. So here we have to update it. Here we have to update the name and email. We have to provide the name and email, and then update the body, correct? By providing those environment variable over here, we'll do that. So how to achieve that? So what we'll do, we have in math library, we have a function called random. Using that, we'll achieve this. And there is a that number will change it to a string, correct? So a string of 36 dot substring or yeah, so this will give you a random string. It will generate the random string. It will be little long, and then we have to cut it by giving this substring method. So we can give like 4, 5, 6 over here. So I'll give 5 only, and then we need to store this in a variable, correct? So let's say we store in a, like I'll give random string, correct? So we have created a random string. Now what we'll do, we'll create different variables using this random string for name and email ID. So let's say for name, what we are going to do, we'll start with test name, and then just simply give this random string over here, random string, correct? So this will give me name variable. We can give like environment name like this. Similarly, let's do it for email ID as well. Copy it, and I'll change environment email, and I'll start with test email, and then what we are going to do, we have to append with random string plus, we have to append with random string plus gmail@gmail.com, correct? We are going to use Gmail ID. So test email and then some random string @gmail.com. So we have created two variables, environment underscore name and environment underscore email. Now we have to set these two variables. These two variables we have to create as environment variable. So how to do that? pm.environment.set, and it takes two parameters. So what will give? Let's say we'll give like this name, and here we'll change a little bit test name and test email like this. Okay, variable name I have changed, and we'll put it over here. Similarly for pm dot environment dot set, here I'll create the environment variable. I have to give the name environment underscore email, and then what is the value we have? So test email, correct? So these two lines will create the environment variable for name and email. So far so good. Now what we are going to do, after, see, before sending this request, post request, this will be executed, right? So it will create environment name and environment email, and we have to use that inside our body. So how we are going to use that, those environment variables? Earlier we have seen how to use inside URL, right? We have to give using we have to give couple of like two curly braces, inside that we have to give the environment variable name. So similarly, how we are going to use inside body. So inside double quotation, what we are going to do, we have to use double curly braces for similarly for this one as well. Yeah, one is extra. Yeah, now what we have to do from pre-request, what is the variable, sorry, environment variable name we have, environment underscore name, we have to pass it over here, correct? And here email like this. Now simply save this. So just keep in mind while passing the environment variable inside URL, you have to just simply put the curly braces, and here we have to put inside the double quotation. That is the difference. Now save this, already saved. So let's see whether it is working or not. We'll request this post request first, whether it is working or not. Let's see. Click on send. Now you can see it has been executed successfully. We got the record, correct? 201 created. We got the message. Created message, right? 201. So this is how you can do. You can send. You can pass the environment variable inside body, correct? So this, the second part is done. Now we have to use inside this one like URL. So here already we have, and if you see the environment variable, all the environments have been created. Now let me show you this one. You can see here test name and some random ID, correct? So every time it generates random string. The code which we have written over here, JavaScript code, right? So this will generate the random string always. And here you can see test email, some random string, and then gmail.com. Okay, so till now it's fine. Now what we are going to use, what we are going to do here is, now let's put some test under this get request. What we are going to verify here, right? So in get request, what we are going to do, inside test we'll write some test to verify, because we are going to use the same response from here, like ID we are going to use, and using that ID we'll get the particular record. And when we get the response of this get request, let's verify whether that response is correct or not, right? So how to write test over here, correct? That is the question. So let's write some test, pm.test. This already we have seen earlier, like how to write test, and here we have to put like verify the response, JSON response. Simply give like this, and we'll use function, and inside this we'll write some test. So how we are going to write, let's store the JSON response first, right? So JSON response in the similar way. So pm dot response, this another way to save the response dot JSON. This is how we can save the response, and I'll store in a variable JSON data. This is one way. Another way is, we have already seen how to save the JSON data like this, and this is another way you can do that using JavaScript. Now what we are going to do is, here is like from the JSON data, will whatever response we got will compare with the environment variable, because we have already stored here, right? The same response will get in get request when we put that particular ID. So simply what we'll do, we'll write some test over here, pm.expect, and what we are going to expect, JSON data dot ID, JSON data dot ID to equal function we have eql, and inside that what we are going to write, pm.environment.get. From here we'll get the environment variable. So for id environment variable, what we have, this is the id we have, right, environment variable. So simply put it over here, and simply I'll copy the same line of code for name and email id. So here it should be like id dot name, and here what is the name of our environment variable, environment name and environment email. So for the third line as well, dot email, and simply you'll put the environment variable. So simply save it. So this is how we can perform testing over here. Like we can expect what we have, we get using get response, the id, and which we are comparing with environment variable, which we have already set up using this post request, right? So this is how you can create the tests over here. Now next thing what I'm going to do, so put request, you will get put request, right? So patch request, anyway, yeah, we need to do put request as well. So raw data JSON. So inside put, what we are going to do, let's update we'll keep the same, like gender and status. Yeah, let's update name and email, and then gender and status I'll keep the same. And let me save it. For patch, what I'm going to do, patch, what I'm going to do here is I'll simply update these two fields. I'll not update name and email. I'll update gender, like male, and active to inactive. Correct, save it. Now let's see whether it is working or not. So we have done everything. For delete request, we have given the URL, and then ID we are passing the environment variable. We don't need body over here. So patch request, we have given the body male, and gender and status we are going to update. Put request, we are updating name and email. Get request, yeah, we have written some test. So let me just run it at collection level, right? So just run it, go to that collection, 3 dots, and run collection. This is the order of your different requests, run order. You can see post, get, put, patch, and delete. Simply click on run. So you can see here post request 201 created, and get request 200 okay, put request 200 okay, patch request 200, and delete request 204. Why 204? Because in this particular API we don't get like 200 okay, because we cannot delete the particular resource. So it is showing like let me show you again. I'll clear the console and run it again. Now you can see here all the records got executed successfully, right? 201, 200, 200 for get, put, patch, delete. Delete, we got 204 instead of 200 for this particular API, right? So, and now how we can differentiate. So for the post, you can see what the response we got. So this is the response we got. ID is 4629885, and this is the name which we have generated. Test name and some random number, random string, and email ID. This is the email ID, gender, and active. Gender as female and active. Now we'll see whether this same response is this same ID is carrying over the get response or not. So you can see here 4629885 and the same email and gender and status, right? Now put request, we'll see. same ID will be there. This is the ID which we have updated, right? Now you can see patch request. There we have updated, right? In the patch, what we have updated is status and gender. So you can see of patch request. Here you can see male we have updated and status as inactive, and delete finally you'll get nothing over here. So this is how you need to see the console as well. And let me close this. Now let's do one thing. If you see the environment variable, you will see all the IDs over here, right? We have created environment ID, environment name, environment email. Now let's unset those IDs, the records which we have created, the environment variable. So how to do that? Just go to delete, and after performing the test, just unset those values. Pm dot how to unset pm those variables. Pm dot environment dot unset, and here we have to keep what is the value we have, environment ID. Similarly for pm dot environment dot unset, name, and lastly pm dot environment dot unset. So it will be deleted from environment variable email. So just save this, because this will be executed after completing this delete request. So saved it. Let me run it again. Delete the console. Just run it again. From API chaining, run collection, and just make sure guys you have to run in a particular order, like post for which we create the record, right? And then get, put, patch, delete. So run. Now you can see here all executed successfully. We have only added one test inside a get request, so that's why here you can see all test one. Now if you check this environment variable, all environment variables are removed from here. So this is how you need to create the dependency among different HTTP requests, and in real project also you need to do in such a way. So that's all for today guys. Let me know if you need any clarification or if you have any doubts. So just put your question in the comment box of this video. If you are new to this channel, then please subscribe it. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So today I'm going to talk about an AI tool in Postman. So the tool name is called PostBot, which is an AI assistant of Postman. So using this tool, we can create a number of automated script, JavaScript test cases in your Postman. So this is really good tool, and earlier we have seen ChatGPT, using which we can create generate code as well, right? And we can how we can interact with ChatGPT. So in a similar way we can interact with this PostBot, and we can generate a number of test cases, automated test script, and like there are plenty of options are also there how we can interact with PostBot, like how we can generate a number of test cases, how we can fix our existing script as well using this particular tool PostBot. And I'll provide some links as well in the description box of this video, so you can go through that as well. And in this particular video we are going to explore what are the options we have using this PostBot. So please watch this video till the end, and even if you don't have like any JavaScript knowledge, you can use this tool and you can generate a number of test cases. So let's get started with this video. So guys, I have already opened my Postman account over here, and I have created a collection over here, Postman AI demo, and inside that I have created a different request using different API, different remote APIs. So if you don't know like how to create collection and how to add requests inside that, I have already created like multiple times in previous videos. So please go and watch the previous videos first, like how to create the collection, how to add the request inside that, and then you can come back to this video. So in this particular example, I have created a 4 request, though they are kind of same request like GET request. but you can add different requests, different kind of requests like get, post, put, patch, delete, correct? So these are the different requests from different remote APIs. So here you can see HTTP bin, we have another request over here, and this is cats one, and we have local API as well. We have seen also local API, how to create your own API. So this is from the local API. Now there are two ways you can create your automated test using AI tool, this AI tool. So there are two ways. One is at collection level, and another one is at particular request. You can go there and you can create using PostBot. Okay, we'll see that later on. So let's have a look first at collection level, how you can generate your automated test using AI tool. So in the Postman, right? So here we have three options. So this is the collection Postman AI demo. Inside that we have 4 requests. Now just select the particular collection Postman AI demo for which you want to generate the automated test. And here we have 3 dots. So simply click on these 3 dots. And here we have number of options: share, move, run collection, and generate test. The fourth one, generate test. So this is beta version and it is completely free as of now. So you can just install Postman and create your account, and then you can use this feature. So simply click on this generate test. So let's see what happens. So after clicking on that, I can see this particular window, right? So here you can see generate test for all your requests using PostBot. This will require sending the request in this collection, correct? So you can see right now what are the requests we have. These are the different requests we have, the 4 requests, and corresponding the test we have. So as of now there are no tests, right? So how to generate the test? So simply they have given the option over here, generate test. Simply click on that generate test button. So let's see what happens. Now you can see AI is working on it, you can see. And now you can see it adds some test cases for the request 1. Response status code is 200. So, and at the same time when it adds the test, at that time it automatically run the request as well. After running the request only it adds the test, right? We have seen earlier how to add the pre-request script and test. So it adds the test and it executed as well. So you can see response status code is 200 and it is status is passed. So if you expand this using this plus icon, you can see pm.test response status code is 200. So simply JavaScript, it adds some test cases using JavaScript, right? Which we have already seen how to add test cases in your test. So response status code is 200. This is our first test. You can see pm.response to have status 200. 200 is the expected value which we want, right? So these are the different tests it adds for this particular request, like a response has required fields, headers contain the required fields, like that. Similarly for the second request as well, you can see the response also 200 okay, 200 okay. And for third we are getting some error, like test generation is supported only for JSON responses. So I'll show you why we are not able to generate for this particular request, this cats one. And the fourth one, no test. Why? Couldn't send the request connection. Some connection error you can see over here, right? So why we got this? Because this is local API. So we have to run the server. Correct. So if you remember in the previous video, we have already seen like how to run your, if you create your local API, you have to run the JSON server. And here I have JSON file. So simply I need to run the JSON server employees.json. Now you can see it is running on this particular URL, right? Home. And just minimize it. And if you come here, now let's see, suppose we want to generate again for this one. So what you need to do, you need to simply save the whatever request it is generated earlier. So simply save test, and so you can see test script saved successfully. Now we want to generate for this one, right? So simply we need to click on generate test again. Now it is working on it. So it will add the test cases for this, the last one as well, local API. So you can see these different test cases, automated test cases added for this particular request. Now let's see why it is not added for this particular request. So simply go to, before that what we need to do is we need to just save the test. So we can see test script saved successfully, and we have to see, we can see those script using inside our particular request. Okay, so now let's see why it is not generated for this, for the third request. So simply go to that request and let me send it first. So we are getting the response in HTML format. You can see in HTML format, HTML selected over here. And so that's the reason it is not generating. So currently the feature is like it is generating the responses for just a response only, not for all the other types of response. Like we have different type other responses like XML, HTML, text, auto, right? So JSON, right? So it generates the test cases only for JSON format. So go back to this particular screen. So this is at collection level, you can generate your test cases. So here you can see 5 test cases have been added for this particular request. Let's see whether it has been added at request level or not. So simply select that request. Now you can see test tab. This is the different body tab. So this is get request, so we don't have any body. If you come to test, you can see all the test cases have been added over here, all those 5 test cases. Now simply what I can do, let's add some more test cases, or how we can see the option at request level, how it works, like PostBot, right? So you can see right side we have an option called script with PostBot beta version again, right? Write script easily with AI. So simply what I'll do, I'll add some comments over here. Add more test and simply save it, and let's see whether it will add more test cases or not. First of all, let's see what are the options we have when we select this one, script with PostBot. So this is simply like a ChatGPT AI tool which we have already seen earlier. So whatever you are going to request with this chatbot, it will add the test cases according to that, right? So there are different options here. What we can do using this chatbot, we can add a test to this request, test for response. You can visualize response in different formats and save a field from response, and you can fix your test as well. We'll see one by one all the options whatever we have over here using with the help of some example. Okay, so let's see the first one. Suppose we want to add some more test cases, so simply click on this add test to this request. You can see working on it, so it will add some more test cases. So let's see whether we have added our add more test. So this is the comment we have added, and after that you can see it adds some more test cases. So simply select test results from here, and you can see earlier we have only 5 test cases, 3, 4 and 5, and after that you can see 5 more test cases it adds, right? So this is really great, right? So you can see what are the tests it adds. Response has the required fields like args is there. Args is an object. So you can see in the response like body, whatever we have, based on that it adds the test cases, right? Now what we are going to do, what is the second option what we have, right? So let's have a look. Simply you need to remove this one, whatever is written which we have given earlier, the command like add test to this request, simply remove it. Now we'll see the same response again, same questions again, like test for response. So what I'll do, simply I'll add comment again, add test for response. So whatever response we have, response body we have, based on that it will add some more test cases, right? So simply save it, and let's see whether it is doing that or not. So test for response, click on that, and again it will ask, right, test for response. Then there are few more options are there, like data length, if you want to write the test cases based on data length, or time within the acceptable range, content type, schema against saved value. So let's see, I'm going to select this one. Now it will add some more test based on the one second. Now it is added here, add test for response. So here you can see response time is within the acceptable range. So here you can see pm.expect correct. So 1000 milliseconds it should we should get the response, right? So this is really great. And now let me just send it and then we'll see the response test results. You can see all the test cases are passed successfully. Response time is within the acceptable range. Now we'll do one thing. What are the other options we have? Simply remove the previous question which we have asked, and now how it works on this one, like visualize response. Okay, so how it, so for that no need of comment over here. So visualize response, we'll see how it adds the visualize response. So here you can see, if you go to body and there is a button called visualize, option called visualize tab, right? So it will add that in particular format whatever we will give over here. So simply select on this script with chatbot, postbot, and here we'll see, click on this visualize response. Let's see what happens. So visualize response and simply click on this run button. Working on it, and now you can see in green color it is coming, right? Visualize and then green dot. So simply select on that. Now it will visualize the response in tabular format. I think we have selected table over there, or I think we simply click on this run. So it will give 3 more options, like as a table, as line chart, or as bar graph. So you can explore this. So the first one, it took the first one as a table. However, we have not selected this one. So it took the first one and it generates the response in particular like tabular format. So this is really great, guys. And now let's see the other. Let me just save it. Now let's see the other questions using other requests. So come to this request and it adds already some, we have already some test cases, like 3 test cases for this particular request. Now what I'll do, what is the next question we have, like next option we have, simply select this and save a field from response. Okay, so let's explore that one. Save a field from response and create environment or global variable. We'll save some field from the response body. It will save some field, or you can save a particular field as well. So let's see which field is automatically it will take. So simply click on save and it will add a test, and it will save a field from response. How it will do that, so we'll see. So simply click on that one and let's see how it is working. So it is done. So you can see store the value of the first name field in a global variable. So you can see first name, it first of all it gets the data from the response, like pm.response.json. Using that we'll get the response, and from there data of 0 first name, right? So here you can see in the array, so first name is George, so it should give me it should create the George as a global variable. Here you can see pm.global.set. Automatically it is adding the JavaScript code, right? So simply click on save and let me run it. Before that, let me see. So there is no global variable over here. So we need to run this test request. Click on send. So we got 200. Okay. Now if you see this variable, so here you can see first name George has been added. So this is how you can explore using this AI tool. This is really great tool, and it will add automatically test cases for you. And let's see some other option like fix test. Okay, so how it will fix the test. So what I'm going to do here, let's see, let's say we have some syntactical error with this program, right? With our tests. Simply click on save. I just remove n from this function. So now how we are going to do that? If you send it, simply click on send. So you can see something went wrong, right? So if you go to test result, you can see the option couldn't evaluate the test script because there is an error like syntax error. It is not able to like compile as well. So here we have an option called fix script. So simply we can, if we have any syntactical problem in our code, then simply it will fix that script as well. So simply click on this fix script, working on it, and then it will be good. Now you can see it automatically adds all the request request, and then we got the results. So this is how you can do. Now another option is fix test, how it will do, right? So this is already we have seen. What else we are going to do? Let me do one thing. Instead of, now we have seen syntax error, right? So let's see this time directly we have JSON method, right? So instead of JSON method, what we are going to do? So you can see pm.response, we have different methods over here, like this is the response, body is the response, and whatever you can see in purple color, those are like a method, correct? So simply instead of JSON method, let me just by mistakenly call some other method. Just this is just for an example, okay? So content info. So there is a wrong code over here, script. So simply click on save, and let's send it. We'll see what happens. Okay. Now you can see some problems there, right? So we can fix the script using this fix script option. Now it is working on it, and then it will add the test cases again. All are passed now. Now what you can do, we have this. Now you can tell, right? You can directly tell to this chat bot what test case you want. So let's say I want some more test cases. So what we can do, add test for response time. So let's see whether it will add that test case or not. So simply click on this script with PostBot and just guide, just tell this AI like add test for response time. So simply click on this run. We'll see the test has been added at the end. Response time is less than 500. You can see here function, and then we are expecting to be below 500. So we should get the response within 500 milliseconds. So simply click on save, and let's see whether it is working or not. It is already added. Response time is less than 500. Now another thing what you can do is, suppose you want to update this time for this particular test, right? So we have already response related, we have already only a single test. Now if you want to update this 500 to any other value like 1000, so you can tell this guy update the response time to 1000 in test. So click on run, working on it. It should be done now. Now you can see 1000 has been updated over here in the test as well, and 1000 here. So if you want to send it again, you will see all the response time is less than 1000. So this is really great tool, and it will assist you to write the test cases. Sometimes you need to just update some of the code, but most of the time it works perfectly fine. So you need to just explore these tool, guys, and this is really helpful. Even if you don't have coding knowledge, if you don't know JavaScript, so you can add the test cases using this particular tool. And you can, in your company, whatever APIs you have, you can add your test cases, like more number of test cases, and you can execute using this tool. So this is all for today. If you have any doubts or anything, then write in the comment section. I'll try to answer all those questions. So this is all for today, guys. Thank you for watching. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Hello everyone. Welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 17 of API testing series, and today we are going to talk about what is data variable, or we can say what is parameterization in Postman. So earlier we have seen how to set environment variable or global variable we have seen in Postman. Now today we'll focus on how we can set the data variable. Okay, we'll understand what exactly this data variable is, and this concept is also called parameterization. So what do you mean by parameterization? Like we can achieve this like parameterization. We have this parameterization concept in every automation tools which we have used earlier, right? So parameterization is nothing but when we run our script using different set of test data. With different set of test data, when we execute our script is called parameterization. Correct. So we have the same concept in Postman as well. So parameterization is nothing but when we supply the data using some external file with different set of test data, when we supply to our test script, that is nothing but the parameterization. So how to achieve the parameterization in Postman, or how to set data variable? So there are two types of files using which we can supply the data in Postman. One is like CSV format, and another one is JSON format. These are the two types of file format which we can use in parameterization in Postman. So how it happens basically? So this concept is like we can achieve this concept in when we run the collection. Okay, so what is collection? Collection in Postman. So collection consists of different HTTP requests like get, post, put, patch, delete. We have separate different set of HTTP request. So collection is nothing but it is consist of different set of HTTP request. Correct. So what happens is either will supply the data variable. We set the data variable in URL and in the response request as well. In the response request. Okay. So we set the variable here like the way we have done in global variable or environment variable. So we can supply the data in the URL or in the response in the request body. Okay, so we'll read the data from the external file at runtime when we run this collection, and this concept is only available when we run the collection. Correct. So when we run the collection and we have different requests inside this collection, so that will read the data from the external file during the runtime. So this is the complete concept of parameterization. Now the question arises here is how practically we can achieve this, right? So let me take you to my Postman, and then we'll create a collection, and then we'll achieve this parameterization concept there. So here the Postman, and I'll create a new collection over here. So simply I'll give the name as well, data variable concept, or you can give like parameterization data variable concept, and here we'll create different requests. Now what I'll do here, I'll take the help of any API, right, to create the different requests with different endpoints. So what I'll do, I'll create we have already created our own API, right? Earlier you have seen the employees data I have created. So if you don't know like how to create your own API, so I have already explained. If you go to the API testing tutorial playlist, and that is part 8, create your own API for testing. So this is very easy way I have explained like how to create your own API and how to play with different Postman concept using that API. Okay, so we'll take the help of that API only. So for that, what we need to do, we have to run the JSON server. So this is the JSON file we have. So just come to the path where we have our JSON file, and simply type cmd, open your command prompt, and type JSON server command space, what is the file name, employees.json. Simply put enter, press enter, and then here you will see loading employee.json, and it's done. You can see the resources. So this is the URL we have. Copy this URL and and here we have home address. This is the home address. Okay, http://localhost dot 3 colon 3000. So the server resides in my system only, right? So that's why localhost colon 300 port. Now what we'll do, simply we'll create different request over here. So just click on add request and put the URL over here. This is the URL, and body, no need of to define the body when we send the get request only. And here I'll give the meaningful name like get employee data. Press enter. So this request has been created, and simply let's see whether it is working or not. So it is up and running, our server. So simply send it. So you can see these are the different records we have when we send the get request, right, for all the employees. So let me show you through files as well. So this is the JSON file, open with Notepad. So these are the different records we have. Now what we'll do, just close this and come back here. Let's see with one request how to achieve this data variable concept. Okay, so what we'll do, let's say in this request, let's say suppose we want a particular record like employee 1. So you can send it the request like this and you will get the response. Why it is taking time, just cancel it. Let's save it and send it again. Let me run the JSON server again. Server employees.json running. Let me send this. Now here you go. You can see the one record got we got one record here. If you send like this employees/1, so it will send the first record. If you want a second ID, then you will send simply like this, David ID 2. Okay, now what we'll do, let's achieve the data variable concept over here with simple one get request. And here what we'll do, we'll set the variable over here like we used to set environment or global variable. So simply just use curly braces, double curly braces, and put ID and save this. Now we have to set the data, we have to create the data, right, externally. So what we'll do, just come to this path, API testing data files, and here we already have a file, but let me create another file here, new Excel, and we'll save it later on with CSV format. Employee data, open this Excel file, and simply what are the data we have for this particular employees data which we have in the server. So we have ID, name, status. So similarly I'll use 3 columns here, ID and name, and here we go status, correct. So 3 columns I have created here. ID, let's say 1, 2, 3 and 4. So 4 records we have, 4 records, and let's say test. You can give any meaningful name as well. For now I'm giving like test name 1, test name 2, drag it, so you'll get test name 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can give some meaningful name as well, but I have I have given, just for this example, I have given like a test name 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. And let's say I'll give like true, false, true, and let's say last one is true. So we have given some status as well. We have ID, name, and status, corresponding status. Now we have to save this as in the CSV format, right? CSV format, data files, and here we have to choose the file csv comma delimited. Okay, employee data, click on save. Now it is saved. Close this, come back to this particular path, and what we'll do, we'll simply delete the Excel file. We'll use the employee data, this one. So if you open it, the data are, all the data are present over here. Now what we'll do, come back to Postman. Now here we have set our URL. This is the URL /id. So it will pick the data from external file. So how it will run, right? So at runtime it will pick the ID from the external file, and you can see it is not like unresolved variable because we have not set any environment variable or global variable. So this will be set in runtime. Okay, so how it will be done? So simply what we can do, we have this data variable concept collection, and inside that we have only one record, one request. Okay, so to achieve this parameterization, we have to run this collection. So here we have run collection, click on that, and so here we have run order. So whatever request were we have created, all will come over here. So for now we have created only one record, get employee data, so it will show only one record here. And run configuration, here choose how to run your collection, run manually or schedule or automated runs via CLI. But we are going to run it manually, so we have selected run manually. By default it will be selected like that. Run configuration, iterations, we can set the iterations over here, but let's select the file and then automatically it will change. Okay, based on the number of records. So we'll select the file, and we have already this path selected, and simply select this employee data, open. Now you can see it has been uploaded, employee data.csv, and you can preview it as well. So preview it, you can see iteration 1 2 3 4, and here we have id 1 2 3 4, and you can see name and status. So right now we are going to use only id because we have supplied the id environment variable in the URL id we have provided, right? So it will pick only id 1 2 3 4 like that. Name and status we have not used till now. Okay, so simply what I'll do, there are 4 iterations, so it is coming over here. So let's run for 2 times this time. And what I'll do, I'll create a test as well. Okay, so let's create a test as well. So guys, last time you can run you can write manual script over here, like manually you can write the JavaScript over here, or what you can do, we have this PostBot as well, right? Using that you can write the script, which I have explained in the last video. So what I'll do, there is another way we can achieve this. So we have code snippet as well. Okay, so how to do that? 1 second. Yeah, so here we have code snippet as well, snippets. So using that also you can do that. So how to do that? Get an environment variable. So if you select this one, automatically it will give you that JavaScript for you, like pm.environment.get variable key. So this is how we can get the environment variable. Similarly, we have like get a global variable. So how to get global variable like this, pm.globals.get. So this is very good as well, guys, code snippet. So, and for status code also, status code 200. So simply it will give the code for us. Okay, simply save this. So when we send this get request, we'll get the 200, right? So this is the script for to verify the data, to verify the status code is 200. So we can manipulate this, verify the status code is 200. Save it. Now let's run this collection. Run collection, and this is what we have set already. And let me just run it. Run data variable concept collection. Now you can see it is successfully completed. You can see verify the status code 200. So we run 2 times, 2 iterations and 2 tests. Each iteration 1 test case, right? We have already 1 case for this request. So all test 2, and here you can see 1 and 2 2 iteration, and this is the summary, run summary. You can see the result over here. What is the test? Like verify the status code is 200. Now you can see the result in this format as well, like iteration 1 and iteration 2. So this is how you can achieve the parameterization concept using a data variable in Postman, and this is how you can pass the data in the URL. Now let's see how we can pass the data in the body, request body, right? So for that, what we can do, we're going to create some more request, and then we'll achieve that concept as well. So let's create a different request over here. So simply I'll create a new request, add request. This time I'll use post request. This is the URL, and for post this is the URL. This is enough. Click on save, and simply body, select the body, and we have to, what kind of data we have to, this API will accept JSON data, right? So in the employee data, what we have, ID will be generated automatically. So we have to create the data in the server. We have to send name and status for the post request. So post, what it does, post request will create the record. So simply we'll select two curly braces, like inside curly braces we'll simply write key value pair name, and based on the name we'll keep the data over here, and second one is status. Now we have seen how to pass environment variable or global variable inside the request body. So in the similar way, here also we have to pass the environment variable and global variable like this, inside a double quotation, double curly braces, and put your data over here. You have to put comma here. So this is the format using which you can pass the data variable. Here we have to provide the variable name. Now what we'll do, what the data we have, name, correct, the name which we have in the data file, which we have created. So name is the column name, and second one is status, name and status, correct. So here we have name and status. Simply save it. Now what we'll do, this is the post request, right? So let me just rename this like create employee data. Now I'll put this post request on top. So we have first post request, correct, and later on we are in the request body, we have name and status, which we are expecting to receive it from the data file. And the second one is get request, for which we are just passing the variable. We are setting the variable, getting the variable from the data variable. Now what we'll do, instead of getting the variable here, let's set the environment variable and get the data from the first request, like post request. So when we get the name and status, this will create the record in the server, new employee record, and we'll get the response as well, right? So what we'll do in the test, which will be executed after the request, here we'll set the environment variable, we'll store those IDs. So how to set that? So first of all, what we have to do, we need to get the pm.response.json, correct. So first we'll get the response which we have, we are going to get, we'll store that in a variable response data. Okay, so response data store in a variable pm.response.json. Now what we'll do, after getting the response data, we want the particular ID, right, which we have, which we will get in the response body. So how to set the environment variable? pm.environment.set, inside that key and value pair. So let's say we are going to set env underscore id as environment variable, and what is the value which we are getting? So pm.response.json will get the response body, this complete response data, from where from there we want id, or you can say simply to save a field from response body, JSON response body, right? So we are going to save response data into environment variable. So this code will do like this, like it will save the environment variable. Now what we are going to do, this environment variable we are going to use in other subsequent requests. So in this request we are going to use environment variable, and let's do one thing, let's write a test here as well, like a simple test to verify what is the status code we are getting. So simply pull the code snippet from here, and when we run the post request we'll expect 201 record, right? 201 code. So simply save it now. So we have written one test over here, simple test. Later on we can add some more test cases as well, and the second one is this should be inside this one. So to save a field from response body, we are saving the response like id in the environment variable, and later on we are passing that environment variable into get request, using which we'll get the particular record. Now let's add some more request as well. So I'll add one more request, like put request. URL will be like this, and here also I'll use that environment variable env underscore id, save it, and in body here also we need to define the body, because what it does, this put request, it will modify the data. So let's say we want to modify only one column. Let's say that is status1, status, in double quotation. Let's say we want to set it to false, right? Comma. Second, what is happening? Yeah, sorry, comma will not because there is no further record, so this is fine, and save it. So using put request we are setting the status to false. This is update employee data, is update employee data. Now let's create one more request, using which we'll delete the request. So simply add one more request, and this will be delete employee data, delete employee data, and here the URL will be the same, and here we'll pass the same environment variable like this. Save this, and no body is needed here. And let's add a test also in put request. We can use the same test, like what is the status code we are receiving. Status code will be 200 only. Status code is 200 for put request. This just for like for each request we have some test, so that's why I have added this test. You can add multiple test cases as well. You can use this postbot as well, but for now I have added the same kind of request test, like status code is the particular status code which we are expecting. For post request we have like 201, for employee data to get the employee data 200, for update employee 200, and delete employee also 200. So done, all done. So you can, let's recheck again everything. So in post we are going to send the post request here, and we have one test like expecting 201 once record has been created in the server. Second thing is what we have done here in the test, we are saving the environment variable from the JSON body, and later on we'll pass that environment variable to other subsequent requests like get employee data, update employee data, and delete employee data. Now let's see whether it is working fine or not. So simply select from this collection, run collection, and here you will see we have to select the file employee data one, preview it. So here you can see 4 records and iterations also 4. Let's run 2 times first. So 8 tests will be there. Each request we have 1 test case, so 8 tests will be there. Now simply run data variable concept this collection. Let's see whether it is working or not. Now you can see it is working perfectly fine, right? So status code is 201, verify the status code is 200, status code is 200, and status code is 200 here, and similarly for iteration 2 as well. So here you can see this is iteration 1 and this is iteration 2, and here you can see the summary as well. All test 8, view summary. Here you can see iteration 1 and 2. Now let's do a couple of more things. So in the employee data, delete employee data, what we'll do, let's say we are expecting 204. Just for an example, like we want deliberately we want to fail the test case, okay? And let's do one more thing, like whether let's see whether this has been created or not. So if you go to environment variable, here you can see environment ID has been created. The current value is 26. Now after setting this environment variable, there is no use of this environment variable. So what we'll do, instead of, we haven't selected this delete over here, so select this delete, save it, and yeah, let's first see whether the delete is working fine or not. Now you can see post, get, put, and delete, right? So let me run this again, run collection, and select the file, 2 iteration, run this iteration. Now you can see it is running successfully, post, get, put, and delete. Now we'll see, we'll do a couple of things on this delete request, and you can see environment variable has been set over here. What we'll do, we want to delete that environment variable after once our collection has been executed. After that we want to delete that. So what is the command we have, like JavaScript code pm.environment.unset method we have, right? So inside that we need to simply pass that environment variable env_id. So this will unset the environment variable. And let's do one thing, deliberately we want to fail the test case. So let's say we are expecting 204 and put it over here, 204. Okay, so let me just run it, run collection, and simply select the file, employee data. Let's run this time 4 times, okay, 4 iterations. So 4 4 16 test cases will be there, will be executed. So run data variable concept, and 4 of them will be failed. Now here you can see for the delete record, because we are expecting 204, but actually we are receiving 200, right? So that's why we got failure on the 4th request. Other 3 are passed, 4 out of 4 are passed. This is iteration 1 2 3 4. If you see the result in this way, you can see the result as well. So you can see for each iteration the 4th test case is 4th request is test case for the fourth request is failed. Now this is how we can achieve the data variable concept or parameterization in Postman using external file. So till now we have seen using this CSV file, right? Now we want to achieve this using JSON file. So how to do that? So in internet there are so many converter are available like CSV to JSON format. So simply you can search in the Google like CSV to JSON converter and open one of the links over here. We'll use the same file and then later on CSV to JSON. What we need to do here, choose file, employee data. Now we have to convert that to JSON, right? So come back here. This is how we are going to see that our JSON file. Download result. Now it has been downloaded. Just this is the second. Let me open that. Download. This is how we have downloaded here. So simply select that and put inside the data files. So this is the JSON file has been created. Now we want to execute our script using this JSON file. How to do that? Come to Postman, simply click on those three dots, run collection, and this time using JSON file. So select that JSON file, open it. You can see 4 iterations, and this is the order. Simply run data variable concept collection. Now you can see all 4 got executed, 16 records, on which 4 got failed. We deliberately failed those 4 test cases. So this is how you can achieve the data variable concept or how you can achieve the parameterization in Postman. Let me know guys if you have any doubts related to this one, this concept, and if you are new to this channel then subscribe this channel as well. So thanks a lot. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 18 of API testing series, and today we are going to talk about how we can upload and download file using Postman. So let's get started. So I'm going to take help from this website, which is the internet herokuapp.com. So I'll provide the link in the description box of this video so that you can browse this website and you can take help from this website. So here we have different examples for other purposes as well. Suppose you want to do practice on Selenium automation, so you can use different examples from this website like broken images, challenging DOM, checkboxes, context menu, right? So we have different options over here, different examples like drag and drop, how you can do drag and drop, dynamic loading, and then we have horizontal slider, right? Some jQuery UI menus. So you can utilize this website for your Selenium automation as well. So just go through this website guys. This is very good website. So for today, as we are talking about the API testing, right, and using Postman, how we can upload and download file, which we are going to discuss today. So here we have a couple of options. 2 links are there, file download and file upload. So let me click on this file upload first. So you'll see the interface like this, file uploader, and choose a file on your system and then click upload. So here we have an option called choose file, using which we can choose any file from our system, right? And then we need to click on this upload button. So this is just for single purpose, like single file we can upload from here. We cannot upload the multiple files. So I'll show you how we can upload the single file using Postman as well. Later on, probably if I get any other example, then I'll show you how we can upload the multiple files as well. So let me take you to Postman and data variable concept. This is what we have discussed last time. So if you haven't watched like part 17, then I would recommend go to that particular video and then watch that video. So what I'll do here, I'll create a new collection, blank collection, and simply I'll give name upload and download demo, and I'll create a request. Click on new request, and what kind of request we need to create. So let's say this is for upload purpose, right? So uploading upload file. So here we have created upload file, and what kind of request we need to send, whether we need to send GET or POST, right? We need to understand that. So let me show you. So here this file uploader from this link, right? And simply what you need to do, just inspect this one, this upload functionality, because we are going to achieve this upload functionality using Postman, how we can upload the file, right? And after inspecting this one, just come to this network and just press Control R. And what you need to do, just we have an option clear networking here. Click this upload again. So you'll see this upload option over here. Just select that one, and here you will see this is the request URL. Request URL, and request method is post method, right? And it status code is currently 500 internal server error, because we directly click on upload button. So that's why we are getting internal server error without selecting any file. Correct, but the request method is post method, and request URL is this. So simply select this URL, copy this URL, come to here in the Postman, and select the what would be the method, post method. Correct, and then save it. And I'll show you how to select the file. So this is one thing. So simply cancel this, and just come back to the first like the main URL, and just click on this file download option. So you'll see these are the different files have been uploaded in this website, right? So you can see we have API file.txt. These are the different files we have, and even I have tried couple of files. So let me upload through Postman, how we can upload it, right? So here we have put the URL, request URL, and this is the request method, post method. Come to this body, and from here select this form data, and from here you have to give the key as file. Just remember that you have to give like file only, right? And as soon as you give this, you'll see this option enabled like text or file. So choose file from here. Now you can select the file from here, any file from here. What I'll do, I have some data files here, and let's say suppose I want to upload this file. Do you have any data? We don't have any data inside this new test one. Here we have some data like new test one hello. So let's upload this one. I'll just give name underscore, so hopefully it will come on top in the website as well. Here right now we don't have that file, right? A underscore new test one, here you can see. So let's see whether we are able to successfully upload through Postman or not. So select file. So you'll select, as soon as you give this file, you'll, and from here you have to select the two options. From there we have selected file, and you'll see this is enabled. Now here we have to select this A underscore new test one. Open it. You'll see here it is showing this one, right? And from here we have selected file A underscore new test one underscore dot txt file. Simply click on send. So we got 200 OK message. That means it has been successfully uploaded. And since and you got some HTML response here. So if you just scroll down here, bottom you'll see file uploaded, right? Through UI also you'll see when you upload the file uploaded like that. So here also you'll get the response, and this the file has been uploaded. Now come to this URL and just refresh this page. So you can see it is not coming on top, but anyway let's find it out. So you can see we have file over here, A underscore new test one dot txt has been successfully uploaded. Now what we are going to do, so this is how we can upload the file. Now let me just upload any other file. Let's say suppose we want to upload this data file. So here we have some data which I'm going to upload, and I'll give name like a underscore data so that we can easily identify this, right? So in the website also we don't have that a underscore data. So let me upload that file as well. So this is the earlier one which we have uploaded is text file. Now this time we are going to upload another file. So simply save this, and from here simply I cancel that file, and I'll choose this time a underscore data. Now you can see a underscore data dot csv. Simply click on send. Now you can see 200 OK message. So this file has also been uploaded. You can just check that file. If you come down, file uploaded, message is displayed over here, and then a underscore data dot csv. Come to this website, refresh the page, and you can see here a underscore data dot csv has been uploaded successfully. So this is how you can upload the file using Postman. Now I'll show you how we can download the file, right? So simply what we'll do, we'll create another request, and I'll give the name download file. Now we have to see what is the URL, what is the request URL, and what is the request method, right? So download file is nothing but the getting the data from the server. So simply it will be like get method only. But let me show you how you can see that, how you can check through inspect. So simply inspect this, and if you go to network, just select this a underscore data dot. Now here you can see a underscore data dot csv, because we have just clicked on that one and it has been downloaded. So if you see in the downloads, you can see a underscore data dot underscore data has been downloaded. So let me delete this for now, and here you can see what is the request. This is the request URL. Simply you can in browser also, if you run this URL, the file will be downloaded. And here we have request method as get, and we got the 200 OK status. So simply copy this URL and put it your get request, save it, and we'll see how it will download this, right? So we have couple of options. I'll show you. Let me delete this one. We don't need this kind of like form data. So simply you'll select none from here in the body. This is fine. Again click on save. Now let's see how we can download the file. So click on send. Now you can see 200 OK message we got, and you will see the response like ID, name, status in this format, in text format. So if we select JSON, and I think this will be in text format only. Let's see whether it will work or not. JSON. So it will plain text. It will come like this in the body, the response body which we received, right? So this is how you can download. Basically you can see the information from the file, but suppose you want to download it. So how we can download actually? So you can do like this, send and download. So we have, if you select this arrow button, so here we have send and download. So simply click on that one. So it will ask, right? It will ask where to download this message. When we run this URL, it will simply ask where to download it. So I've just given the downloads folder. Click on save. So download response it is showing. So you can see the file has been downloaded from here. So simply if you want to download this file, the new text, this one, so copy this one and put it in the URL here, save it, and if you simply click on send, you will see what is the data inside this one, the response, right, in the text format, what is the data inside the file. And if you want actually to it to be downloaded, then you have to select from here, from this arrow, send and download. So it will ask the desired location. So downloads, click on send. So simply click on downloads. You can see this file has been downloaded here over here. So this is how you can upload and download file using Postman. Hope you like this video, and if you're new to this channel, then subscribe it. Thank you so much for watching. If you still have any doubts, then please write in the comment section. Thanks a lot. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 19 of API testing series, and today we are going to talk about basic authentication and digest authentication and the difference between them. And I'll show you the example as well using Postman, how we can how basically it works internally, right? Basic and digest authentication. So in the previous video, like in part 14, if you visit my channel and this API testing tutorial, so in part 14 I have already talked about the insights of authorization and authentication in APIs. So if you haven't watched that video, then please I would recommend first go through this video so that you can understand what do you mean by authorization and authentication. Today I'll show you the examples of basic and digest authentication. So let's get started. So what is basic authentication? So the similarity between basic and digest authentication is that like in both cases we are providing username and password. We are giving the username and password, but there are some differences as well. So let's talk about what is basic authentication first, and then we'll talk about digest authentication. So it is I have written some notes over here. So it is HTTP, it is an HTTP supported authentication. It relies on the user agent browser to provide the username and password fields for the user to fill out, correct? And it is called the basic authentication, and it sends credential in plain text or encoded in base 64. So either it will send in plain text or it will be encoded in base 64. So these are the two things when we talk about the basic authentication. So this is the format of basic authentication. Like I'll show you when we run the API, when we send the URL, request to URL, then automatically once it is like authenticated, then we'll see this authorization will be, this header will be created in the API, right? So I'll show you, this is the format like authorization, and we have basic and credentials, username and password. So this will be created internally. This is how it will send to the server and then authenticate the username and password. So this is an example of basic authentication. So let me show you on front end first. So if you fire this URL, it will ask for this one, right? Pop-up username and password. So the username is admin and password is admin. I'll give this example URL in the description box of this video along with username and password so that you can use it. Click on sign in, and then I'll be able to access this website, right? Basic authentication. Congratulations, you must have the proper credentials, right? And the same thing is for digest authentication as well, which we are going to discuss. So let's check how it works basically using Postman, right? So let me just, let's copy this and go to Postman. We have already created a collection over here, authorization and authentication. So here only I'll create another request, add request, and here I'll put basic authentication, and this is the URL. Save it. Let me send it without providing the header first, like authorization first. So we have to select here basic auth, right? So there is no username and password over here. So save it and let me try to send it. Let's see what will happen. So here we got not authorized, and here you can see 401 unauthorized message, right? So from here, if you go to authorized tab, so here we have basic authorization, like we have last time we have seen bearer token, API key are there, and no auth if you don't have any authorization for this particular API, if you don't need. So you need to select like no auth. We have some other things as well, like JWT bearer. So similarly, we have basic auth here. We need to select that and provide admin and password as admin. Save it and send it. Now here you can see 200 OK message we got, right? And the response we got in HTML format, because this API, this is what it is designed like in HTML format, right? To get the response. And you'll see here some message as well, like congratulations, you must have the proper credentials. I think we got the same message here as well. So the same thing, we got the message here in the response. So this is authenticated and we got the result. And coming to this header part, so if you see authorization, it is showing like, so this, it is created automatically, right? Authorization basic. Let me show you without giving admin and like username and password. Before that, send it. So we got not authorized. And if you see in the authorization section, header section, you'll see basic, like you'll see this blank value, something like this, right? And once you provide the values here, like admin and password as admin, send it again, you'll see that header will be created like this, basic, and this is the base 64 encoded value. So how we get this value, right? So I'll show you also how you can encode your password to base 64 format, right? So just Google it, base 64 encode, go to this particular link, and what I'll do, what is our username? Admin:admin. So this is the format, guys, for this one, like basic username :password, right? So if you give like admin:admin here, because our username is admin and password is admin, and simply click on this encode button, we'll get the same encoded value over here, like the way we got here, right, in the API. So we got the value here, YWRTA. So here you can see YWRTA, the same value we got here. So this is how you can encode your password. And so this is about the basic authorization. Now let's talk about the second one, which is digest authentication. So this is another type of HTTP supported authentication, considered a bit secure than basic. It is little bit secure than basic authentication, as it sends the hashed password over the server instead of plain text one along with the other values. So it sends some other values as well along with hashed password. So what is password hashing, right? Password hashing. So here, so this is normal password we are sending, and using hash function, it will be converted to the hashed password, which is very complex. So this is bit secure than the basic authorization. So now let me show you here. We have example of digest authentication as well. Just put the URL on the browser. Why it is not working here? Something is wrong. Let me try here. Anyway, let's try through Postman whether it is working fine there or not. So this is basic authorization, and I'll create another request, add request, and this time this should be digest auth, and here I'll put the URL, save it. And if you come to authorization part, here we have to select, without selecting, let's see what happens. So send it. So we'll get, I think, 401 unauthorized, right? So we need to provide the authorization through which one, which key? Digest authorization. And let me try to send it again. We'll get 401 authorized, same message, right? So here we need to provide the username and password the way we have done in basic authorization. So just provide a username and password and click on send. So you'll see we got 200 OK message, correct? And here also it will be we got the congratulations, you must have proper credentials, like that. We got digest authorization. Maybe something, I think it is blocking here. I don't know what is the problem. I'll check this later on from the front end. But here we got the success message, right? We have provided the authorization, basic authorization. And if you see the headers, it will not coming like basic authorization over here. It will not add a digest authorization over here in header. It provides this username and password internally using hashed format, right? And along with that, it provides some other values as well. Advanced configuration. So we have seen in the definition, like it provides sends hash password over the server instead of plain text one, along with the other values. So these are the other values it provides internally. Advanced configuration like real nonce, these are the some other values it provides when we send the request through digest authorization. So yeah, so this is about basic and digest authorization. And another one is here, like we got one checkbox here, yes, disabled retrying the request. So if you check this checkbox, then it will not allow these values to be sent, right? So what happens is we'll get unauthorized some error. Let's see. You can see 401 unauthorized we got, right? So uncheck this one, save it and send it again. So it will take this username and password from the digest authorization. Yeah, so we got 200 OK message. So this is all about today, guys. Let me know if you have any further questions on basic authentication or digest authentication. And going further, I'll give you some more examples on other authorization, like OAuth 1.0, OAuth 2.0 as well, and some other authorization as well. So this is all for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you are new to this channel, then please subscribe it. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 20 of API testing series, and today we are going to talk about what is SOAP, what is REST, and difference between them. Even though we have already, when I have started this API testing API testing series, I have talked about what is SOAP, what is REST, and some differences between them. But in today's video, I'm going to talk about what is SOAP, what is REST, and in detail level, we'll see the differences as well. What exactly are SOAP, REST APIs, and I'll also show some examples as well through Postman, how we request the SOAP API and how we request REST API. So let's get started. So let's understand first what is an API. Correct. So we already know, we have spoken many times about what is an API. So API is nothing but application programming interface. So basically it enables two softwares or computer system communicate with each other. Correct. So it is the communication. API enables the communication between the two softwares or two computer system with the set of rules, I would say, set of definitions and protocols. Protocol is nothing but the set of rules, right? So to communicate or to enable this, how they are communicating, so we are using either REST API, SOAP API or REST API. These are the ways. Different APIs we have, like SOAP API and REST API. These are the popular ones. We have other things as well, other APIs like gRPC, which is developed by Google, remote procedure call, and we have GraphQL as well, right, which is developed by Facebook. So but basically these are the important APIs like SOAP and REST, which are frequently and widely used. Generally most of the companies using right now REST APIs, which is flexible, more flexible than SOAP APIs. And in REST APIs, like I would say like 80% or 90% companies are using, 80 to 90% companies are using. However, SOAP is still, like many like big organizations are using the SOAP APIs because it is more secured, and for big projects they are still using the SOAP APIs. but we have still like a lot of advantages using a REST API in today's world, like when we use different cloud systems, right? So still we are using REST API. So let's understand, like let's say I have developed a software, I developed a website, and for this website, let's say I want to create user for this website, right? I want to access this website. So for that I need to need authentication, right? I need to create a user to access this website. So what I'll do, Google already have this authentication mechanism, right? So we are using many times we are authenticating many websites using Google. So they are using the Google APIs to authenticate or to log in any particular website. So in this case also, let's say we are using the Google APIs for the authentication purpose. So they will authorize, like if I have a proper Google account, then I'll be able to access this. I'll be able to access this website, right? So now if we talk about SOAP, how it is internally works, right? Let's say we are using the SOAP API to access this Google API for the authentication purpose. This is just for an example. So basically there are three things in SOAP APIs. So we'll discuss, I'll show you with the help of an example as well using Postman. So three things, like it uses like SOAP envelope and header and body. So we simply will request, okay, in the XML body. So it supports XML format. SOAP only supports the XML format, where in REST we have different formats like HTML, XML, text, simple text, and JSON format. JSON is most popular, right? So how internally when we request SOAP, basically for this particular thing, like let's say we want to create the user, so they might use a function called create user internally to access that API, and we use the post API here, post request. Generally like mostly we use SOAP. Inside SOAP we have post request. We don't have like get, post, put, delete, like that, all different HTTP methods we don't have. So generally we have post API only, post request here. And if you talk about request API, so that is based on the URL or URI, uniform resource identifier or uniform resource locator, right? So particular resource we are locating and access that API. So we use here in REST, we are going to use post method with URL. Correct? We'll locate that particular API, we'll access that, we'll provide the authentication, like whatever things are required needed as part of this post request, and access that API. So this is just a basic example of how we are creating SOAP API and REST API. Another example could be, let's say we have weather data. We have weather data, and we want to access this weather data in our website. We want to access this weather data in our website, correct? So how we are going to access this using SOAP API? So in SOAP we are requesting SOAP API, we are going to use the post method, okay, and in REST we can get the weather data using simple get method, right? So this is the simple difference between SOAP and REST API. I'll show you example as well, as I have told you earlier. So I would say SOAP uses the service interface. This uses the service interface. And what is the full form of SOAP? It is simple object access protocol, correct? And this is nothing but the representational state transfer. So these relies on the protocol. SOAP relies on the protocol, like it has certain set of rules, correct? And it uses different functions internally to access any APIs. Here this is architectural design. Representational state transfer is nothing but the architectural design, and this is function driven. This is nothing but the function driven, correct? Internally it uses the function, the logic inside, and it uses this like SOAP request. And in REST we have data driven. It is most rely on the data. It is data driven. So this is another difference between SOAP and REST. Security wise, it is more secure, like SOAP is more secure. So it uses WS security, which is nothing but the web services security. it uses REST uses SSL and HTTPS protocols, like SSL certificates and HTTPS as well. It also uses, like SOAP uses SSL and HTTPS. Along with that, it uses WS security. That's the reason it is more secure than the REST APIs. So these are some key more like key differences, and it is little bit complex to implement SOAP APIs. It's complex, and REST APIs are less complex than the SOAP APIs. Another difference is like it uses more bandwidth, and REST API uses, when we create REST API, it uses less bandwidth. Correct. So these are the difference between SOAP and REST APIs. In the next slide, I'll show you more differences between SOAP and REST, and after that, I'll show you how we can request SOAP API and REST API using Postman. So let's move to the next slide. So SOAP is a protocol through which two computers communicate by sharing XML document, right? This is the simple definition of SOAP. XML document. So it supports only XML format. Whereas REST stands for representational state transfer. It is a set of functions helping developers in performing request and receive responses. Interaction is made through HTTP protocol in REST API. This is the definition of REST. Nature is strict protocols. So it has like set of rules and strict protocols we have. And it is architectural pattern. REST is architectural pattern. Format is XML, and it uses XML, JSON, HTML, plain text. So these are the different formats of REST API. And this is important. So message, it will be in envelope format, and REST is just like postcard. So envelope is nothing but it is encrypted from here, and it has to be decrypted at the client end, right? When it goes from the server. So REST is nothing but like postcard format. Protocol HTTPS, HTTPS, FTP, TCP, SMTP, XMPP. These are the different protocols are used in SOAP API, and REST uses HTTP and HTTPS protocol. Speed is slow because of the it is the bandwidth is more, and a lot of functions inside, and it is it's not lightweight as well. That's the reason speed is slow. When we use the SOAP API, it is faster than the SOAP API. REST API is faster than SOAP API. SOAP is like custom desktop application closely connected to the server. REST is a service architecture and designed for network based software architecture. And SOAP is designed with large enterprise applications in mind, right? So this is what I have discussed in the beginning as well. And it is designed with mobile devices in mind. So in today's world, like we are using so many mobile devices, cloud applications. So REST is feasible in those applications, right? And easy to create those APIs. So these are the key differences between SOAP and REST. Now let me show you how we can request SOAP API and REST API using Postman. So this is my Postman, and last time we have already created, we talked about authorization and authentication. So you can refer the part 19. And here I have sample SOAP APIs, and these the API guys. We have so many open APIs for REST, so you can access that. This is the URL, so I'll provide this URL in the description box of this video, so you can access different APIs from here. So I took an example from here only. So let me show you how we can request the SOAP API. So what I'll do, I'll create a collection, blank collection, and I'll give the name of the collection SOAP versus REST, and I'll create the request, and this is, let's say, SOAP request, correct, SOAP request, and this is the URL we have. save it. And this particular API, sorry, this is the URL we need to use. Save it. And this is the body part where we use this soap envelope. You can see a tag inside is soap envelope, right? And the body is important. So what it does is we get the list of continents by name, right? So using this API we get the access of different continents. So we need to use this body and go to the body section and select raw and put it here, and this uses the XML format. So select XML from here and save it. And what kind of request this would be? This will be like always post, right? So save it, and so it will be post only. So we'll get the list of continents by name using this API. And what else? Yeah, so let me just click on send. What happens, we'll see. Click on send. We got 415 unsupported media type. So we have to go to the headers part. This is important, which we have discussed, right? Headers and envelope, body envelope, and the body inside the inside body, what message we have, what XML format we have. So if you go to headers, content type is here application XML. So this we have to change it. So simply unselect this and just come down here. We cannot edit over here, so we have to add one more key. So simply type content type, we have at last content, and text XML. We have to use like text XML. Save it and uncheck the previous one, content type application XML. So we have to use text XML. Now send it. Now here you can see we got the response. So this is the request body, and this is the response we got. So you can see we got Africa, the continent, right? So Africa, Antarctica, Asia, Europe, Oceania, and Americas, North and South Americas comes inside this. So yeah, these are the continents we got using this API, and we got the 200 OK message, you can see here. So this is how we can request the SOAP API using Postman, right? And these are the different APIs, public APIs, which you can practice for the SOAP APIs. Now if you talk about, we have already used so many times REST APIs. So let me create another request and we'll use. So you can see, guys, we just need different continents from the server, right? But we use post request over here. Generally post we use in REST APIs to create the record in the server, right? When we create the new record, we use post request method. But here when we request this API to get the continents information, we use post method. So yeah, this is post request. So let me create another request for REST API. Add request REST API, and this will be get method only, and put the URL here. Save it. And this is very simple. So we need to just request, because we are good. We want a list of users. Okay, this is an API. We want the list of users from this API. So simply we have this get method here. Select get from here, and what is the URL which requesting. So here everything information is there in this URL only. Like this is the particular location in the server resource, right? So click on send. We got all the list of users over here in the response body. So this is the difference between SOAP and REST. Hope you are able to understand all these concepts between what are the differences between SOAP and REST API. So let me know if you have any more doubts or anything related to SOAP and REST. I would yeah, definitely give that answer for you guys. Okay, so let me know if you have further questions through comment section of this video. Yeah, I'll provide the notes in my website as well, and whatever links I used, I'll provide in the description box of this video. Thank you so much for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider, and this is part 21 of API testing series. And today we are going to talk about how we can run the collection from the command line using Newman. So basically we'll see how we can run the collection, how we can run our Postman collection using command prompt, right? Or command line. So there are two ways using which we can run the collections from command line. So what are the two ways? The first one using Newman tool, Newman CLI, and another one is through Postman CLI. CLI is nothing but the command line, correct? So these are the two ways which we can run our collections from the command prompt or command line. So now today we'll focus on how we can run the collection using Newman tool today, and later on probably in the next video I'll talk about the Postman CLI as well, and we'll see the differences as well in the next video about the Postman when we talk about the Postman command line. We'll focus on Newman CLI today. Okay, so the question you might ask the question here, like why do we need to run the collections from command line, correct? So what happens is when we integrate our project, the API projects in using continuous integration in the build tool, then it would be very easy to run our script using the command line, right? Automatically it will be executed the collections, because the in DevOps system continuous integration is nothing but the automated process, right? So it will be easy to run the scripts from the command line. So let's get started to understand how we can run the collection using the Newman command line tool. So, and for that we need couple of things to download. So this is the article. I'll send the link in the description box of this video, how to install and run the Newman. So basically to start getting started with Newman, we need to install Node.js. First of all, we need to start download the Node.js and then the Newman. So how to install the Node.js, that I have already explained when we talked about how we can create our own API part on part 8. Create your own API for testing. So if you go to my channel like Automation Testing Insider and API testing tutorial, this is the API testing tutorial series playlist. There you will see in the part 8 how to download Node.js. That's very simple, like Node.js, how to download Node.js. I have created a Word document as well, like a step-by-step procedure. Download Node.js software for Windows system, and then Mac, we have Mac option as well. And just we need to simply follow the simple steps. Click on next, then you will be able to download this easily. So what I'll do, let me just see what version we have. So simply you can check using node space -v, and then you will see the version of the version we have downloaded, like Node.js, right? Version 18. And another thing is we need, now after that we need the Newman. So for that we need to run the command called npm install -g and the Newman. So this is how you need to give the command, and then Newman will be installed, right? It will be set up in your system. So this is how you need to install the Newman, and after that we need to run our collection. So this is very simple steps. So first you need to download the Node.js, and later on you need to install the Newman. Now I'll go to my Postman, and I'll pick any of the collections. Okay, so let me pick this collection, and if you try it manually, so how we run the collection manually? So simply click on these three dots, and here we have run collection option, right? And using this run collection, it will show all the request we have, like in the order, particular order. And then this is how we do, right? Earlier we have done that, like how we run the manually. So it is selected by default, and if you want to schedule it, then you can choose the second option. Third one is through Postman command line, how we can choose the third option. If you want to run through Postman command line, which we have spoken about, like there are two ways. One is through Newman and another one is through Postman command line. But today we'll focus on how to run through Postman CLI. So what we need to do, this is how we have done earlier, like how we can run the manually, how we can run manual, how to run your collection manually. So what I'll do, simply we need this collection, right? So we have to save this collection. So we have an option called here like export. So you have to export this, and it will ask export as which version, like version 2 or version 2.1. So I'll select this, the latest version, and simply click on export. It is showing this path, so that's fine. I'll simply click on save, and if you go to that path, here we have that path, and it is saved as JSON file, right? Now we need to just follow simple steps to run this collection. So simply select this path and put cmd, so it will open this path, right? And what is the command we need to use to run the collection on Newman run collection, and what is the JSON file you have? So simply Newman run, and then collection. What is the collection you have? So tab it, tab out, and you will see API chaining part 2 Postman underscore collection.json. So simply press enter, right? And then you will see, you can see all the test cases got executed successfully, whatever request you have. So we have, these are the requests we have, like post request, get request, put, patch, and delete. Now here you will see for post request we have couple of few tests which we have written. Response status code is 201, response has required fields. These are the different tests which we have written inside our request. So let me show you. If you go to post request, and here we have test, these are the different tests we have written over here. The first one is 201, right? Response status code is 201. So this is what we have written over here, which is simply showing here as well in the command line, right? Second one is get request, where we have one test case only. Similarly, for other requests, we don't have any test cases, so that's why it is not showing the any test cases over here. In green color, it is showing like that. So here you can see the request, what is the response code which we are getting, 200 OK, 200 OK, right? So, and you will see this table as well, like how many iterations we have, like executed only one time, and failed is 0. And request, how many requests we have? 5 requests, total 5 requests we have, correct? 3, post, get, put, patch, and delete, 5 requests total we have. Test script, we have 8 test scripts, and pre-request script, 6 pre-request request scripts we have. And what are the assertions? Total assertions 6, 5 here and 1 here. So this is very good summary. It is in tabular format, and it will show like total run duration 3.9 seconds and total data received. Okay, so this is how you can run the collection using Newman tool, right? Let me show you another collection. We have another collection called API chaining. Let me save this and this one as well. So I think few test cases will be failed using this collection when we run this. So let me show you that one as well. So simply export it and export here, and just go to that path which we have already run here, and simply I'll run the command again. Newman run, and tab out API chaining dot postman. This is the another collection, right? Press enter, Now here, as I told you, like few test cases will be failed here. So in the post request we got one failure, and a get request also. So you'll see test script, three are there, one is failed, right? Assertion one is failed. And here you'll see failure. What is the detail? Like unexpected token E at we are not going into the detail like what is failure, but I wanted to show you like how it shows the failure, right, when we run the command line using Newman. So this is very good, like how you can run your collections using command line through Postman, Newman tool, right? So let me know guys if you have any questions related to this Newman, and I'll provide the link as well in the description box of this video. And in the next video I'll show you what are the different what is the difference between Newman command line and the Postman command line. And also we'll talk about how we can run our collections using Postman command line, right? So thank you for watching. If you are new to this channel, then please subscribe this channel and like this video, subscribe this channel, and share among your friends. Thank you. Hello friends, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. And today we are going to talk about 8 API websites for API testing. So these are very important websites, guys, and you can utilize these websites for your API testing, right? And you can learn so much about from these websites. You can use in your daily life when you learn API testing. Even if you are not learning API testing, just for knowledge purpose, you can visit these websites and you can gain the knowledge on API testing. So this is very important websites, and every QA should know all these websites. So let's get started with one all the websites. So the first site is http.cat. So this is very important website. Here you can learn different what are the different response codes we'll receive when we work with API testing, right? So like 100 is for continue, 101 for switching protocols, 200 is for OK. So when you click on this image, you'll see 200 OK, and you'll see the beautiful description over here. The HTTP 200 OK success status response code indicates that the request has been succeeded. So it gives you meaningful detail as well, like what is the use of this particular response code. So in even interview also they used to ask, right, what is the use of particular response code like 201, right? So that is for to create the request on the server when we send the post request. This is how you can give the example. So here we have different what are the different response codes we have, and easily you can learn all these response code by going through that particular response code. And it gives the particular like beautiful description as well, so you can learn these different response codes. What is the purpose of different response codes we have? There is another website, so I'll provide the link in the description box of this video. And another website is fakerestapi.azurewebsites.net, right? So here we have different APIs like activities. Here we have and different request we have, different HTTP request we have, gate, post, gate again, put, delete. We have authors website. Similarly, we have books, cover photos, like this. So let me show you one of them, like activities. So you can click on try it out and click on execute. You can use this like you'll get the response body like this, and simply you can copy this URL, put it in your Postman and send the request. You will get the response like this. So this is again a very good website to learn different API requests, right? There is another API request, a website. We have dummy.restapiexample.com, and here also we have different HTTP requests like gate, post, put, delete. So let me give you an example. So this particular request like employees, right, for employees API. So when I click on that, this is the URL, and let me put in the Postman, and you will see the response like this. For all the employees, you will get all the employees. Another API here is to get a particular detail, right? So what is the root? Employee slash ID. So you need to put here like /1. You'll see a particular employee detail over here. So this is again a very good website. You can learn what are the different requests we have, important request API methods, and you learn the API testing. Another one is very good website, request response. Using, you'll get some kind of real kind of response the way we are using in our projects, real projects. So here we have get all other like different methods we have: get, post, put, patch, delete. How to use it? So simply click on this gate, and here you will see the request, right? So simply click on that request, and you will see the request, the complete request URL over here. So put it in the Postman, and you will see the response like this. So this is how you can use this website, request response, and this is very good. What is the response code you are getting, and what is the complete response you should get when you use this list users. Single user, we have a particular single user supposed to you want, so you will see response like this. Another URL we have gores.co.in, and here we have again different resources, API request, and for this one we need apart from get request, we have put, post, patch, delete. We need access token, and we have used a few times, right? When we talked about our API testing tutorial, when we have gone through our API testing tutorial. So I used this website as well, gores.co.in. So you can use this website as well, or like how to access how to create the access token, and how to send any particular request, like if you talk about put, post, patch, and delete. So you can just go over this website as well. We have another very good website like http://bin.org, and here we have different APIs like regarding HTTP methods, authorization as well. So let me try it out, and suppose here we have test and test. I think I tried it earlier. So if I click on execute, so you'll see the response like this, like sign in or authentication purpose, right? So yeah, here we got the error 401 because we have clicked on no, and we have given the wrong description over here. So here we have different HTTP and corresponding methods. So you can go to this website as well, and you can learn different things about the API testing. This is very good site, guys, testfully.io, and here you will learn the complete API testing, Postman API testing by example, and here you will see different topics over here with like lots of data and description. So like let me just click on this request. So here you will see what is the request. Postman request are instructions for Postman to send HTTP request to any API. And here they have given they have shared some screenshots as well. You can simply go over it, and you can learn how to know more about API testing, like how to create the new request, add request. And here you have to put the request, what is the request method you are using, what is the endpoint, right? And this is how you get the response. So this is again like very good website, testfully.io. I'll provide the link in the description box of this video for all the websites. The last website we have guru99.com. So this is just like for if you want to know what is API testing from beginning, so you can just read this article in guru99.com, and you can learn about the API testing. Anyway, I'm going to provide more details on automationtestinginsider.com website as well. And if you haven't watched my tutorial on API testing, so you need to just go to Automation Testing Insider on YouTube and just learn all these like what are the different features or concept about the API testing. So here I have created a complete list of different videos on API testing tutorial, right? So you can just go over it and learn the API testing. So this is all for today, guys. Thank you for watching. If you have any doubts or any concern regarding API testing, then please put your question and concern in the comment box of this video, and I'll provide all the links in the description box of this video. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Thanks a lot. Bye bye.